Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura. I'm echoing, apologies. My name is Laura Miller, and I am delighted to be the MC today. I'm just offering some administrative remarks to start the morning before our official ceremonies begin. We're going to have a full day of presentations and discussions. We have 400 people registered, and I know a lot of you will be filtering in and out as the day goes along. Your Zoom link should allow you to come and go as you please. Please let us know at the ICH email that you have in your Zoom link. Let us know if you have any questions or problems. The event is being recorded, and the recording will be available on YouTube later. I will be posting social media announcements about that. We are using a webinar format, so there are no cameras or audio for the audience, but we will be using the question and answer button on your screen to, if you have any questions or comments at any time, please share them. 2 or 3 of us will be monitoring that behind the scenes, and we'll be feeding them to our facilitators for the particular sessions. Just a reminder that if even a quarter of 400 people show up today, we may not get to all your questions, but we will be holding them and adding them to our report, because this is the beginning of a conversation, not the end of a conversation. So we very much hope that the input we receive from you, whether now or later, will support a lively discussion about the intersections between intangible cultural heritage and archives. So if you do think of questions or ideas after, please do use the comments function on our website. We will be monitoring that. It will be open for several weeks after the event, and we will put that information in our report, which will be published later and will serve as a tool for further discussions on the topic. We've also added a resources section to the website, and it's not definitive. It is exploratory, and we encourage you to copy those contents and use them for however you may wish. A lot of resources about intangible cultural heritage, Indigenous knowledge, archives, and the relationships. The website will be live for comments and for downloading until December 2023, after which we will decommission it, and it will be replaced by the finished report, which will be available in French and English. I am now delighted to turn proceedings over to my friend and colleague, Cody Groat, who will formally open our event with our distinguished guests. À vous, Cody.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to those of us who are joining from around the world, with symposium registrants from Canada, Indonesia, Thailand, Brazil, Israel, Zimbabwe, and several other nations. I would like to acknowledge that this symposium has been supported by the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, whose offices are located on the unceded, unsurrendered territories of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. Beyond the recognition of these territories, it is vital that we consider the ways in which Indigenous sovereignty, Indigenous cultures, and Indigenous ways of knowing have been challenged or ignored, including through archival records and other forms of documentary heritage that we steward through our work as professionals. This symposium is an example of how we can better understand and better conceptualize the roles that we have in working collaboratively to assure that diverse ways of knowing are respected, upheld, and preserved into the future. My name is Cody Groat, the chair of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO Memory of the World Advisory Committee. Memory of the World is an international designation that promotes and highlights significant examples of documentary heritage, advocating for its promotion, access, and preservation. The Canadian Memory of the World Advisory Committee gathered in Winnipeg, Manitoba in October 2022 to discuss nominations to our National Memory of the World Register. This led to several meaningful discussions regarding specific archival collections, as well as broader discussions regarding the limitations of the International Memory of the World program, pardon me, based on the ways that it favors Western perceptions of documentary sources. Definitions developed by UNESCO favor tangible or physical records, whether they are pieces of paper or audio recordings that have been saved through digital technologies. While some flexibility has been embedded into memory of the world, broader acts of intangible cultural heritage, such as dances, songs, or stories, which are not documented through physical means, face unique barriers to full recognition from the international community. This is, of course, not just a problem faced by Indigenous peoples, but also other communities that have strong intangible cultural heritage practices that they use to convey information. We as a committee recognize that memory of the world is not the only means of validating the significance of documentary sources or memory practices, but we did agree that a broader conversation should be convened to problematize the relationships between archives and intangible cultural heritage, as well as the limitations of these occasionally arbitrary categories. We asked ourselves about the relationship between communities, which we've classified as makers, archivists and custodians, which we have referred to as keepers, and researchers or members of a general public, which we have classified as users. Following our Memory of the World meetings in October 2022, our proposal for an international symposium received financial support from the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, the International Council on Archives, Heritage Saskatchewan, and Western University. Beyond our deep appreciation to our funders, a number of specific thank yous are necessary before we start our day. First and foremost, we'd like to acknowledge the contributions of Dr. Laura Miller, who you've just heard from, a member of our National Memory of the World Committee, an internationally recognized archival consultant, and the heart, soul, and brains behind this symposium. Today would not have happened without Marley Tiburcio Carnero, who you would have spoken with many times, our project assistant. Marley has liaised with presenters, technicians, and committee members in English, French, and occasionally Spanish, from my understanding, to assure that everyone was ready for today. Marley has done everything from researching potential speakers to designing the website. We would like to congratulate her as she begins her doctoral studies at the University of Oxford 2 weeks from now. We would also like to thank Kristin Catherwood, Dr. Ian Milligan, and Anthea Seles, members of our Canadian Memory of the World Advisory Committee, for joining us as facilitators for today's discussion. We also appreciate Western University for supporting the work of Rebecca Small, who's on screen, and Emily Kirk, who will be taking notes throughout the day. Invaluable support was also provided by Dr. Claude Roberto, the chair of the International Council on Archives Advisory Advocacy Expert Group, as she has helped to disseminate information regarding the symposium and has offered translation services. The team at America Interpretation are coordinating this Zoom webinar and providing simultaneous translation into English and French, offering supportive and professional assistance throughout this entire process. Today would not be possible without the brilliant lineup of speakers who have gathered to share their thoughts, insights, perspectives, and experiences. Looking through the list that is before us, it is clear that some of the brightest minds approaching these issues have agreed to join us in conversation today. With that introduction, I am thrilled and honored to welcome our first distinguished guest, Leslie Weir. Leslie is the librarian and archivist of Canada, who has been a transformative leader in relation to archives and research libraries across our country. Among other roles, she currently serves as a member of the Forum of National Archivists Steering Committee and is the president of the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions. Leslie, thank you for joining us, and I'll pass the mic to you.
Thank you, Cody. Good day, everyone. Bonjour, Annie. As Cody said, I am the Librarian and Archivist of Canada. I'm actually the president-elect of IFLA. So stay tuned. I'll take over the main role in 2025. So, je tiens d'abord à souligner que Bibliothèque et Archives Canada préserve les histoires des Premières Nations.
First, I would like to begin by emphasizing that Library and Archives Canada preserves the stories of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation of the northern part of Turtle Island, now known as Canada. We recognize that without truth, there can be no reconciliation.
That I attend the gathering today with so many experts on intangible cultural heritage and the research and archive professionals from across the world to address intersections in our respective fields. Nous remplissons notre rôle de merveilleuse façon lorsque nous prenons.
It's wonderful to be able to pause in our daily tasks and take the time to meet, because our role is in fact much broader than simply documenting and preserving our history. In fact, we're ambassadors of our collective wisdom.
And it was said by the noted philosopher and father of pragmatism, William James, we are like islands in the sea, separate on the surface, but connected in the deep. Our respective missions may differ, but events like today allow us to dive into the deep ocean of thoughts and meet where our common questions await. Cependant, tous les problèmes et les dilemmes que nous rencontrons ne
However, not all problems and dilemmas that we encounter can be solved by simple solutions. First, we must encourage dialogue to increase awareness and understanding. These steps are essential to our evolution.
The core objective of today's symposium is exactly that, to lead an open conversation on issues associated with making, keeping, and using intangible cultural heritage, including songs, stories, dances, traditions, and all the related documents such as photographs and recordings. We can all thank the Canadian Advisory for Memory of the World, as well as the support of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, Heritage Saskatchewan, and the International Council on Archives for this wonderful initiative. Je suis d'ailleurs très reconnaissant de la façon dont
I'm very
nous avons
grateful for the way we've been able to showcase our culture and history through the UNESCO Memory of the World Register. Also, Library and Archives Canada is proud to have participated in this project.
Though we are moving ahead full steam to increase digitization of our collections and transform our services to focus on access, where we're also wondering how we can breathe new life into the relics of our history, be they pages, images, recordings, or rituals. En effet, l'histoire n'est pas toujours écrite. Elle est aussi.
We know that history hasn't always been written. It's also been seen, heard, and experienced for thousands of years, right up to the present day. It is therefore constantly renewing itself, pushing us to evolve with it.
To better serve our users will lead in 2026 to the inauguration of our new public facilities building called Adisoke, which means the telling of stories in Anishinaabemowin. We strive to ensure that our services in this new building will do justice to our entire history, whatever its subject matter or presentation. In conclusion, we may be custodians of the past, but the discussions of the issues pertaining to our multifaceted heritage will help us to remain relevant and attuned to our users, both today and tomorrow. Thank you for taking the time to participate in these essential discussions. Merci beaucoup pour votre appui indispensable.
Thank you for your much needed support, Miigwech.
I'll turn things over to the Secretary General of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, Yves Gérard Meilloco. À vous.
And before my dear colleague Yves Girard begins, I'll start with a little bit of an introduction. Thank you so much, Leslie, for your incredible remarks. It is my immense pleasure to introduce Yves Girard Meilloco, the Secretary General for the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, who is new to this role, so we are honored to have him here today. Among many other roles, Yves Girard has had a distinguished career as a journalist, host, and producer for Radio Canada, and has also served in the Office of the French Language Services Commissioner for the province of Ontario. Yves Girard, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Cody. It is a real pleasure for me to be here today. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je suis un peu désolé pour ma voix qui est un peu difficile aujourd'hui. Je me
Good
remets.
morning, everyone. I apologize for my voice. I was a bit sore today.
Thank you, Cody, for this introduction. As you have mentioned, I have the honor to lead the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. Created right after the Second World War, one of its main purposes is to safeguard culture in all its diversity and forms. One of the ways UNESCO and the Canadian Commission does this is through the Memory of the World program and its registers, which recognize documentary heritage and of national and international significance. Created in 2017, the Canada Memory of the World Register now counts 28 inscriptions. More will be added this fall. The register highlights our cultural, economic, geographic, political, and scientific, and even spiritual heritage. It also highlights the importance of making this unique collection accessible to students, researchers, and the general public. This program is very important to me. As a young immigrant in Canada in the mid-80s, I have built my Canadian experience and identity through the learning of the history of this country. I know that supporting Canadians to learn from history is essential to advance UNESCO's equity and reconciliation goals. The program could not function without the hard work of the Canadian Advisory Committee for the Memory of the World, a group of volunteer experts who review nominations and make recommendations for inscription on the registers. Today's gathering grew from a seed planted during a meeting, as Cody mentioned earlier. Committee members organized this symposium and many are with us today. Le patrimoine culturel immatériel, c'est-à-dire les pratiques culturelles uniques qui sous-tendent.
Intangible cultural heritage is the unique cultural practices that underpin the identities and values of Canada's diverse communities, and it is under threat. As you know, the forces of colonization, displacement, racism, and oppression have altered traditional methods of transmitting living heritage. As the 2003 UNESCO Convention points out, it is now a responsibility to cooperate to find ways to safeguard intangible cultural heritage and to jointly develop strategies to support intergenerational learning. The Canadian Commission for UNESCO recently published a report that presents the key messages and recommendation from a conference we organized in 2022 with the University of Northern British Columbia. The topic of this conference was the role of the 2003 UNESCO Convention in the current national context. I also invite you to consult the report on the symposium's resources webpage.
The organizing committee members, especially Laura Miller, for convening today's symposium. It is essential, it is especially important to foster spaces where ideas can be exchanged, preconceptions challenged, and new understandings formed. The Canadian Commission for UNESCO welcomed these exchanges, as our work also often exists and grow in these between spaces. I am delighted to see many of you join today to exchange ideas and approaches that will, as the symposium title suggests, forge alliances in our understanding of archives and intangible cultural heritage. Thank you all, and I'm sure that you will have great conversations throughout the days. Thank you very much, Cody.
Thank you so much for your wonderful and insightful remarks. Again, we are lucky to have had both yourself and Leslie Weir offering such compelling remarks to start our day. And now I would be honored to welcome our third and final distinguished speaker, Dr. Claude Roberto, the chair of the International Council of Archives Advocacy Expert Group. Dr. Roberto is also the Archivist Emerita of the Provincial Archives of Alberta and has previously served as the Secretary General of the Bureau of Canadian Archivists. Thank you for joining us, Claude.
Merci, Cody, pour cette présentation. Je suis Claude Roberto Et au nom de l'ICA et de
Thank you very
l'advocacy
much, Cody, for this introduction. I am Claude Roberto, and on behalf of the group of experts on raising awareness, I'm pleased to welcome you to the symposium wherever you are in the world. I'm also very happy to have received so many positive comments and so much positive feedback in response to this international event. Thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world and whatever the time is where you are. I also want to thank organizers of this symposium for inviting me to collaborate in this extraordinary project. First, the ICA, the International Council on Archives, was founded in Paris in 1948 with the support of UNESCO. The ICA has just celebrated its 75th anniversary in June of 2023. The objective of the ICA is to conserve, efficiently manage, and grant access to archives. It also aims to steward the national heritage. It represents archivists and document record managers across the world. It is always a pleasure to discuss innovative questions such as those we will discuss today. Inclusion and inclusiveness and diversity are essential pillars of our work at ICA. I wish you an excellent symposium, which will allow us to develop a long-term dialogue based on our connections and alliances that we will build today. Thank you, Cody.
Thank you so much, Claude. Once again, I would like to thank everyone for joining us today. I think the sign of a great symposium is how close we can keep to the times that are allocated to us. It is my honor to formally reintroduce my dear colleague, Dr. Laura Miller, who again has been the heart, soul, and brains behind the symposium. I would like to again formally welcome everyone and formally thank everyone in my role as the chair of the Canadian Memory of the World Committee. Today, we will have some incredible conversations, and I cannot wait to be a part of it. Laura, thank you for everything.
Thank you, Cody. Merci. Merci à tous. I don't know about heart, soul, and brains. I think there's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. I am delighted to start the program itself. I am the MC. I'm not saying anything more than shepherding the process today. My first shepherding duty, now that we're going to get started with the content, is to remind people that there is an interpretation button at the bottom of your screen. You can have English or French channels. You can have translation. There is a question and answer button at the bottom, which we are monitoring, and we will feed questions over to the panelists and facilitators throughout the day on your behalf. The first session is being facilitated by our friend and colleague, Kristin Mantta from Saskatchewan. Kristin is the Director of Living Heritage, the nonprofit organization Heritage Saskatchewan, where she holds a UNESCO co-chair in Living Heritage and Sustainable Livelihoods with Dr. Agnieszka Pawlowska-Mainville at University of Northern British Columbia. Kristin earned her BA honors from the University of Regina in Classics and Medieval Studies and an MA in Folklore from Memorial University of Newfoundland with her thesis, Every Place Had a Barn. The barn is a symbol of the family farm in southern Saskatchewan. Currently, Kristin is president of the Canadian Rural Revitalization Foundation and a member of our Canadian Commission for UNESCO's Memory of the World Advisory Committee. Additionally, Kristin has written and directed 3 documentary films about rural life in Saskatchewan, Ride and In the Garden on the Farm, produced by the National Film Board of Canada, and Lift Spur, which was funded by the Canada Council for the Arts. Kristin grew up on a century family farm in the rural municipality of the Gap number 39 on Treaty 4 territory. Kristin married in August and has added Mantta to her name. So congratulations, Kristin. And over to you for this morning's session.
Thank you so much, Laura. Can everyone hear me all right? Yes, just making sure my headphones are working. All right, well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. As mentioned earlier, the seeds for this symposium were planted last October in Winnipeg at Memory of the World, our first in-person meeting since I was on the committee. And it's so gratifying to see us gathered here today to discuss this topic. And I just want to take a moment personally to thank Laura Miller and Marlee Tiburcio Carnero for their hard work to bring us together this morning. Thank you also to Claude Roberto for her assistance and Cody Groat for his excellent leadership of the Memory of the World Committee. And of course, thank you to everyone who's attending today. It's so good to have you here. And also, I just want to take a quick moment to thank one of our presenters this morning, Michael Taft, who's taking time out of his vacation in Europe to be here. So I appreciate that very much. So officially, hello, bonjour. I'm joining today from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan in Treaty 4 territory. And as we begin this first session of the day, I will take a few moments to ground us in the concept of intangible cultural heritage, which I will refer to as ICH and is often referred to that way. For context, I'm a folklorist by training, as mentioned in the introduction, and I now work for a nonprofit where my work is focused on community engagement, specifically empowering communities to identify and safeguard their own intangible cultural heritage. For the purposes of our symposium today, I consider myself both a maker and a user, and I would add an advocate for archives, which is something that has developed organically through my work. In fact, I distinctly remember choosing not to take an archives course during my graduate work in folklore because I didn't find it particularly interesting or relevant at the time. Fast forward about a decade, and I really kicked myself for that decision because for the past few years, archives have been a very important and recurring issue in my work. This fall alone, I'm presenting at 3 different events on this topic of archives and ICH. I work with communities to document ICH, and I've collaborated with the Provincial Archives of Saskatchewan on several community-based projects over the past few years. And as mentioned in the introduction, I've also made 3 documentary films that incorporate ICH. And so as a maker, the thing is when you document something, no matter the medium, you always wonder, where is this going to go? Is it going to languish on my hard drive forever or be lost into the digital ether? And the communities I work with in Saskatchewan are wondering the same thing. And if they're not, I'm asking them to wonder about it and to think about it. In my community-oriented experience, and when I say community, I mean small rural towns, urban neighborhoods and associations, First Nations, groups that form based on shared ethnicity or history or interests. They are usually place-based and local in nature. And without exception, these communities are concerned about losing precious local knowledge and know-how. And bias alert, I mean, these communities are reaching out to our heritage organization. So yes, they are concerned about heritage issues. But from what I found in my work in community, there is a hunger for documentation. And a workshop I offer called Keeping Stories is in steady demand. And this workshop is an ethnographic documentation workshop. And in it, I tell communities that by the time you press record during an interview or take a picture, you should already have a plan for where the file is going to go. The natural place we turn to is archives, but sometimes the archive doesn't have the capacity to accept, or it doesn't fit their parameters, or sometimes even their definition of what a record is. And sometimes it's difficult to find an archive that the community feels comfortable working with. Which brings me to the issue at hand in our first session today, concepts and theories. So we are working with a definition of intangible cultural heritage taken from UNESCO based on its 2003 Convention on the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. For those of you who aren't aware of this, Canada is one of the very few countries in the world that has not ratified, which means that ICH safeguarding practice and even knowledge of or awareness of ICH is piecemeal across the country. With no federal guidance or funding, most ICH safeguarding is happening through provincial governments, specifically in Quebec and Newfoundland, and a lesser extent in BC, through NGOs like Heritage Saskatchewan, through municipal governments, through academic institutions, and probably mostly through grassroots community efforts. That last makes it hard to get a handle on the true extent of ICH safeguarding in Canada today. Complicating matters further is that the definition itself, sorry UNESCO, but it is unwieldy and it's not well understood. In fact, terminology is one of the main problems facing ICH safeguarding in Canada today. For example, sometimes it is referred to as living heritage, or traditional knowledge, or simply culture, or simply heritage. Without a common and universally understood term, there is little hope of robust government supports. In the academic sphere, it is interdisciplinary to be sure, feeling most comfortable in anthropology, Indigenous studies, to some extent sociology, and its home, I would argue, again bias alert, is folklore and/or ethnology. Scholars in those fields have historically been preoccupied with documentation, and this is where we circle back to my opening remarks. Once an element of ICH has been documented, where does it go? How is it kept? Or is it? Or even should it be? In Canada, there is plenty of ICH in archives, but it's usually not referred to as such, so it's hard to know how much is actually out there. I am most familiar with the holdings of various academic institutions, such as my alma mater, Memorial University of Newfoundland's Folklore and Language Archive. There's also the Beaton Institute at Cape Breton University, les Archives de Folklore et d'Ethnologie at Université de Laval, the Bohdan Medwitsky Ukrainian Folklore Archives at the Kuhl Folklore Center at the University of Alberta. There are holdings at provincial archives, like the Helen Creighton Collection at the Nova Scotia Archives, which you will hear about in session 2 from Patti Bannister. Numerous other collections are held in institutions outside of Canada. Of particular note, the Ralph Winsler Folklife Archives and Collections at the Smithsonian Center for Folklife and Cultural Heritage, and the archives of the American Folklife Center at the Library of Congress, which you'll hear about more about in a moment from Michael Taft. The Canadian Museum of History, formerly known as the Canadian Museum of Man and the Canadian Museum of Civilization throughout its history, also has extensive archival holdings, which contain ICH materials, much of which was collected by folklorists and anthropologists employed by the institution throughout the years, though the number of those has dwindled to just one currently, I believe. And of course, there's also numerous scholarly works that have been produced over the years, such as Michael Taft's Discovering Saskatchewan Folklore, that capture ICH practices in various regions of the country. And the records behind that research no doubt reside in archives somewhere. Of course, this is just a few examples. So this material and this work is nothing new, but it appears that we are in Canada circling back to this conversation of how to record and safeguard the cultural heritage of our huge and diverse nation. And the UNESCO Convention, which Canada failed to ratify nearly 20 years ago, provides a springboard for that conversation. And why now? I'm not exactly sure. I have a couple of theories. First of all, the United Kingdom is pondering signing. It's another country that has not yet ratified, but it's thinking about it. The United States has also not ratified. However, it's always been a leader in this field of, though it's generally called folklife or folklore, though increasingly the term living heritage is being used as well. The United States is pushing boundaries in its work in this field. And Canada tends to sometimes look to those two countries for a little bit of inspiration, shall we say. And so that might be one reason why this is currently topical. And that could also be a reason why the Federal Provincial Territorial Culture and Heritage Table commissioned a report on the state of ICH in Canada in 2021. We at Heritage Saskatchewan produced the report, which was researched and written by Dr. Megan Jack and Dr. Van Troy Tran, both are folklorists. And it was delivered this past year, 2023, March. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm having a technical glitch with my Microsoft Word. Oh dear. Okay, I think I've got it. My apologies for the little blip there. So anyway, if you're interested in learning more about this report, there's a link in the chat, and I believe there's also a link to the UNESCO Convention on Safeguarding Intangible Cultural Heritage. It is also important to note that other international instruments, such as the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and domestic documents like the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's report and 94 calls to action, are also challenging the status quo in almost every jurisdiction of Canadian society, including heritage. And it appears that the pressure in the heritage sector to evolve has been running parallel to similar pressure and conversations in the archival world. Today, these two roads intersect here in this symposium, and perhaps there's a shared journey forward. As I prepare these remarks for today, I acknowledge to myself that what I do not know far exceeds what I do know on this topic. In terms of ICH itself, it's still a burgeoning field in this country and have many questions to ask. I certainly have more questions and answers, and I know today's symposium will spark meaningful conversation and open my eyes to collections or archives I didn't previously know about, challenge some of my viewpoints, and open me up to new possibilities. And I hope the same for all of you attending here today. And in fact, you play an instrumental part because your discussion questions will lead us down those paths. We're not here today to agree on every point, but to challenge each other to consider how archives and ICH work together or don't, and how they could come to be better allies for each other or not. We're here, in fact, to question prevailing concepts and theories in ICH in archival practice and perhaps plant the seeds for new theories and practices to emerge, or not. In the end, whether a maker, user, or keeper of archival records, we all share an interest in ensuring that the past is not lost to current and future generations. So just want to make a note that we've had a program change in our session today. Unfortunately, Dr. Winona Wheeler from the University of Saskatchewan will not be joining us. And I just want to take a moment to wish her well as the University of Saskatchewan's Department of Indigenous Studies celebrates its 40th anniversary later this week. So it is my honor and also my pleasure to introduce our two speakers today, Michael Taft and Jeannette Bastian. I will introduce them both now, and after Michael presents, he will turn it over to Jeannette. And after she presents, she will turn it back to me and we will get into discussion. As I've mentioned a couple times, audience members, please do send your questions. And even though we may not get to all of them, as Laura mentioned, we'll be certainly keeping them all. And we really appreciate your participation today. And of course, I also encourage Michael and Jeannette, please do respond to each other's presentations. Michael Taft is the retired head of the archives of the American Folklife Center at the Library of Congress. Prior to that position, he was curator of the Southern Folklife Collection at the University of North Carolina, archivist for the Vermont Folklife Center, and Laura Bolton, senior research fellow at the Archives of Traditional Music, Indiana University, among other posts. He has taught folklore at several Canadian universities and has been awarded research grants for folklore fieldwork in 5 provinces. I'm happy to say, including Saskatchewan. He received a PhD in folklore from Memorial University of Newfoundland and a postdoctoral diploma in folklore from Université Laval and a Master of Library and Information Studies from the University of Alberta. He was a member of the official U.S. delegation to the Intergovernmental Committee on Intellectual Property and Genetic Resources, Traditional Knowledge and Folklore of the World Intellectual Property Organization. He is a former president of the Folklore Studies Association of Canada and was for many years the head of the folklore section of the Modern Language Association International Bibliography. He has given over 150 presentations at learned societies and institutions and published over 100 books, book chapters, articles, and reviews. Currently, he lives in Ottawa. Jeannette A. Bastian is a professor emerita at the School of Library and Information Science, Simmons University, where she directed their archives management program from 1999 to 2019. A former territorial librarian of the United States Virgin Islands from 1987 to 1998. Pardon me, Jeannette. Jeannette holds an MPhil from the University of the West Indies in Caribbean Literature and a PhD from the University of Pittsburgh. Her research focuses on archives and records theory as it relates to issues of collective memory, decolonization, and community archives. She is currently an honorary fellow in the University of the West Indies Department of Library and Information Studies. Her publications include Owning Memory, How a Caribbean Community Lost Its Archives and Found Its History, published in 2003, Community Archives, Community Spaces, edited with Andrew Flynn in 2019, and Archiving Caribbean Identity, Records, Community Memory in 2022, edited with John Ahrens and Stanley Griffin, and most recently, Archiving Cultures, Heritage, Community, and the Making of Records and Memory from this year. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to you, Michael.
Thank you, Kristin, and thank you to all the organizers who put together this symposium. Let me begin with a bit of history. On April 9th, 1860, Edward Léon Scott de Martinville used his invention, the phonautograph, to record his singing of the French song Au clair de la lune. As far as is known, this song is the first clear recording of a human voice, its sound wave etched by a stylus onto a paper covered in lampblack. It was not playable until 2008, when advances in digital technology turned the sound wave into an audio file. And I would now like to play this for you, and please bear with me. It's very hard to understand. I'm going to play it twice. You will hear a human voice. You will probably not be able to make out any of the words, but if you know the tune to Au clair de la lune, you will recognize it to some extent. We assume that it's Scott singing, and he's singing very slowly. So let's play that once now. Okay, and I hope you've recovered from that. Let's play it one more time, just in case if you missed it the first time. Okay. Scott donated the recording to the archives of l'Académie des Sciences in Paris. This donation is arguably the first bit of intangible cultural heritage to become an archival document. But all archival documents embody intangibility to one degree or another. Even company records, letters, government memoranda, and similar mainstream archival documents contain intangible aspects in terms of the context in which they were created. Who made them? How were they used? What was their effect within their institution? What memories or associations accompany their creation and use? In other words, what intangible aura of social, historical, and cultural links surround an archival document? When a researcher reviews a government report, a personal letter, a company brochure, and the like, chances are that much, if not all of this aura has dissipated when the document was taken out of its natural context and placed in an archive. Folkloristic documents are at the extreme end of the intangibility spectrum. The terms folklore or folklife and intangible cultural heritage are to a great extent interchangeable, and most definitions of these terms list the kinds of expressive culture from song and narrative to ritual and belief to arts and crafts found in traditional society. But a list of genres does not get to the heart of intangible cultural heritage or folklore. And the term traditional, like the term authentic, is contentious. Intangible cultural heritage is intimate creativity. That is, the kinds of creativity shared and understood by people belonging to the same family, community, workplace, ethnic group, religious group, or other social cohort. It is the kind of creativity not primarily or necessarily open to outsiders. In this respect, folklore is fleeting and ephemeral, impossible to capture in its entirety by ethnographers or archivists. Of course, aspects of folklore are regularly used for general entertainment, political propaganda, advertising, and other purposes, thereby separating the song, costume, or whatever tradition from its original intimate context. Folk festivals are one example of this. They present ICH to a wide audience made up of many disparate groups whose understanding and appreciation for what they experience may be far removed from that of the intimate group that originated the performance. Folk festivals are, by definition, popular culture rather than folk culture, but the use of folklore in popular culture is also of interest to folklorists and other ICH researchers. In most cases, folkloristic documents have been collected by ethnographers, either through observation or interview. A folklorist might video or audio record a performance of, let us say, a traditional tale teller or singer, but the resulting performance, for all its value, will have lost its context, its natural performance among family, friends, co-workers, or within the community. So much more so if the ethnographer is documenting a ritual or festival, having participants describe at a remove the nature of such activity. Yet even where an ethnographer documents a performance in its natural context, such as an initiation ceremony, a liars contest, or protest songs and a picket line, the resulting document captures only a part of the intangible whole. What are the participants thinking, and what cultural associations are they making with what they see and perform? Even follow-up interviews that delve into these questions can capture only a fraction of the whole of the context. And of course, any folk performance documented by a folklorist is only one iteration of a history of performances. How did the previous undocumented singing of a song differ from the performance captured? Adding to the shape-shifting nature of any performance in this is the observer effect of the ethnographer's presence during the performance. Since the singer, dancer, or ritual participant is aware of being observed, their performance will be affected accordingly. And any subsequent interview will be affected by the performer's understanding of what the folklorist wants and what the performer is willing to share. Different interviewers will elicit different information about the same tradition. When it comes to traditional beliefs, religious, medical, magical, scientific, or otherwise, the folklorist can only collect outward manifestations, such as belief statements or actions based on belief, for example, not walking under a ladder. The believer's unarticulated beliefs, the core of their worldview, cannot be collected or archived. Likewise, material culture and folk arts and crafts, since they exist as three-dimensional objects, are usually outside the purview of an archive, except as represented in photos, videos, or descriptions. Therein lies a major difference between an archive and a museum. Intangibility, therefore, creates an inherent frustration for the folklore collector or archivist of folklore collections. Every song, tale, dance, or ritual collected is but a shadow. Every photo of a barn, a quilt, or a piece of graffiti art is, after all, a photo and not the real thing. Folklorists share this frustration with other researchers, of course. The archaeologist unearths a ceramic shard, but can only imagine the daily use made of the reconstituted pot. The paleontologist views a skeleton, but can only imagine the bones reanimated and loping across the land. But perhaps frustration is the wrong word. Perhaps intangibility is the driving force that keeps folklorists and other seekers exploring human culture, even if, for example, the ballad Barbara Allen has been collected almost 1,800 times, according to the Round Folk Song Index. There is always something new to learn by its next singing, some further access to what is essentially intangible. The capture of folklore performances on some form of tangible medium is the beginning of the journey that removes these performances further and further from their cultural context. The first stop on that journey are the collectors, the folklorists, anthropologists, oral historians, or whoever are responsible. These collectors, in effect, become the first archivists to deal with the captured folklore. They must store the medium, whether, for example, analog tape or digital file, in a manner safe from significant deterioration. They should, if they are responsible ethnographers, immediately begin adding metadata to the collection, the who, what, when, and where of the collected item. They should place the item in the context of other items collected during their research. Thus, any collection of folklore becomes its own mini archive, whether a disorderly jumble of material or a meticulously documented and arranged collection. At some point, and it might be years afterwards, the collector will donate the collection to an archives, the next stop in the journey. The proper archiving of documents of intangible culture involves a series of steps and decisions, most of which would be common to any archives. My most immersive archiving experience was as the head of the archive of the American Folklife Center at the Library of Congress, and I will describe its approach to the intangible cultural heritage. In 1928, the Music Division of the Library of Congress established the Archive of Folk Song with a mandate to collect American folk song and music, especially from so-called marginal groups, such as African Americans, isolated mountain folk, indigenous peoples, and ethnic and immigrant groups. Through fieldwork by its staff and through acquiring collections of field recordings from other government agencies, as well as from folklorists, anthropologists, musicologists, linguists, and other scholars, the archive grew into the largest and most important collection of traditional material in the country. While its main aim was to collect examples of traditional music and song, the archive also acquired field recordings of many other traditions, folk tales and oral histories, children's games, dialect and oratory, rituals and celebrations, folk religion, folk medicine, and traditional arts and crafts. In 1976, the United States Congress passed the American Folklife Preservation Act, which established the Folklife Center at the Library of Congress. The mandate of the center was to, quote, preserve and present American folklife, unquote. This new center took over the archive from the music division and expanded to cover the full range of intangible cultural heritage found in the United States, as well as traditions of cultures from around the world. The archive includes several 100,000 analog sound recordings, as well as manuscripts, especially correspondence and field notes made by folklore collectors, transcripts of recordings, and thousands of examples of written traditions, but also photographs of traditional performers and performances, thousands of hours of film and video recordings, ephemeral publications, posters, printouts, and even some artifacts. Over the last 20 years or so, the archive has also taken in hundreds of thousands of digital files, both those created from original analog sources and born digital items. The field recordings remain the heart of the collection, and the archive contains almost every form of recorded sound: wax cylinders recorded from 1890 to the early 1930s, aluminum and lacquered discs from the 1930s to the 1950s, wire and tape recordings from the 1940s to the early part of this century, and now an increasing number of digital recordings on DAT tape, if anybody remembers that, CDs, DVDs, hard drives, and especially as files loaded directly onto the library's servers. When I retired from the library a decade ago, the archive could boast of perhaps 5 million items. Now there must be double or triple that amount, the increase being largely digital files. Through these various media, the intangible have become tangible, with the reservations that I've already discussed. But these media, whether analog or digital, create their own set of problems related to intangibility. All media are essentially a bunch of chemicals that interact with each other and with their surroundings. Despite the best efforts and most advanced practices of archival storage facilities, over time, any type of media will deform and degrade, causing a loss of the information that they contain. The traditions captured by a cylinder, tape, or digital file have life expectancy that will eventually return the tradition to its original state as an unretrievable, intangible bit of culture. Adding to the problem is the inability to play back these media. There are modern cylinder machines and professional quality turntables, although they're not cheap. For tape and wire, the archivist must rely on aging equipment, some of it 70 years old. It is only a matter of time before CDs and DVDs, not to mention DAT tape or digital Betacam, will only be playable on so-called legacy equipment. There was one promising development in this area. About 20 years ago, the IRENE project out of Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory developed a way of taking digital image of the grooves on a cylinder or disc without making contact with the surface of the medium, and turning this image into a playable digital file. Thus, the sound on highly degraded and even broken cylinders and discs can now be retrieved and preserved. It was the IRENE project that retrieved Au Clair de Lune from Scott's phonoautograph recording. Related problem is the fact that fewer and fewer sound engineers have the training or experience necessary to restore, repair, and copy old media. I recall in the mid-1990s, a graduate student came to me holding a 78 RPM disc. She had no idea what it was. 30 years later, it's her generation that make up the bulk of sound engineers. How many would know about different styli to play different kinds of cylinders or discs, or would know about how to manipulate the playback machines to take the sound off the last remaining playable part of a groove? How many would know how to bake tapes to temporarily cure delamination? Even as non-contact technology becomes more feasible, how many sound engineers would know how to use this equipment? Whatever the problems, the solution to saving the contents of old media is digitization. This work has been going on in archives for at least the past 20 years, much longer, I should think. The result is that some of our most valuable audio and video recordings are now digital files stored on servers, safe from mold, breakage, or other kinds of deterioration. Of course, there is an inherent loss in digitization. One thing the original medium where the cylinder, disc, or tape is a physical artifact that imparts cultural information. A digital copy cannot preserve mechanical qualities or evidence of use and handling that is part of an analog medium. But the loss goes further. A digital file only samples the audio or video analog recording, which means that the sound wave from a disc, for example, is only intermittently saved on its digital copy. The sampling rate for the digital copy will determine how much of the original analog recording has been saved, but is never 100%. Some archives have opted for a sampling rate of 44.1 kilohertz, 16-bit word length. In other words, the sampling rate of a CD. At the Library of Congress, the general sampling rate for sound recordings is double that rate, which gives a more accurate rendering of the analog medium, but still represents an unavoidable loss of information. I do not mean to give a pessimistic view of archiving intangible cultural heritage, but it is necessary to understand the limitations of archiving as much as its overall value to society. And I believe archiving intangible cultural heritage is an important and necessary job. Society is always in flux and traditions naturally evolve. Some traditions are lost while others are gained, but people under pressure, whether from colonization, political repression, or climate change, can lose involuntarily much of their traditional knowledge, history, and expressive culture. Archives allow a storage place for what might be otherwise entirely lost, but the aim of any archive should not be to preserve ICH in amber, nor to create a specimen drawer for academic scrutiny. Certainly, if one wants to learn about the folklore of other cultures, an archive is one place to go. But perhaps a more important function of an archive is to return folklore to its originators when they are ready to receive it and in a form they can use. Here's an example from the library. In March of 1890, anthropologist Jesse Walter Fuchs borrowed an Edison portable cylinder machine and recorded the songs, stories, and speech of members of the Passamaquoddy Nation of northern Maine. In doing so, he created the first ethnographic field recordings as far as anyone knows. As the first archivist, he duly recorded information about each cylinder and later published his findings in the Journal of American Folklore, among other places. He donated the cylinders to Harvard University's Peabody Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology, their second archive, Fuchs, of course, being the first. In 1970, the Peabody gave the cylinders to the Library of Congress, their third archive. In the 1980s, the Library of Congress copied the cylinders onto open-reel tape for preservation and made cassette copies, which they gave to the Passamaquoddy people. The original owners of the intangible cultural heritage, the Passamaquoddy, thus became the fourth archive of the recordings, and the tribal archivist David Francis was able to make good use of these recordings. But cassettes are not a long-term medium, and functioning cassette machines are few and far between. In 2015, the library recopied the original cylinders using the Archaeophone cylinder playback machine to produce digital files, which were then restored and enhanced using the library's computer-enhanced digital audio restoration system. I'd like to now to play one of these recordings, or a portion of it, just to give you a sense. This is the snake dance song sung by Noel Joseph, Passamaquoddy, and you will hear first an introduction by Jesse Walter Fuchs, in which he names the singer and gives the date of the recording. Let's play it now.
Song Snake Dance by Noel Joseph, taken by J. Walter Fuchs on the 13th of March, 1890.
Okay, I think that's enough to give a sense of the recording. Much better than the 1860 recording, but not up to modern standards, I think. The library gave playable copies of these digital files to the Passamaquoddy, who were able to use them to revive traditions that had been lost for over a century. In 2018, members of the Passamaquoddy came to the Library of Congress and sang some of the songs originally collected by Fuchs and now reincorporated into their culture. The library recorded these performances, and they are now archived at the American Folklife Center 128 years after their first archival capture by Fuchs. We can't know the value of any particular folkloristic document preserved in an archive until it is reintroduced into society, whether simply through the making the document easily accessible to the public, or as in the Passamaquoddy example, actively working with a culture to reanimate a tradition. But however an archive deals with its documents, intangibility is ever present. It is part of the process. It is the factor that archivists should always be mindful of, and with which they struggle, but is also the driving force behind all endeavors to preserve and present cultural heritage. Thank you. Jeanette, over to you.
Thank you very much, Michael, for a really fascinating presentation. And good day to everyone. I'd like to thank Laura, Kristin, and Marley for inviting me to engage with a concern that has long been central to my work as an archivist. As an archival educator, and like many archivists, I tend to see issues through the lens of archives and archival principles. For me, cultural heritage has always been at the forefront of these issues, in particular questions around intangible and tangible cultural heritage and the relationship between archives and cultural heritage. And so in this brief presentation, I'd like to share some of my thinking with you. The constant evolving of the archival discipline, particularly in this century, but also in the last century, demonstrates that while there may be enduring core principles, there are very few hard and fast rules or processes by which these principles are defined or implemented. While most repositories will likely have their own particular protocols, an institution next door, in the next province, in the next country, may embrace a completely different set of protocols, all the while similarly adhering to the core archival missions of collecting, preserving, and hopefully creating access to materials for evidence, accountability, and memory. This diversity means that within the discipline, there is a wide and generally accommodating space for reinterpretation, for creativity, and for new perspectives. That said, I would like to present a few perspectives of my own that support a more complex relationship between archives and cultural heritage, and in particular, between archives and intangible cultural heritage. My presentation will focus on considering both intangible as well as tangible cultural heritage through an archival framework. And I will do this through a series of premises, all of course up for debate and discussion. I call this presentation No Binaries, which should give you a strong clue as to where my preferences lie. And so now hopefully I'll be able to share my screen. So just hold on a moment. Okay. Let me just see if I can move something over here. There we go, sort of. So, communities and societies throughout the world express and document their heritage and cultures through a broad variety of tangible and intangible forms and formats, in addition to text, including but not limited to oral traditions, performative arts, festivals, commemorations, materiality, and monuments. Often not recognized as records in the traditional Western sense, these dynamic expressions, in fact, form the legitimate archives of a community and are critical components of documenting society. And so my first premise, let's see. which is this: cultural expressions are also archival records. These expressions may be intangible or tangible. They may include many forms and formats, and I've listed several, but these are not all, such as oral traditions, performative arts, festivals, commemorations, materiality, and monuments. At the heart of this premise is an understanding of archives that considers intangible cultural expressions and tangible documentation equally as records, and asks how they can be legitimately and seamlessly accommodated and subsumed within archival practice. And so often not recognized as records in the traditional Western sense, these dynamic expressions form part of the legitimate archives of a community and are critical components. Of documenting societies. We might call this a cultural archives. So a cultural archives, so historically we tend to think of archives as written, as fixed, as old and non-current. But a cultural archives records are not fixed and static. Rather, they are flexible and dynamic, often embodied within people. They are responsive and adaptive to the needs of their communities. All cultures may be archiving cultures, but each culture expresses itself in highly individualistic ways. That is, every culture creates and perpetuates its own strategies for maintaining and passing on its history and its memory, for bearing evidence, and for holding its community accountable. We can call these strategies traditions, heritage, expressions, or we can call them records and archives. And so a cultural archives includes oral heritage and other cultural expressions that define how communities record and preserve their history and their identity. It includes an understanding of archives that considers intangible cultural expressions and tangible documentation equally as records. It explores how these expressions can be seamlessly accommodated within an archival framework by expanding and sometimes discarding traditional archival models. And importantly, a cultural archives is created by, within, and for its community. So this idea of a cultural archives is not discarding traditional models, but expanding and rethinking these models to embrace what we might call non-traditional records, if we want, which are the cultural heritage and cultural expressions that define the ways that many communities and nations record and preserve their history and identity. What kind of archival framework can accommodate this premise that includes both intangible and tangible cultural expressions equally, equitably, and often in formats that have not been generally recognized as archival? If we think about cultural expressions as records, what might be some of the key elements that these expressions would have? And of course, the first would be evidence. Evidence is central to a record truly being a record, an action, an interaction, an event, a manifestation that is recorded in some way. The record is both conceptual and actual. As the late Terry Cook wrote, behind the record lies the need to record, to bear evidence, to hold and be held accountable, to create and maintain memory. The record is the representation of that need. All people, all civilizations have this need to record and have done so in many, many different ways, from pictograms and petroglyphs to songs and performances, and of course, even in text. At the same time, the record has recently been defined by Jeffrey Yeo as a persistent representation of an activity. And he writes, quote, "Records are persistent in the sense that they endure beyond the temporal ending of the activity they represent. Their durability gives them the potential to be shared and passed on across space and time." Some intangible examples might include legacy land rights based on oral evidence, folk tales passed down through generations with the central themes retained despite permutations in the outer story. And examples might include festivals and parades held annually, again with evolving changes, but a permanent core. And the second important component of a record is provenance. Expanding provenance to embrace cultural heritage and traditions, which also means, of course, expanding our definition of a record. The context of any record is crucial to understanding that record. And so this premise then leads to premise number 2. Cultural heritage is not a binary. Cultural heritage should be considered holistically rather than through the binaries of tangible and intangible. All cultural heritage includes both tangible and intangible aspects. It is a combination of tangible and intangible. To silo cultural heritage into tangible and intangible creates a false and negative dichotomy that validates other binaries, such as scribal and oral, static and dynamic, textual and performative, monumental, ephemeral, the archival, and the repertoire. Binaries do not necessarily mean equality. Rather, they may help to identify and create an other, and even suggest a second-order culture, one that may be different and perhaps not quite as good as the first order. Binaries inevitably privilege a European framework, but all cultural heritage combines tangible and intangible aspects. An example for it might include a parade, perhaps an annual Caribbean carnival parade, which includes many tangible elements, such as floats, costumes, bands, posters, photographs, etc., but also includes many intangible elements, such as historical themes and traditions, traditional troupes, music, special performances, etc. And all of us, I think, can imagine this combination of tangible and intangible. In fact, it's difficult to think of any cultural event or activity that does not, or expression that does not combine tangible and intangible. Premise number 3, cultural unity. Intangible and cultural heritage work together to produce a whole cultural manifestation. Intangible and tangible cultural heritage as a unity imagines a level playing field where all cultural manifestations are respected and considered equally. Different cultures may emphasize different aspects of intangible and tangible, but both sides of this equation are always present. And so premise number 4, a core aspect of a cultural expression is the mutability and dynamism of the cultural expression itself. And I think that Michael's talk expressed this very well. No single video, no recording of one set of dance movements, no website of a parade or oral reading completely documents any cultural event. A cultural expression has no end. It is always becoming. For archives, This evolutionary process means that documenting is a continuing and organic process. While the archival record can never truly be the whole record, it can at least provide a sense of the whole. Unfortunately for us, documenting this mutability and dynamism is made possible today in ways never thought possible before, through digitization and the virtual environment. This 21st century is a challenge for archivists and cultural workers alike. My final slide, holding up a mirror. In the 1970s, Gerald Ham, then president of the Society of American Archivists, in his presidential address, identified the archival mission as holding up a mirror for mankind. His words have resonated across the decades. And fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, they continue to resonate today. And this is what he said. The archivist must realize that he can no longer abdicate his role in this demanding intellectual process of documenting culture. If he is passive, uninformed, with a limited view of what constitutes the archival record, the collections that he acquires will never hold up a mirror for mankind. And if we are not holding up that mirror, if we are not helping people understand the world they live in, then I do not know what it is we are doing that is all that important. And so finally, a question for the participants of this symposium. Do archivists hold up a mirror to mankind if they exclude intangible cultural heritage? Thank you very much. And now I'd like to turn this back to Kristin.
Thank you, Jeanette and Michael, for those very thought-provoking presentations. Appreciate the examples you both used, and Michael, thank you for sharing those recordings with us. So first of all, before I get into the questions I have prepared, I just wanted to give the two of you the opportunity to reflect on or respond to each other's presentations if you wish.
Well, yes, I think I mentioned, I thought I loved Michael's presentation, and I really felt one of the most interesting takeaways for me was that what you call the inherent frustration of archivists and folklorists, because you never kind of get to sort of the end, partially. But I wondered if you could talk a little more about that frustration, because I just found that a really compelling concept.
Well, yeah, as I said, frustration is one word for it. But I don't get depressed. I don't think ethnographers get depressed necessarily, because they know, as archivists do, that they're only getting, as you said, Jeanette, they're getting only part of the story. You know, it comes with the territory. You know, you can only get the shard, to use an archaeological expression. But I could say that's better than nothing, but I don't think that quite captures what I want to say. It's that the more we work at it, the more shards we collect, the more we fill in the story, even with the understanding that we'll never, you know, as I've said before, as you've said, we'll never get the whole story. Or, you know, if it's a carnival celebration in the Virgin Islands, how many times has it been recorded? If it's been recorded 1,000 times, there's still 1,001st. It has not been recorded. And that's going to be different from all the others. And for everyone that is recorded, you're not recording everything. How about the people on the sidelines who are watching? They're as important as the carnival itself. You know, there's any number of questions you can ask about that or any tradition that will not be reflected in the final video, audio, photographs, whatever that ends up in an archive. So sure, it's frustrating in that respect, but it's Sisyphus, I suppose, in that respect. But that's the nature of documentation. That's the nature of any delving into the human experience. If you're not experiencing it yourself, you're not getting the whole thing. Even if you are experiencing it yourself, you're not getting the whole thing because you're not getting everyone else's experience of the same tradition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. So given what you've just said, then, do you feel that there should be this distinction between tangible and intangible? No,
I think that, I think as Kristin pointed out, it might be important from a administrative, political point of view, if you want to get a grant or something like that from the government, they might demand some kind of hard and fast line between intangible and tangible, or what exactly are you talking about? But from our point of view, I think no, it is a spectrum. As I think I pointed out in my paper, all tangible items have an intangibility, all intangibility items, I guess, have at least a potential tangibility if they're collected. But no, I think it's a distinction that we need to pass over and step over as much as we want to.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump in there if it's okay, Jeanette, unless you have, or Michael, did you want to comment on Jeanette's?
No, I think she was spot on. I think what she said, pretty much covered, once again, what the archival situation is.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as you're just speaking, Jeanette, with the response you had to Michael's is touching on several of the questions I want to ask, and I'm just trying to decide which one I want to ask first. But I think I'll pick up the thread, Michael, following from your question, Jeanette, about definitions. As I said in my opening remarks, what we found in the study we did on the state of intangible cultural heritage today, which is broader than that it encompasses the archival question, but is broader than that. There is this problem of definition, of terminology. So sort of repeating but slightly rewording the question, how important is it to have a shared language or definitions? I agree that languaging creates silos. And I want to draw on some remarks Dr. Winona Wheeler made when we met about 6 weeks ago in advance of this symposium, and the four of us were talking about these issues. And she made the point that definitions set boundaries. We want to trespass boundaries. However, as Michael just mentioned, there's sort of this theoretical world and this world of practice as we would like to. And then there's the real world of funding and institutional support, bureaucracy, etc. So how do we reconcile this problem, I suppose, of getting caught into these silos of definitions, this sort of it's tangible versus intangible, and we're both fighting for limited resources when, of course, really, and especially at a community level, there are no distinctions like that. From my experience in community, there are no binaries. Jeanette, I completely agree with that. It's heritage, it's our past, it's the things we care about in a community. But how do we reconcile that with funding, government supports, institutional requirements, etc.?
Well, I think there's lots of different answers, but one of the things I would say that might help, and I realize that this is a UNESCO-sponsored event, but in a sense, it's UNESCO that created these binaries between intangible and tangible in the first place. I mean, when they first defined cultural heritage, I guess in the late 1950s after World War II, it was very much the sort of what they might consider high culture, the European definitions of what culture was. And after quite a few decades, eventually, I think in the early 2000s, started to recognize intangible cultural heritage. So I think that from an administrative point of view, you have to kind of go back to that administrative source. And speaking of get grants, in other words, that come down through bureaucracies, it's I'm not sure it helps to change things at the bottom. I think you have to see if you can convince organizations at the top that actually are the ones that create these definitions. So that's kind of one answer. But the second answer I would say is that, and that is sort of a sideline. So each discipline, think about archaeology, think of museumology, think of paleontology. They each have their own vocabulary, and the vocabulary is very specific to the community and to some extent unites the community. So I don't think you want to, I think you want to be careful of having many, many broad definitions, because in a way that also destroys certain distinctions. But then there are others, I think tangible and intangible, that I think perhaps we need to ask UNESCO to reconsider. I don't know.
You know, I think that for us in this group, the people listening and those of us who are talking, ICH is probably a valuable concept. It allows us to discuss the thing, whatever that is. But in the broader world, I guess you have to know your audience, who you're trying to persuade, who you're trying to, how are you trying to express what you're interested in and why you think you should be supported, or why you think people should be interested in what you're doing. And depending on the audience, you have to shape your language. And you know, what archaeologists talk about among themselves, the way they use language is not going to pass muster if they're talking to a school group, or maybe if they're talking to a grant administrator, or I'm a folklorist, and when I tell people I'm a folklorist, I get this kind of funny look. You probably do as well, Kristin. They don't know what a folklorist is, and I have to explain and try to use language they understand, which may be very far from the academic language I would use at a conference, let us say. Or I remember one time I was investigating tall tales in British Columbia, and I picked up a hitchhiker, and I was trying to explain to him what I was doing, which is not easy. And finally, after saying, well, I'm collecting stories of exaggeration and this and that, he said, "Oh, you're collecting bullshit." That said it right there. That was his definition, and it worked just fine for him. In fact, it worked fine for me. So I guess it's a matter of know your audience, shape your definitions or the way you describe what you do or what you want to do based on who that audience is.
No, I appreciate that a lot, Michael. That being said, I'm going to push this a little further, though. I mentioned again in my earlier remarks about, in my view, there's a lot of ICH sort of hiding out in archives across Canada. I mentioned some of the players in the Canadian archive scene that are dedicated to folklore ICH-like materials. However, I'm almost certain that there is ICH in archives across the country, but it's not referred to as such. And so first of all, I guess the question is, can this be quantified? Should it be? And again, I'm drawing on this thread of the practical realities of having enough funding and resources and support to actually do this work at all, is how could we get a handle on how much ICH might actually be out in the archives? Is that even possible, or is that even something we ought to do?
So why do you think it would be necessary to make these distinctions?
Well, from my experience, when you're, for example, like you're saying, Michael, knowing your audience, governments often speak in numbers, in economic terms. They want to know how much something is worth, what the value of it is. And so how do you value archival holdings, for instance? How can you point to a government or a funding agency and say, look how many communities care about ICH. Look at how many holdings there are in archives across the country. If we don't actually have a grasp or handle on how much is out there and how much communities value it, perhaps if there's no record at all. So how can we point to that value kind of in that hard dollar figure that governments are often looking for if they're going to support something?
I think maybe it depends on the individual collection you're looking at that you want to have financed in some way. It's a difficult question because from our point of view, I think you take almost any collection in any archive, there's some ICH in there, and so how do you separate that? Or do you want to separate that out? You have I don't know, the minutes of a corporation, which might seem very far from what we're talking about, but maybe within that you've got some CEO who's talking about the traditions of the corporate culture, and that might be of interest to us. Maybe that's of interest to some grantor if you can somehow shape your narrative, saying, well, look, within these records we find real evidence of organizational traditions. That just as one example. I guess it's a matter of shaping your language, but I don't know. I think it's kind of an impossible task to ferret out all the ICH in archives, or even take any particular archive and kind of scan it and say, all right, where's the ICH hiding? Because it's all over the place. And I mean, that's at one end of the argument. The other is, of course, there are hidden collections in archives that are not primarily concerned with collecting intangible cultural heritage, but are nevertheless, from our point of view, very valuable. I mean, the Saskatchewan Archives Board that I've had some dealings with is not primarily concerned with collecting ICH, and yet there's some pretty valuable stuff in there. When I first came to Saskatchewan in 1978, there was already a folklore survey in there from the 1950s. Hidden away, which I don't think anybody really looked at very much. And that's kind of interesting stuff. And considering that almost no folklore collectors had ever stepped on the territory of Saskatchewan, I mean, there's been very little collecting done there. I mean, that's one example. There's a nice chunk of ICH in the Saskatchewan Archives Board. But no, ultimately it's going to be a wild goose chase unless you have a very specific objective in mind.
Well, and that specific objective could be, say, ratifying the UNESCO Convention. So that's kind of where my questions are coming from my point of view, in the picture of ICH. Thank you for that response, Michael. And I did not know about that. So I'm going to go searching in the archives for that record you just spoke of, the folklore survey. So I'm going to switch tacks a little bit here. So this is a question that we had from an audience member, Marina Chernyavska. Thank you for being here today and for asking this question. And it's one that I think this is perhaps the point of the whole symposium in a way, but I'm gonna pose it first here. So I'll ask it as Marina asked it, and then I'm gonna add a little bit to the question. So she asked, do you think there is a dialogue between archivists and folklorists in Canada? Should there be an ongoing conversation between these two communities of practice? Why and why not? What can each of them bring to the table to benefit ICH? And it's already quite a full question, but I'm going to add a little bit to it. From the notes that I had. So I wanted to, the sort of jumping off point I had in my question was, in your presentation, Michael, you made the point, and I heard this a lot too at just a couple of weeks ago, the American Folklore Society put on a symposium about community archives and ICH, living heritage. And this assertion that documentarians, ethnographers are the first archivists. And from that, and from my experience, there's sometimes an uneasy relationship between archivists and documentarians. So how could we work together better was my question. So I think that's quite related to Marina's question here. So take that away. If you want me to repeat anything, let me know, because that's quite a lot.
Well, I think it's incumbent upon folklorists and other such collectors to consider where their collections are going. As I think Jeanette pointed this out, and I think it's important. If you're collecting, you better have some idea of what you're going to do with the stuff. And if you do, then you better be in touch with an archivist before you hand it all in and say, well, look, what do you need from me to make this collection of stuff that I'm collecting presentable, accessible, what kind of metadata, except you may not want to use that word. Well, an archivist, you can use metadata, certainly. But communication, obviously, if the ethnographer in the field is one half of the process, and that ethnographer should understand that. And of course, from the archivist end, they better be ready to answer the strange questions that'll be thrown at them from those in the field collecting, who may have very little experience in actually archiving. You know, a lot of folklorists, especially folklorists from times back, didn't care much about what happened to the stuff as long as they could collect it and get it on, you know, on a tape or whatever. You know, we'll think about the rest later. Well, I think you should think about the rest right now, as you're collecting. How is this stuff going to be used? How is it going to be accessible and interpretable if you're not aware of not just the song or celebration you're collecting, but what's around it and what kind of information you'll need to add to what you've collected, so that it becomes a good archival document.
Yes, if I could jump in, although I'm not that familiar at all with the Canadian situation, but I totally agree with Michael that it's kind of a mindset problem. Archivists have certain images probably of things that are not archives, and folklorists probably have this. So they each have an image of each other, but really they have to be on the same page. And archivists have to be, I wouldn't say open. I think they really have to think a little differently. Many archivists, I don't think, would probably accept ICH. And maybe I'm just talking about the United States. And as I said, I'm not sure about Canada. But I think if you've been a government archivist all your life or a records manager, it's really not easy to say, oh, well, yes, well, this part of what I'm doing, like these minutes, there's all of this kind of intangible elements in here. You're not going to see them because you're not thinking that way. And so maybe, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Michael, but maybe this is about these two different disciplines realizing that there's some meeting points. And part of the meeting points is really understanding much better how what each does creates a whole record.
Yeah, and I think just from a practical point of view, I think more archivists should be attending folklore meetings and vice versa, you know, just so that creates more of a communication. You know, it's yeah, I don't know what you do about very traditional archives and how they respond to ICH, unless you can actually talk to them without hectoring them, you know. I mean, I'm sure it's happened. I'm trying to think of examples. I know there are where archivists or archive workers have taken a collection and thrown away parts that did not seem relevant. And some of those parts may very well be ICH because they're not, you know, official, whatever the document is supposed to be. And that's something I think that folklorists should alert to the archivists. No, well, don't do that. And archivists should be aware through their training, you know, what constitutes the outer fuzzy edges of a document and how that's to be preserved, you know.
That's well put.
I mean, I can't really speak to the Canadian situation either, since you know, for over 10 years I was away from what was going on. Kristin, you could probably speak to that better than we can.
I wouldn't say that because I'm not an archivist. Yeah, I can only speak from my own experience, but what are your as you're speaking and as I'm thinking about this, I mean, archivists are in a way gatekeepers, right, to the kind of our collective memory, our record of the past. And the ethnographer, the documentarian, it might be that person kind of at the gate saying, hey, let me in. Will you let me in, please? And so that goes back to Marina's question, is there a dialogue? Michael, you mentioned some ways that could happen in terms of just actually showing up at each other's events and conferences and building relationships. And I mean, that's the central tenet of a lot of the work of folklorists is relationship building at a community level. You can't even get a recording if you're an ethical ethnographer if you don't have a relationship in the community already. But perhaps we're not thinking enough about building relationships in the community of archivists, for example, or museums. We're looking really at that grassroots community level so that, as you said, we can get this material, but what about the relationship on the other side of that material, that longevity of the material, if we want the longevity? And I think most of us do, right? We don't want to work tirelessly for years on something we're passionate about and then have those records end up in shoeboxes under somebody's bed, which I've seen in my hometown. Dozens of recordings that were done on cassette tapes, that's where they ended up, or they end up in the digital kind of ether because if someone passes away and they haven't dealt with their life's work and someone isn't there to deal with it, it goes to nothing. And I'm presenting at a conference in a couple of weeks here in the United States, to South Dakota, at the Northern Great Plains History Conference, with a group of folklorists from the North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana. And I've heard from one of them, they're working on a project, I won't name any names, but in a community archive, working on folk life documents, records that were just left in a really poor state because of lack of funding over the years, and there's gaps. And they're in the unenviable position of trying to track down these retired folklorists, some of whom are quite elderly now, to ask them, okay, where were you when you did this? What is this? And trying to actually create that metadata that wasn't done at the time. And the frustration of a young folklorist kind of thinking, is this what happens? Is this what my life's work is going to end up? Am I going to work hard to create these records and then they're not going to have a safe home? So these are some of the questions that certainly I've run into myself and with my peers.
I'd just like to add that certainly one approach might be through education. I mean, I know in our archives education program at Simmons, we did have a course in oral history, but actually, now that I think of it, a little late, perhaps we should have been offering a class in folklore and the relationship of folklore to archives. And similarly, like in the folklore class, Kristin, that you mentioned that you took and you didn't take archives, maybe you should have.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I agree.
Cross-pollination could happen at the educational level. Just to start with, I think that might help a lot in changing the mindsets that have been so quite firmly kind of set in stone for quite a long time.
So there's Guha Shankar has made a point that I want to raise, and it's been sitting in the back of my mind too. So I'm going to bring this up now. So he says he's not happy with the assumption in the statement that the dialogue is taking place between collectors and archivists. Where is the person community from whom the knowledge was collected? At what point do they enter this conversation? And yes, Guha, that's extremely important. And that's, I'm going to, go to my notes again. I'm kind of jumping back and forth and trying to respond and also look at the notes that I brought, because that touches, it's very close to one of the questions I have. So I'll just mention my notes and then draw that back into Guha's comment. So UNESCO, again, we're using this convention as kind of the definition we're working with today, but also this is my understanding from my training as well, that communities must decide what is their cultural heritage and what to do with it. So that's a major kind of core point that UNESCO makes. However, in realities, there's often a disconnect between communities and institutions, whether they are academic or archives. Individual researchers do excellent community building work, mostly, hopefully, but they are subject to the bureaucratic policies of their respective institutions, which are often at odds with community understandings of, say, consent, ethics, and even record keeping. Furthermore, in Canada, and not just in Canada, but because of our context today, there are continuing legacies and practices of colonialism. So how can we better fill this gap between community and institution? And going back to Guha's point, I mean, at what point do they enter the conversation? This is the whole reason we're doing this all, right? Like, this is the point. So, are there folks from community even in this symposium today is a question we could ask. So what are your thoughts on that?
But I think that actually, in a sense, this question sort of makes the point of what we're talking about, of a disconnect between archivists and cultural heritage workers or folklorists. I'm not quite sure what the right term is, because archivists processing or dealing with any kind of documentation, the most important thing is its provenance. where it came from, who authored it, under what circumstances was it created. And so the whole point of even starting to think about a record, processing it, creating access to it, you start with that provenance question. Now, that provenance question can be very narrow. It can be just dealing with whoever the community or the person who created the document, or it could be much wider. In a community archives, for example, it could be an expression of the entire community. But, and so I think that archivists are constantly concerned with what they call the context of creation when processing or when putting anything in the archives. I'm not quite sure if that answers the question, or if the questioner meant that the community itself should have continual input into whatever is created, which is a different kind of question, and certainly something actually I would totally agree with.
Yeah, I thank you, Guha. You know, that's an important point you're making. It gets back partly to what I said. If you're a folklorist, an ethnographer, you should try to link up with an archive before you begin your work, or an institution somewhere, because one question certainly I got asked when I was doing field work, either implicitly or explicitly, what are you going to do with this? You know, why are you collecting this? What's the purpose? And certainly, you know, one answer is, well, your traditions are important, and we want to preserve them. And you know, my tapes, whatever they are, will go to this or that archive. But also, there's the whole other aspect, which I think Guha will probably speak to later on. I don't want to scoop him in any way, but keeping the community involved, making sure that they have access and control of the material that you're collecting that ends up in the archive. First of all, should all of it end up in an archive? You know, quite often you'll do an interview with somebody and they'll say things that really they don't want kept in an archive. They don't want that is not appropriate for one reason or another to be out there for other people to examine. You have to be aware of that. You're not a trawler trawling fish. You know, you're dealing with sensitive material, some of which should not be archived, as much as that's probably anathema to any archivist. But be aware of that. And you know, sometimes it's not easy. Sometimes you want to collect this material, but you don't, and you have an archive you're going to put it in, but you don't have a clear understanding or anything you can explain to the person you're collecting it from as to how eventually that material can come back to them or be used. All you can say is that at least it's an archive and we can talk about how we can get it back to the community. You know, or asking them, they're the experts in that respect. How can we get this material back? Do you need it back to the community, or are you very comfortable with the way you have the traditions now? Are these traditions that are likely to be lost? Are we collecting these not for you so much, but for outsiders that have a better understanding of your community? It's important to understand what the motivations are of the person you're collecting the information from, and what they want done with the material. And that should really be a guiding light for what you do with the material.
Yeah.
I think that's such a key point, Michael. What's the motivation? As we're talking, I mentioned earlier, thinking of an archivist as perhaps a gatekeeper. Well, you could perhaps say that the ethnographer is the mediator between the community and the archive. And in that case, there's a huge responsibility on the ethnographer. And I think those of us who do this work, we know that. There's been lots of dubious work done in the past, and I'm sure there's still dubious work being now, but ethics are a central pillar of the way I was trained anyway, is to understand what the community wants and needs from the work that you're doing, and that it's a collaborative enterprise and a reciprocal enterprise. It's not this notion we have perhaps of this sort of early Victorian era folklorists just going in, taking out, going away, and never returning to that community in any sense. We could go on about this all day, but it brings me to mind what you're saying, Michael, is in some respects is we're talking about repatriation, which is a central issue that museums are dealing with right now. And we could talk, don't maybe have time right now, but I'm really interested in this question of, yeah, what if, and you talked about in your last example of the Passamaquoddy in Maine, of how many archives that material went through before it went home, so to speak. And is there a way that the archives world, that archivists can be working with communities so that these materials can go home and that there is a place for them, but also recognizing that maybe the community has different understandings of what a record is or what preserving something means. And so I'm going to use that as a jumping off point for my next question. And again, this is inspired by our earlier conversation Michael, Jeanette, and Winona and I had. And we were talking about colonialism and power dynamics in archives, indigenization, decolonization. And sorry, I'm just sifting through my notes here. Okay. So I'm going to give a bit of a preamble here. So documentation is one way to safeguard ICH, but it's only one way, and it's arguably not the best way. Transmission of ICH through in-person mentoring, teaching, and osmosis is the original form of knowledge transfer. And as Michael has pointed out, documenting ICH practices removes them from context, and something is inevitably lost along the way. And following from Jeanette's argument that archives ought to expand the definition of a record, is it possible to have an embodied archive? That is, can a tradition bearer or a cultural custodian who holds knowledge be considered a living record?
Well, I think any brain is an archive. And I think we all have our archives within our heads, and tradition bearers, almost any member of a community is a tradition bearer in one way or another. They are an archive, and they know that their traditions. And of course, they have a responsibility as well as a community member as to whether they want to share those or not, and how they share them, and who they confer with before they speak to someone outside the community about this or that tradition. I mean, in many cases, in most traditions, it's not really a serious contentious thing. I mean, in my field work, in almost every case, if I was interviewing someone about their traditions, they were quite, I guess, bemused that someone would be interested and happy to share, you know. But there are cases where that's not going to be the case. But yeah, I think every tradition bearer is an archive, and within their own community has an understanding of what their responsibility is. You know, is it their responsibility to share this with another generation or with cohorts or someone from another clan or whatever it happens to be? Or is it something that they feel that should not be shared, that they should not be passed down? You know, it's or only part should be. Should the entire story not be told to the next generation, but only part of the story, and let them fill in the rest from their perspective? You know, there's any number of variations on this in terms of how you share and work with traditions. But yeah, certainly the tradition bearer is the first. You know, I said the first archivist is the collector. I should have said the first archivist is the tradition bearer. I took that as a given, but it really isn't. It should be talked about.
Just 2 points. First of all, I totally agree with the tradition bearers, and in the community I live in the Virgin Islands, there are a number of persons who are recognized as tradition bearers, who also, I think, recognize their own responsibility to pass things on. And so it works out very well. But I would also like to say that there are other ways in which archives are embodied in dance, for example. And I just learned this when I was sort of researching dance as an archive, as an intangible expression, that dancers, particularly in formal dance, ballet, and so forth, kind of embody the movements. There's a word for it, which of course I've naturally forgotten, but and I have checked with dancers that the movements that they perform, they internalize them. So in a sense, they embody the dance. And so I do and embody this intangible cultural movement that they are making. So I think it's not just in folklore. I think it's in many areas I certainly feel that people can embody, archives are embodied within people, and in many different ways.
So to push this a little further, and I would say that this very issue is what sparked this whole symposium, because it's something that came up for the Memory of the World Committee. And I won't go into detail because of confidentiality. But we are dealing with these issues of communities that I agree with you totally, Michael, that every person in their community is a tradition bearer of some kind. However, there are those in communities that are recognized by the community as a particular significance in terms of the knowledge they hold, sometimes referred to as elders. And the notion or the idea that those people who hold this knowledge, they are an archive in of themselves. But can that be, for instance, nominated to the UNESCO Memory of the World Register? Can a living person and their knowledge be sort of I'm trying to think of even the word for it, and this is what we kind of were struggling with, and this is again what sparked this whole symposium, is those people with knowledge that is recognized by a community as particularly significant. They are the memory keepers, the memory holders of their community. They may know, ceremony, sacred ceremony practices and protocols, as well as, memory, story, history of their community. And some of that knowledge may be allowed for public outsider sort of viewing. Some of it is not, is absolutely not meant for outside of the community. And yet, can that person be recognized, again, it's for the memory of the world, or can they be somehow, can I go to the Provincial Archives of Saskatchewan and key in a keyword and find an elder in a particular community because I want to consult with that person about particular history or knowledge in a community? Is there a way to bring that living heritage, that living knowledge, that embodied kind of archive into like an institutional archive? Is there a way for those to come together?
Well, of course, there are various countries have awards for particularly valuable tradition bearers. Japan, the United States has such. I don't think Canada does, and it should have awards. But that's
Quebec does. Quebec does, but
Quebec does. Okay, all right. But I can see from an administrative point of view some problems. How do you archive a person? And that person's knowledge, as valuable as it is going to die with that person. So how do you get to that knowledge? I mean, I guess one answer is you can't. All you can do is get to the more general knowledge. If one person is the greatest knowledge of Carnival and Vertige Islands, you can interview him as much as you want. But when he or she dies, that goes. And so what you're left with is what everyone else knows about that tradition. So in that sense, you can't hold on to it. But I think the point that you were getting to, Kristin, is that it'd be great if archives, as part of their mandate, were to keep track of tradition bearers, and say, if someone comes and says, "Look, I'm really interested in powwows in this particular area, who can I go to?" And if an archive, the Saskatchewan Archives Board, or a more local archive, say, "Well, we have a list of people that are tradition bearers who will know something, and they have allowed us to give their name out. It has to be ethical and all that. Make sure they know their name is being used." So I guess that archive can archive lists of knowledge bearers, people to go to. But of course, that list is going to is intangible, right? Those people are going to die, and you got to find new people. And who's going to do that? It's going to be a hit or miss process, I think.
Yes, these are exactly the questions we were grappling with as a committee. And the answer another point could be, well, is it an archive's job to do that? There are other organizations, for instance, in Saskatchewan, I know of any number of nonprofit organizations I could call up if I did want to know about powwows in a certain community, the Office of the Treaty Commissioner, the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Center, etc. However, are they working with archives? Do they have their own archives? You know, is there a way that we can all, those of us who are working in some capacity with cultural heritage, come together and know what each other are doing, so that when we do get those queries from the community, from the public, that we know where to direct them to? That's maybe one kind of simplified way to look at it. Okay, now we are close to time. I'm just keeping an eye on the chat here. Okay, so there is a challenge to your assertion, Michael, there, that knowledge dies with a person. This is based on Western ideas about how information is conveyed. Knowledge has been transmitted for generations in culturally relevant ways. So just as a last, as we close off this session, do you have a response to that, Michael? Or Jeanette?
I agree, but each individual who knows a tradition or is a tradition bearer still has their own personal understanding. And all I'm saying is that personal understanding, that personal knowledge will die with that person. You know, there might be a whole tradition of storytelling in a community, and many people know those stories, but maybe nobody knows that story exactly the way the one particular storyteller knows it. And that's what will die with the storyteller. And, you know, it gets back to the general point, you can't collect everything and things are intangible and ephemeral. But sure, you know, unless it's a highly personal tradition, there will be others to carry on. It is a community. There's a community out there, one hopes, that will keep the tradition alive or will have knowledge of it, but it will not be the same particular traditional knowledge that a particular tradition bearer has. You know, it's just a matter of mortality.
So I would just add that that in a way it's okay. That going back, so using the idea of the folktale, of the folk story, I mean, so the same stories are told over and over again and through generations, and yet usually there's a core, there's a center. And the moral or whatever the story is trying to convey, not necessarily a moral, perhaps something else, perhaps a social situation, continues. And I would say that that is the record part of the story. And so therefore, folklore, just as archive, this is all a very dynamic situation. And part of, I think, of really understanding cultural heritage is thinking about and understanding that dynamism and the fact that it is not static and should never be static. And that's the good thing. I mean, that's the best thing about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. That draws back to Michael's core point, is that intangibility is what drives us. And you also made the point, you know, paleontologists work with fossils, archaeologists with shards, historians with text, folklorists, ethnographers, people working in intangible cultural heritage. We work with people and communities. And as you say, Jeanette, that is dynamic. It is living heritage. It evolves all the time. And with that, I will turn it over to Laura. And thank you so much, Michael and Jeanette. I appreciate all of your comments and your presentations. And this was a really engaging session. And I look forward to the rest of the day.
Thank you, Kristin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michael and Jeanette, and Kristin, and all the people who offered comments. I'm typing as fast as I can. I'm sharing as fast as I can. I'm sharing to the wrong people at the wrong time. I'm learning. I'm going to be an expert at this by the time we're done. It's 10:30 Eastern time, 7:30 out here in the West. Kristin, 8:30, 8:30, 9:30. Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a 20-minute break and resume at 10:50 Eastern time for session 2. And please, you should be able to log off and log on. We're here to answer any questions in between, logistical or otherwise, and we'll reconvene in 20 minutes. Many thanks to the first session's panelists. It was fabulous.
Okay, Cal. Done. Well, I mean, it continues.
Hello, everyone. We're going to reconvene in just a couple of minutes. I think we're just about ready to start up again. There we are. Fabulous. Fantastic. Merci. Welcome back to session 2. I'm Laura Miller, the sheepdog for the day. Wonderful first session talking about concepts and theories, and I think raising issues that will come up again at the end of the day when we talk about where to go next. So I really welcome questions and answers, any comments, any suggestions. If we don't get them today, they will go into our report. And I've said already many times, this is the beginning of a conversation, not the end of a conversation. But I am very pleased now to bring in Ian Milligan to start us on session 2. I just note again, you can pick up the interpretation channel at the bottom of your page. And I've been advised that Patti and Guha may have their cameras off because there are some bandwidth issues with their presentations, and we don't want to lose them. So all will be well. All will be well. Let me introduce Ian and turn session 2 over to him. Dr. Ian Milligan Milligan. Sorry, I'm off to a good start. That's a mulligan, as they say in the golf world. Dr. Ian Milligan is professor of history at the University of Waterloo, where he also serves as associate vice president in the Office of Research. Ian's primary research focus is on how historians can use web archives, as well as the impact of digital sources on historical practice more generally. He is the author of 3 sole-authored books: The Transformation of Historical Research in the Digital Age, published in 2022, History in the Age of Abundance, published in 2019, and Rebel Youth, published in 2014. Ian is currently finishing a book on a history of digital preservation, focusing on early web archiving programs. In 2020, recognizing his track record of research and advocacy, the Association of Canadian Archivists awarded Ian the Honorary Archivist Award. He is also a Fellow of the Royal Historical Society. At the University of Waterloo, Ian provides campus leadership for research oversight and compliance, as well as to help coordinate data management strategies and bibliometrics. This conversation in session 2 is around practices and actions. And if we want to have the different approaches we talked about in session 1, what are the realities of that? Ian is, no one is better placed than Ian to guide us through this discussion. So thank you, Ian, and over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Laura. Hello, everybody, and thanks for joining us today at session 2, Applications and Practices. And I like applications and practices, even if I do think others are just as well placed as me to talk about it. So today I'm speaking to you from near the campus of the University of Waterloo, which is situated on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee peoples. And our campus itself sits on the Haldimand Tract, the land granted to the 6 nations that includes 6 miles on each side of the Grand River. I just want to echo everybody else in thanking Laura and Marcy for helping to organize this event, to Claude and Cody as well, and to the many, many of you in the audience, which is a little bit intimidating. So I'll just say thanks for joining us all throughout this long day, and please make sure to keep those great questions coming throughout the panel. So before I jump in and introduce our speakers, I wanted to just quickly say a few quick words. As Laura mentioned, my main interest as of late has been the impact of digital technology, digital records, and digital archives on the historical profession. And when Michael Taft was playing his the music in his presentation, I wondered if in 100 years we'll have somebody puzzling over some tweet or zeet, whatever we're calling them today, akin to Claire de la Lune. And I would note that it's been really rewarding as a historian to dive into the world of archives and to get to know archival scholarship over the last few years, because while historians are power users of archives, we're often surprisingly uncritical users of archives. So a lot of the work and themes that we saw in the last panel really resonated with me as a historian. So those words aside, I just want to say it's a pleasure to be here today, and in particular, it's a pleasure to facilitate this conversation between 3 exceptional individuals for this panel. Our plan is that each of them will present for up to 15 minutes each, and in order to keep the flow going between each of our speakers, I'll introduce each of them right now before turning the floor over to them. Once they've had a chance to present, we can jump into a conversation between them and with all of you. So just again, to encourage you, use that Q&A function, just to be a part of this conversation today. And for our speakers, we had a pre-call, and I joked we should have just taped the pre-call we had because it was so fascinating as we explored these issues. So I'm really looking forward to hearing them in conversation with each other. So to keep our flow going, I'd like to present our presenters. So our first presenter today will be Patti Bannister. Patti has been a part of the archival profession for over 25 years. She spent the first decade of her career at the Provincial Archives of Newfoundland and Labrador, where she held a variety of positions, including archival assistant, manuscript archivist, education and outreach archivist, and manager. Upon relocating to Nova Scotia, she became the Congregational Archivist for the Sisters of Charity, Halifax, and entered the world of private archives, managing both the archival and records management programs for the congregation's international missions. In 2013, she became the manager of Nova Scotia Archives, returning to her roots in government. Today, Patti is the provincial archivist and director of the Nova Scotia Archives. She's a member of both provincial, territorial, and national archives groups, and serves as chair of the Libraries, Archives, Museums Nova Scotia Steering Committee. Patti has been a lecturer in the School of Information Management since 2013, and is an adjunct professor in the Faculty of Graduate Studies, Department of History at Dalhousie. In 2021, Patti was honored to receive the Faculty of Management Part-Time Teaching Award. Patti also holds the designation of practicing NAAB appraiser, PNA, from the National Archival Appraisal Board. After Patti gives her presentation to kick off our panel, we'll turn to Guha Shankar. Guha is Folklife Specialist at the American Folklife Center at the Library of Congress. Among other responsibilities, Guha Shankar serves as project coordinator of Ancestral Voices, a collaborative curatorial and digital return initiative undertaken with Indigenous communities. He co-directs the Civil Rights History Project, a national collecting initiative focusing on activists in the Black freedom struggle. Shankar also teaches documentary field methods in university and community settings, writes for a range of publications, and provides research and reference assistance to a variety of patrons. His research interests include diasporic community formations in the Caribbean, ethnographic media, visual representation, and performance studies. And then finally, our last but certainly not least presenter in our panel of three people this morning or afternoon in the world will be Hannah Turner. Hannah is a settler, critical information studies scholar, and assistant professor at the University of British Columbia in the School of Information, where she researches the connection between documentation, culture, and technology. She's also the co-editor of the journal Museum Anthropology. Her book, Cataloging Culture, published with UBC Press in 2020, is a history of ethnographic documentation practices and the classification and the cataloging of material culture collections in the Smithsonian's Department of Anthropology. Professor Turner's current research explores reparative documentation practice in museums in British Columbia. So there's our introductions, and Patti, I'll put you on the spot and turn you over to kick off our panel, please.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from Mi'kmaq, the traditional territory and ancestral homeland of the Mi'kmaq people. I'm very pleased to have been invited to participate in this conference, the themes and central ideas of which resonate loudly with me in my professional practice. Admittedly, I found it difficult to narrow down what I would focus on for this presentation, given the rich landscape of questions and ideas posed by the organizers. As my bio indicates, I am currently the Provincial Archivist of Nova Scotia and also an archival educator. My role as Provincial Archivist has me leading a government institution with a long history and a mandate that emphasizes responsibility for the records of the Government of Nova Scotia over time, and secondarily, records from the private sector of provincial scope and significance. My role as an archival educator feeds into the part of my professional practice where I am challenged to examine and reimagine that traditional mandate in the light of current day societal and professional realities. One of the questions posed to the presenters for this session, and I am paraphrasing extensively here, is centered on how we handle applying traditional archival methodologies in relation to intangible cultural heritage. My thinking is that this is a question that can be applied to our methodologies in relation to any and all types of holdings. As archival professionals, it is an understatement to say that we are challenged to continue our core function work in the wake of a veritable tsunami of change. If we think beyond the traditional theoretical concepts of the core archival functions, here I am thinking mainly of acquisition, description, preservation, and access, we can see how individual institutions have begun to adapt their practices to meet the realities of new acquisitions or potential acquisitions. It appears to be a more challenging endeavor when we look at past acquisitions or collections that have been housed in repositories for quite some time. This is the context in which I have been reflecting on the work that Nova Scotia Archives has undertaken with the Helen Creighton material. In the interests of time, my reflections and remarks today will be focused mainly on the core function area of access in relation to the Creighton material. Slide, please. I will provide a little information about Helen Creighton, as I have come to realize that while her body of work is the collected intangible cultural heritage of many people, she is a constant presence woven throughout. In this way, I struggle with the archival descriptive concept of the font versus the collection in relation to this material. This is a debate that I continue to have with myself regarding Creighton's obvious role as, at the very least, co- or sub-creator, right along with the informants, performers, and tradition bearers. Helen Creighton was born in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia in 1899. She took what might best be described as a winding path to becoming known as one of Canada's most celebrated collectors of folklore. Creighton has been described as a pioneer and a trailblazer in areas beyond her work in folklore. Among other notable accomplishments, she served as an ambulance driver for the Royal Flying Corps in Toronto in 1918, and as a driver and paramedic with the Red Cross caravan that traveled Nova Scotia in 1920. Creighton also served as the first Dean of Women at the University of King's College in Halifax. But it is her work in collecting, in a variety of formats, the songs, stories, and traditions of many maritime communities over more than 6 decades, for which she is best known. Creighton received the Order of Canada in 1976 and was commemorated as a person of national significance by the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada in 2018. Slide, please. A product of the time in which she lived, Helen Creighton grew up having limited interactions with people from diverse communities. Her recordings are a testament to the relationships she was able to foster, and the full body of work that she amassed preserves the folk life of many maritime communities which might otherwise have been lost over time. Helen Creighton was a person who could be described as having a privileged lifestyle. The social and economic status in which she grew up provided many of the resources needed for the collecting endeavors that she undertook. Resources like the freedom of time, a social network that provided useful contacts, access to a vehicle, and reasonably stable financial support. Creighton's collecting methods were not based on formal training or borrowed from professional methodologies. Rather, she evolved her collecting techniques based on the circumstances in which she found herself. Trial and error with technology was a hallmark of her lengthy collecting career, which draws an obvious parallel to the work of archives. Creighton's ability to adapt to the circumstances of her subjects and her willingness to seize an opportunity when it presented itself are echoes found throughout her work. Slide, please. Helen Creighton's recordings are the largest and perhaps most well-known part of her body of work. There are versions of some of the recordings in numerous repositories in Canada and the United States. However, the largest accumulation of the recordings is housed at Nova Scotia Archives. Creighton's relationship to the archives is an interesting part of the story, with Helen exhibiting many archival tendencies in her efforts to ensure the long-term preservation of her work. Helen Creighton personally brought the majority of her recordings and associated material to Nova Scotia Archives, or Public Archives of Nova Scotia, as our institution was then called. Beginning with provincial archivist Dr. Phyllis Blakely in the 1940s, carrying through successive provincial archivists over more than 6 decades, and solidifying her wishes in her last will and testament, Helen Creighton recognized the need to preserve what she was collecting. For Creighton, long-term preservation required a trusted place, the archives. The understanding, respect, and reliance that Helen Creighton had for the archives is underscored by not only the act of donating, but also in gestures like dedicating her second book, Traditional Songs from Nova Scotia, to Provincial Archivist D.C. Harvey, and establishing with Provincial Archivist Carmen Carroll the work that Clary Croft would undertake with her accumulated materials at the archives. Clary Croft was both Creighton's friend and her personal trusted tradition bearer. In addition to undertaking the initial arrangement and description activity, Clary was also a founding member of the Helen Creighton Folklore Society. Slide, please. After her death in 1989, Creighton's accumulated materials saw sporadic use, mainly via the activities of Clary and other members of the society. Accessibility became an issue as many of the recording formats had deteriorated significantly and many types of playback equipment were slipping into extinction. There was also an undercurrent of concern about the Creighton family's royalties trust and their feelings about and interests in any use of the material by the archives. As is often the case with the passage of time, there was no clear sense of where this concern had come from or whether it had any validity. In 2018, not long after becoming provincial archivist, the question of the Creighton material was brought up to me during a staff meeting. For quite some time, the archives had been digitizing small segments of the recordings as they were requested. Our capacity to do this was dwindling, and we were facing the reality that the songs, stories, and cultural elements that Helen Creighton had worked to preserve were about to experience a second loss. Not dissimilar to the passing away of tradition and knowledge bearers in communities, the passing away of these recordings would similarly result in loss and silence. The time had come to address the situation, and the first step was to open the dialogue with the Creighton family and Folklore Society. We invited Clary Croft and Mickey Zink, who is Creighton's grandniece and the current chair of the Royalties Trust, to come to the archives for a chat. Our invitation was met with enthusiasm, as was our suggestion that we take action to ensure that the recordings were properly preserved and made more accessible. The subsequent work was done as a collaborative effort, and we believe the results are more meaningful because of the relationship. With preservation at the forefront of our thinking, we made the institutional investment to have the recordings digitized, thus ensuring that they would continue to exist. But existence isn't always the same thing as living. And as intangible cultural heritage, our aim with this material was to honor the living nature of it to the best of our ability. Slide, please. As it turned out, digitization was the easy part. The digitized recordings had to be prepared for use via our institutional website, and then there was the task of how to provide users of the resource with a way to locate a specific track among the voluminous recordings. The tracks had to be time-stamped, an activity that required listening to the recordings in real time and noting down the timings for the start and end of individual tracks. As you can imagine, the archives does not have the human resource complement to achieve something like this, so we enlisted the help of our collaborators. Many members of the Folklore Society, the Creighton family, and others participated in a time-stamping activity that we set up via a specialized version of our crowdsourcing tool. As it turned out, it became a popular COVID lockdown project for many people. In addition to the time-stamping, the other post-digitization activity was in some ways the most important part of the initiative. It involved reconnecting the recordings with Creighton's field notes, photographs, and other materials to place them back in the context in which they were originally collected. The resource is presented in Creighton's own collecting methods and uses her own terminology. As the How to Use section of the resource states, quote, "While exploring folk life, users will remain aware that the resource preserves titles and categories supplied by Helen Creighton as creator of the records, as is common in archival practice. The recordings that Creighton made are very much of their time and have not been edited. Contemporary users may find some language outdated or problematic," end quote. The resource can be explored as a whole, or searching can be done via the subdivisions of textual records, sound recordings, or photographs and albums. Alternatively, you can search by folk song or story type, language, or musical instrument, with a lengthy list of genre terms to choose from, all provided by Creighton. Searching by performer/informant's name or geographic community is also possible. Slide, please. I have previously described the initiative as an urgent act not only of preservation, but also of community outreach. Our roles as an archive is preservation, but also access. The Creighton material had never truly been accessed, explored, and experienced by the public, nor the source communities from which the records were contributed. From preservation, with the support of our collaborators, we challenged ourselves to create something that was accessible in the most living way possible, especially in the many communities from which it came. To repeat comments that I made about this initiative in other contexts, intangible cultural elements become tangible when they are given to an archival repository. Acquisition of material by an archive is often seen as the end of a community or an individual's relationship to their personal or collective cultural heritage. It is seen as the end of something as opposed to the continuation of a living tradition or the start of a new life through broader awareness and use. With Helen Creighton Folklife, we have endeavored to retain or perhaps regain the intangible nature of the material through accessibility, discoverability, exploration, and hoped for use. In 2021, when I was asked about our institutional hopes for the resource, I said, we want people to explore, to look at what is still part of living tradition and what can be revitalized, picked up, and begun again in communities. I saw signs of exactly that as I stood and watched the parade of performers who sang, told stories, shared, and celebrated during the launch event. Slide, please. These pictures are just a few glimpses of the launch event, held on August 15th, Acadian National Day. Among the highlights for me was when Yvette d'Entremont, pictured in the top left of this slide, quietly took center stage to share Baccarat, a lullaby that her grandmother had sung for Helen Creighton. Yvette explained with some emotion that this lullaby was sung by her grandmother and by her mother, and now that she is a grandmother herself, she is singing it for another generation. Yvette explained how happy she was to be able to be at the launch event, and that she had recently returned from an Acadian week in Normandy, France, where she had also sung this lullaby. Slide, please. There were other descendants of tradition bearers present who likewise shared songs, stories, and some reminisced about what it was like when Creighton would come to their community with her recording equipment to collect. As a spontaneous grand finale, Clary Croft sparked off the singing of Farewell to Nova Scotia, perhaps the most well-known of the folk songs that Helen Creighton collected. It was a moving and meaningful evening. It was an evening filled with living cultural heritage. Last slide. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Patti. And I hope you see the sea of applause coming from the bottom of our Zoom window. I want to keep our momentum going, so I'm going to put Guha right on the spot to continue our wonderful session. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Give me just a second to set up, and I shall do so right now. Thank you. And I'm hoping everybody sees this and we're all well positioned to take in my presentation. Thank you to all the organizers and other panelists for this opportunity to enter this conversation about the intersection between ICH and archival repositories. I will begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you from Baltimore County, Maryland, on the unceded homelands of traditional and contemporary Susquehannock peoples. As well, I wish to acknowledge the Piscataway Indian Nation, the Piscataway Conoy tribe, the Choptico Band of Indians, and the Cedarville Band of the Piscataway Indians, who also maintain a kinship with the land, its history, and traditions in this region. This presentation is a case study about the development and co-curation of archival collections predicated on a partnership between Indigenous communities, non-Indigenous archives, and digital technologies. The Digital Preservation, Access, and Repatriation Initiative is called Ancestral Voices, as was mentioned at the outset of my introduction. And I want to thank a few individuals for its accomplishments to date. a central figure being Donald Soktoma, Elder and Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for Passamaquoddy Indian communities that reside in the reservations of Indian Township in Pleasant Point in Maine, not far from the Canadian border. My colleagues at the library have been crucial in this effort as well, in particular Nikki Saylor, Director of the American Folklife Center, Judith Gray, Head of Reference, and now departed AFC colleagues Maggie Cruzy and Kelly Rivak, and of course the audio engineers at the National Audiovisual Conservation Center, whose expertise and skills at recovering and restoring sound from obsolete media is phenomenal, and that has been fundamental to the project. Digital platforms and tools developed by external entities are crucial to this effort, principally because these tools enable Indigenous authorship and control of archival materials. I refer to the traditional knowledge attribution labels for Indigenous collection items. You will see examples of those shortly. The TK labels are developed by Local Context, which is a complementary platform for the Mukurtu content management system that has been developed for and with Indigenous communities and are applied in Canada, for instance, in several communities. In referring to Local Context in the Mukurtu CMS, I want to acknowledge the work of Dr. Jane Anderson and Dr. Kim Kristin, who developed these resources and continue to work to assist Indigenous communities worldwide in establishing intellectual control over their ICH and intellectual property. So, what exactly is Ancestral Voices? In 2013, staff of the American Folklife Center, the principal custodial division for Indigenous recordings at the U.S. National Library, and colleagues in the Audiovisual Preservation Division embarked on a project to deploy the latest digital audio technologies to make collections of Indigenous ICH useful and available to the American public and to the communities of origin. We were particularly interested in having community members author the cultural and historical context and insider meanings of the recordings, and also to authorize the public access to the recordings, as we had done some 40 years earlier with the Federal Cylinder Project, which preserved, cataloged, and provided access to cylinder recordings in the analog era. The central objectives for all four partners, the Passamaquoddy, the AFC, Local Context, and Mukurtu CMS, converge on the factors you see on the screen, namely preservation, digital repatriation, collaborative curation, and the development of standards and practices in several areas. In the case of the Passamaquoddy, there was and remains an added urgency to halt language decline among youth and to reanimate cultural memory by means of learning songs and expressive traditions from the recordings. We launched Ancestral Voices with 31 19th century wax cylinder recordings that Michael Taft referred to of Passamaquoddy Indian community that were made by Jesse Walter Fuchs in spring 1890. And here you see a photo of Fuchs and the cylinder machine on the left-hand side of the screen. And on the right, you see the sketch that hangs in the Wabanaki Cultural Center in Maine, where I went in 2015. This depicts Fuchs and the Passamaquoddy knowledge keepers who share their cultural traditions with them, including Peter Selmore, Newell Joseph, and Peter Lacoute. The recordings consist of narratives of Passamaquoddy ancestors and epic heroes, vocabulary numberless, and also contain the earliest known recordings of Native American song and narrative. The collection of Passamaquoddy recordings came to the library in the mid to late 1970s by means of a donation from the Peabody Museum at Harvard University, which had the cylinders in its custody. The museum donated the collection to the library for the seminal Federal Cylinder Project back in the day. So when Ancestral Voices, or as I call it, FCP 2.0, was launched as a digitization, restoration, enhanced cataloging, and digital access initiative at the library, some 40 years after the Cylinder Project was completed, we began by developing a collaborative agreement with the Tribal Council of Passamaquoddy, guided by Donald Soktoma, to work on getting the Fuchs recordings into wider circulation, that is, outside the center's reading room. In the interest of time, I'm going to concentrate on the description of the archival collection record and the metadata, which is where Indigenous worldviews, cultural history, and traditional knowledge are made most apparent. It means I'll have to skip over, with much regret, the amazing digital sound restoration work that our audio engineer colleagues performed, although you'll hear the results of their work at the conclusion of the presentation. I encourage you to go to the website to listen to the examples which have been placed online. In this image, I will point out a couple of ways in which we see the concept of Indigenous authorship and practice on the library's website for the Passamaquoddy collection. If you'll notice, for instance, the two contrasting titles for the recording. One title is Fuchs's original description of the Passamaquoddy war song and the trading song, both of which are on the cylinder. The other title that you will see is the Passamaquoddy language designation for the recordings provided by community members themselves. This is a first for the National Library. The other prominent feature of the library's webpage, you see this on the right-hand side of the screen, are the traditional knowledge or TK labels. The icons are developed by local contexts, but the Passamaquoddy, as do other Indigenous communities, have customized the text to include cultural protocols and attributions, denoting that these cultural heritage items originate from them and that they, the Passamaquoddy, retain cultural authority over these recordings. A quote from the local context websites: "The labels allow communities to express local and specific conditions for sharing and engaging in future research and relationships in ways that are consistent with already existing community rules, governance, and protocols for using, sharing, and circulating knowledge and data." Another way of thinking about it is that the TK labels are not a legal intervention, but a cultural and political one, in the sense that representation of community and self in the public sphere is a political act. The Passamaquoddy's curatorial work was significantly enhanced by being able to stand up an instance of the Mukurtu content management system in their own environment. The Mukurtu CMS provides the Passamaquoddy, as it does with other Indigenous groups, a means to exercise control over the management and representation of ICH they wish to make available for the benefit of community members, but also in this case for the LC historical recordings. The autonomy afforded in this scenario enables Passamaquoddy community members to produce rich, detailed, locally authored cultural knowledge and interpretations that are then incorporated into the library's public catalog record and the website metadata for the collection. This is the text that you see displayed on the screen, developed by Passamaquoddy people. The cultural narrative and the traditional knowledge embodied in this particular image are, you see that on the Library of Congress site, but you also see that in the Passamaquoddy's own instance of Mukurtu CMS. In 2018, the Passamaquoddy launched its new website for cultural heritage items. As I said, this active autonomy, deploying Mukurtu CMS in collaboration with the Washington State University team, which houses the Mukurtu CMS and local context as well. The site continues to be developed and the LC catalog records linked to the website. Most importantly, the website establishes Passamaquoddy people as central actors in the process of producing and controlling the representation of community and their place to themselves and to the world at large. And let me contrast those sort of data-rich images with this one, which is a very bare bones catalog record. And you'll see again, this is the war song and the trading song, which you just saw an instance of in the contemporary site. And this record from the 1970s that represented Passamaquoddy history has been replaced with the fine-grained details and descriptions displayed in the image of the context-rich cultural narrative and traditional knowledge labels. So I hope then you have gotten a clearer sense of the potential of digital tools to establish Indigenous authority over cultural heritage materials and archives. Not quite finally, but close enough, these two images reinforce some of the points about collaboration that I hope to have forwarded in this presentation. It's a complex and complicated thing to talk about in the space of 15 minutes. I hope I haven't done it too much injustice. But what I want to point out here in relationship to the heading, which says relationships, consultation, collaboration, and sharing. The image on top is one of Federal Cylinder Project staff member Dr. Dorothy Sarah Lee, an ethnomusicologist, playing back archival recordings to Dennis Hastings, tribal historian for the Omaha tribe of Nebraska in 1981. That 1981 visit led to a collaboratively produced website featuring Omaha ICH in the library's domain, the first of its kind for the National Library. Over 40 years later, in the second image below the first one, you see Jane Anderson of Local Contexts. She and I made our first visit to Maine that year to visit with Donald Soktoma to initiate the Ancestral Voices Initiative. I wanted to close this part of the presentation with the slide because I wanted to call attention to the fundamental long-standing act of consultations, conversation, and exchange that have always informed the AFC's approach to preserving and providing access to Indigenous cultural heritage. Ancestral Voices has remained consistent with the principles establishing the Federal Cylinder Era project, that being Indigenous community decision-making processes ultimately determine, control, access, and the culturally appropriate conditions for sharing historical and contemporary collections of cultural heritage. Now, as I move towards this last slide, you see a blank one there. And what I want to do is to conclude this presentation by allowing my Passamaquoddy colleagues to have their piece, the final word, if you will. We're going to begin in this slide, in this clip, with tribal historian Donald Soktoma talking about ICH and the idea of sharing, which will then be followed by Coda from Dwayne Toma, singer and one of the few fluent speakers of the language in the community. He and other community members, when they came to the library in 2018, had been listening over and over again to the recordings since I dropped them off in Calais back in 2015. And he came to the LC prepared to do something memorable. So Sam, if you would, please play those two clips. Thank you.
For us, it gives us a little bit of control on our cultural films, music, books, and the tribe's able to have a little bit of control on our stuff that we've never had before. And that's pretty powerful on itself. Everybody else has had control over our songs, over our stories. This puts it back onto us. And to me, that's the way it should be. Because our ancestors shared the stories. They didn't give the stories to anybody, but they shared them. Well, you might not believe this, but that's the first time that's been sung in public in 128 years. It's the war song by Peter LeCoultre.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Guha. And I hope you see the sea of, I see many hearts and many applauses coming up from the bottom of the screen. And knock on wood, the sound and video is working perfectly. But yeah. Laura's probably saying, I wish I didn't say that. So thank you very much for your presentation. And we'll go to our last speaker on the panel before we begin engaging with each other. So Hannah, I'll turn the floor over to you, please.
Hi, thank you. Let me just get my slides up here. And yes, the sound and video came through clearly. Okay, well, hello, I'm Hannah Turner. I am just so grateful to be here today amongst all these amazing speakers and guests, so thank you so much. I'm zooming in today from the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam people. So this is now known as UBC Vancouver, and I'm a white European settler. I really have come to this land as an uninvited guest, as well as generations on both sides of my family. So I'm an assistant professor at UBC. I teach primarily in our MLIS and dual archives program. So I do encounter a lot of future librarians and archivists, but I also teach in the new minor in informatics program as well. I'm just in general grateful to be able to live and work on this land, and I want to actually recognize and illuminate some of the incredible artistry of the Indigenous folks of the Northwest Coast today. So you'll see a little bit of that in my presentation, sort of despite the history of forced removal and the oppression of tangible and intangible heritage. So this really harkens back to Guha's talk as well. There's connections here on the East and West Coasts. So this distinction for me, intangible and intangible, is an invention, a dichotomy invented by settler states that in part work to separate land from people. It's also a strategic move to enable the extraction of resources in what we now call Canada. And I think it's important to remember this. It's still happening. And I do think it's also important to recognize the unique considerations that different heritage institutions, museums and archives alike, that struggle to deal with legacies of colonialism and the differences in the practical work actually happening on the ground. So I work in and with museums, which are often seen as different sort of like academically from archives. We have different publications and, as I'm sure many of you know this, different sort of realms of academic work. And partly what I'm trying to think through in my work is connecting these things. I do not see them as incredibly different, although there are different historical disciplinary trends, but very similar conversations between them. So for me, I try and think about how staff and individuals work within bureaucratic systems to repair them, or at least this is what I'm currently thinking about. And I'm also thinking about digital systems of knowledge organization. So I look at the history of museum databases and earlier forms of card catalogs and ledger books, but I also work with return and digital repair. So working in replication technologies and tools and other kinds of experimental interventions into this space. So I'll talk a little bit about that today. I think for me, the sort of three main tracks of this talk, and maybe three main questions I'll pose at the end, are really about the importance of naming and renaming, which we've seen in Guha's project as well, and a little bit in Patti's as well. And caring for digital collections long-term question mark, like what does that look like? And then replacing and transmediating our collections with digital forms. So I'll talk about that in a minute. I was really inspired by a few of the questions posed today. I've been thinking about these as well a lot in my own work. The practical and methodological issues, creating gaps between intangible heritage and archives, / museums. And then fixity, what does fixity and non-fixity mean for preservation, access, and use? And what are the issues around digitization, privacy, and cultural sensitivity? So I'll sort of address these through talking through three projects that I've worked on. And I've really struggled with these questions throughout my career, really. So the first of these I want to talk about, and maybe people are familiar with this. This is the Reciprocal Research Network. So this is a project that really began long before 2008, but was developed between 2008 and 2010 at the Museum of Anthropology at UBC. And so this is sort of before local context, and Mukutu was a project. It really the goal of the project was to create better access to Northwest Coast cultural belongings that were located far and wide across the world. And so what we tried to do, and this was really led by Dr. Sue Rowley, I should say, was create an API, an application programming interface, to sort of connect all of the databases from about, at the time, 14 partner institutions. It's since grown a lot, to be able to make Northwest Coast belongings easier to find. If you can remember 2008, the internet was a very different place. Certainly databases for museum collections just in many cases did not exist online, if they existed at all in sort of a retrievable way. So this was our way to make them visible to interested researchers and a public. This project was co-developed with the Amista Cultural Society, the Stalo Nation and Tribal Council, and the Musqueam Indian Band. And as a young research assistant, I was tasked with understanding usability requirements in using a system such as this in this database, and really trying to ensure we built a system that was moored in the values of collaborative design and to facilitate access to information about cultural heritage. So during this project, my eyes were actually sort of opened to the consistent and persistent problems of data, that is the information in collections records that had been taken, of belongings that had been taken from the Northwest Coast. So I started to question why records information was always missing information, why it was often wrong, and perhaps more importantly, why the information organization system seemed to privilege the museum as the authoritative source of knowledge, and not cultural researchers with whom we were working. And that sort of came up in a number of different ways, and the world has changed, I think, since then, in many good ways, as we've seen with recent projects. But it's just a call to this question that was originally interesting to me. Part of what the RRN did was made it possible to share knowledge back to an institution. So we had a personal connection with an individual who ran essentially the database in a local institution. And if users wanted to respond to incorrect or outdated information, they could do so. But of course, one of the main things we encountered was that this sharing of information was obviously still operating within a power relationship that at the time was very much real. And it was ultimately up to the institution to decide what they would include and what they would potentially disregard. I am not sure if these problems have been successfully solved, but it really, really made me interested in how we might repair not just the data itself, not just the information, but the institutional or bureaucratic structures that we find ourselves in these projects. And I just want to call to contemporary work done by Stacey Allison Casson and Camille Callison. So on their project, the Respectful Terminologies Project is sort of a new approach to understanding respectful naming in libraries, archives, and museums, as far as I understand it. But their work is really interesting in general. So more recently, I collaborated in 2019 with Dr. Laura Gibson and worked on a project called Amagugu Atu, Our Treasures, which is a similar kind of project. It's a very small project. Dr. Gibson had been working in KwaZulu-Natal, part of Southern Africa, with a group of community experts. So with a small grant from the Wenner-Gren, we were able to bring a host of folks to the South African Museum in Cape Town to be able to tell stories about the small collection that was in that museum that had really never been seen outside of that museum. So I won't get into the history of that museum and the colonial and why it's a colonial institution, even though it's located in Cape Town, but you can ask about it in the questions. And what we did was a really sort of simple mock-up of, we took object photographs. There were no photographs of any of the objects or belongings, excuse me. And we also recorded narratives about all of the belongings as well as proper pronunciations as well. So this part of this project was to give back this knowledge in some way to this small community and bring it back to the Lutuli Museum, which is a small museum in KwaZulu-Natal. And we did that through using a museum in a box. So it's a sort of a box-like structure. You can have recorded audio play on it. So we had sort of a fun, really focused for kids who are trying to learn about history. Again, I can talk a little bit more about that later. But one thing I found interesting, especially in this context, is we really struggled with this legacy of museum information and data practices. Again, as many of you may know, it's not standardized really across institution and it really, really varies depending on who was working at the institution at the time and what kinds of sort of epistemological commitments they held. But in this case, we worked with a young archivist, actually, a student of mine, to develop a new scheme that really made the documentation system more about what community members might actually want to know, like what's the name of this, what's the name in isiZulu, what's the isiXhosa name, excuse me, what's the English name, what cultural group, et cetera, instead of the standard classificatory sort of language. So this is really a digital website and archive, and we were curious about how this might be used in situ and community. Shifting gears, the next project I want to talk about is, maybe you'll recognize from the title slide. So this is a close-up of a digital representation of Jad Kujus or Megan O'Brien's Sky Blanket. And this project began in 2018 when Megan O'Brien approached myself and Kate Hennessy, who's at SFU. She was working with Jamie Isaac on an exhibit that was touring around Canada. Her original blanket, Sky Blanket, was displayed in the gallery as part of Border X that sort of toured around many different institutions. So maybe some of you have caught it somewhere. And they were really concerned both with the degradation of the wool and cashmere that was happening in the display and the transmission and the movement of this art piece throughout Canada. And also Megan really wanted the blanket back home in her community to be danced in Campbell River. And this is an example of the original Sky Blanket, the actual blanket on display at the WAG, Winnipeg Art Gallery. And so they approached us and asked if we could digitally scan it and 3D print it. I think the idea was that somehow this would be very quick and easy, and in fact it was not. And we actually suggested that instead we make a digital model. In 2 months' time, we didn't have the time to 3D print something, and I think we have ethical issues with that as well, which I'll talk about in a minute. So we essentially did photogrammetry on the blanket. This is our mock-up here, and we're able to sort of reinstall the digital video presentation. It's a 4-minute digital video now, but it's also sort of a very robust digital model. And what it does, it sort of cycles through the different modeling strategies that we worked with our designer, Conrad Sly, on. So this was installed instead of Sky Blanket around on the same exhibition, sort of just directly replaced, but it's also had a life outside of Border X. During COVID, when we couldn't travel and artworks also couldn't travel as easily, partly because exhibitions were not open to the public in person, there was a lot of room for digital exhibitions and using digital pieces. So a Sky Blanket and Wrapped in the Cloud, as we call it, was also displayed elsewhere. It was also included at an actual digital exhibit called A Thread That Never Breaks. That was in partnership with Indigenous Fashion Week and AbTech. So this was displayed in the Second Life format in an exhibition that was really well attended and was a really fascinating sort of transmission of these ideas to this sort of what you might think of as a very 90s sort of digital space, but it was really, really amazing. Since then, we've been working to what we call transmediate the blanket again. We are working with Donya Ogis, Megan O'Brien, of course, and Kate Hennessy and Reese Mentine and Melanie Kaman to actually digitally weave this using a TC2 digital jacquard loom. So this is Donya, who's experienced at this kind of weaving. So we're actually reweaving it using a digital loom, which has been a really fascinating process. This is us looking at some of the prototypes that come off the loom. We're working in connection with Emily Carr here at the Material Matters Lab there. So it's been a wonderful partnership. And the intention is actually to build out a number of digital woven pieces that represent parts of Wrapped in the Cloud, and also to remake regalia for Megan in her future work, particularly around dance. So it's a really exciting time, but we've raised a lot of questions. So just thinking back at these 3 projects, sort of a span of 15 to 20 years of time, I'm really concerned, or I think a lot about digital stewardship and care. So what kinds of work does digital heritage documentation do? Who is it for, and what kinds of care does it require? I am concerned about this. I'm also concerned about it in the context of the large infrastructural systems that we are using to hold and maintain digital heritage, and that could be from sound recordings to these digital images of this blanket. What does it mean when they break down? What does it mean when they're not controlled by libraries, archives, and museums, but by actual large mega tech corporations? So those are the questions I'll pose about fixity and digital care. I'm really curious to see what everyone else has to say, as I don't have any good or clear answers. So thank you so much for inviting me here.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Hannah. And I start seeing, I like the Zoom applause is coming up from the bottom. So it's like we're all together and we're all getting rapturous applause from the audience. So I've got lots of questions. I know that people in the audience will have lots of questions. So a reminder to use that Q&A function to engage with us. But before we turn it out to the audience and to me, I just wanted, because we had such rich presentations here, just to give the panelists a really brief opportunity to react to the themes and currents and the others. So Patti, if I could put you on the spot, just any thoughts on Anna or Guha's presentations?
I have an endless number of thoughts. In an attempt to sort of harness in, I guess the first thing that came to my mind was actually to ask Guha about the, you speak of the development of standards and practices throughout your projects, and I guess I'm keen to know more about not just the development of those standards and practices institutionally, but also if there's been uptake on those or interest in borrowing, adapting, reusing, in particular in other institutions. Has your work and your development of these been looked to or been picked up?
Yeah, I suppose I should say with regard to Mugurtu, that's not with the CMS is not doesn't operate within our particular institution, right? It's just not possible for federal agencies to adopt other technologies. You know, everybody gets very, very, there's lots of security concerns, technical issues which stand in the way of that kind of adaptation. They may work counter to the systems which are IT systems which are already in place in large-scale institutions like ours. I say, you know, federal institutions and large institutions are like garbage scouts. They have to go 10 miles out to sea to make a 2-mile turn, right? So it's not going to work. The agility and the way in which I see the standards being adapted is when local institutions like the Passamaquoddy, who never really had a very robust IT architecture and infrastructure, they were able to stand up Mukurtu very quickly, right? And then that all of a sudden what it does is it comes like it's an archives in a box, to be inelegant about it. And Kim Kristin will probably beat me over the head for saying that. But its adaptability and its use is entirely contingent on the amount of work that people can put into it at the local level, right? So there's not and there's a lot of hand-holding and a lot of technical help that the Washington State University people give, and they're very good at that. And so too, the point about something like an Indigenous knowledge management system is that it fits the needs of a particular Indigenous community. It's not a cookie cutter, it's not a one-size-fits-all. Every community which engages with Mukurtu and the local context system are doing it in their own sort of idioms and their own practices. So that's by way of saying the technology gets adapted in a lot of different ways, but to the ends to which they're put are not a foregone conclusion, or they can't be foreseen until their adaptation in the actual on-the-ground environment. And that's a long-winded way of saying that I don't know, let 1,000 flowers bloom, I suppose, or whatever the metaphor is. So that's the way in which I think standards work. Standards work best when they're applicable to a particular situation. Standards can't just be this overarching, free-floating signifier that just is out there for and nothing will ever change. It has to be taken in and incorporated and made part of somebody's local vernacular. Does that make sense? Yeah.
And Guha, any reflections from you or comments that you'd like to make towards Patti or Hannah for questions?
I love what Patti did in terms of the community, gathering. I think that is the way in which archives make ourselves, and libraries and archives make ourselves viable and a robust place for engagement. When we get the people whose stories we hold in our archives, those stories we hold are not those stories are not ours to tell. They have to be retold by the community members. And I was just so struck by that lovely image of folks coming into your space to sing the songs again. And I think that's really quite amazing. And and Hannah's project, I think, is great, but I think the cautionary tales about technology maybe not scaling to the level of local communities, I think that's an object lesson for all of us who work in this. We like the next best shiny thing. We like that the machines that go ping or whatever it is. What happens when we exit the stage and after we go through our initiation process and setting things up? How does that actually comport with the daily lives of people who may not necessarily be archivists full time, right? I mean, they all have different jobs in sort of small scale communities and Indigenous communities in particular. I tend to be very cautious about, again, with technology, it has to be adaptable to the local need, it seems to me. Am I getting that right, Hannah? Is that what you were trying to get to the notion of fixity with?
Yeah, I mean, or also just like the ways in which we'll think about return and repair in terms of digital tools or anything that's replicated online, right? Anything that has a digital image or a digital document. I mean, this is getting into more Ian's work, I guess, around digital preservation and fixity equals death, that idea that if it's stabilized, it won't exist, which is clearly at odds with all forms of Indigenous knowledge production, right? Which is that it's always changing in the lived experience of things. But something that's been really interesting to me is thinking through working with contemporary art and contemporary artists. It's not my background or training, but working with Megan has been because that is clearly, that's always changing. Both it's about tradition and trying to understand ancestral work and art, but it's also about, making that part of the present of her life and her community. At the same time, it operates within an art market that is controlled. All of these things I find really fascinating. I'd never really thought of that before, or at least experienced it in my own work, like the contemporary art market and what that means. Right. And for digital tools and for digital art, I think it's really interesting and fascinating, particularly in Indigenous cultural heritage. And there's others who are working in the Northwest Coast and around Canada in this area, like Sunny Asu is also doing some similar interesting work. But something that struck me, Patti, that you said was digitization was the easy part. Right. And I think that's speaking to your comment, Guha, about, it's like very easy to just apply a new fancy tool to a situation. But a lot of my work has been about saying, okay, well, it's just re-embedding the colonial legacy again and again and again, unless there is that kind of work that you and that Jane and Kim and Kristin are doing. So I don't have easy answers, but because I teach in information studies now I'm just constantly thinking about all of the other ways that my own life is affected by these tools, and I have concerns.
Well said. I guess going back to Patti, I hate to ask this question, which in certain circles can be seen as very aggressive, but I'll ask it anyway. What do you think? What do you hope to see happen, or what do you think is going to happen with the Helen Creighton Archives now that you've stood it up? Where do you see it going? Do you have any paths?
Well, first of all, I feel very much as though since the launch and after the, several years of work, intensive work on the resource, I feel like it's out there and it's living its own life. Is really maybe that's a flippant way to sort of describe it, but that's been the feeling that we've had. And the feedback coming to us from a really wide variety of porters after the launch event and after people had kind of had an opportunity to go home and explore and spend a little time with it, the feedback really has given us that sense of there's an energy around it now. And it is that kind of sense of a new life and what's to come next. And people are recognizing it as, oh, I can draw on this for work that I've wanted to pursue, or I always wondered what that sounded like, or who the person was from that particular community who gave that story or gave that song, and now they have those answers at the ready. So we're feeling a buzz, I guess, around it, and we've already had, Clary Croft has been out there doing his thing as he has been for many, many years, but now he's using the portion of the website. He's using the resource as a tool when he's giving those presentations. So for every time that he references it, we're seeing it get picked up again. And where technology is technology, it does wonderful things. It also does sometimes limiting things. But one thing that it allows us to do is to give that kind of tracking ability to see what the web stats are telling us about how much is it being accessed, how much is it being used. So it's still not been, it's just past a month since it really got out there and went live, and we're anxious to see what those web stats are telling us about what its usability is. But it's the variety of people who are coming back to us and the variety of uses that we're already seeing in these early days.
Great, thank you.
Perfect. So the questions are beginning to flow in from our audience. So as people post them, we're taking them into the queue. One question I wanted to start with that came in and that relates to a question I had is about resourcing. I know in my own world, I help lead research data management on our campus, and we're trying to move towards a stewardship model away from an ownership model, and all of this takes lots of time and energy and beyond. So we all work in bureaucracies to some varying degree. So Patti, Guha, and Hannah, how have you approached resourcing? These are expensive projects, and maybe your organizations believe in the abstract of doing it, but how have you actually worked on the actual implementation? How have you managed to convince your teams that these are worthwhile things that we need to make investments in, even if it's going to cost a little bit more, even if it's going to need resources beyond what we're accustomed to dealing with. So, Patti, maybe I could put you on the spot to kick us off around the Creighton papers, and then we could go to Guha and Hannah.
Well, the initial part of the digitization was a financial investment out of the institutional budget in having that the digitization of the audio recordings done. It wasn't digitization that we could handle in-house. We do very well. I continually describe us as small but mighty in terms of digitization capacity in-house, but the audio recordings were outside our scope. So it was very much a pointed decision to look at the priority need, to look at the reality that these recordings weren't going to be able to last much longer. Accessibility was at that point of being permanently lost. So there was a prioritization there around preservation at the initial stages. And then recognizing what the wealth of information from a wide variety of Nova Scotia communities, and how many different communities would be touched by this law. So it became an obvious priority for us to make that financial investment. The remainder of the investment was a human resource one, really, and it was exhaustive. I will say that because it required a tremendous amount of in-house digitization of the analog records, the photographic, the textual, and then the act of marrying back together again those audio recordings with Helen Creighton's own field notes, journals, all of that associated material, which really does provide back that backdrop of context. So it was, a dual institutional investment of human and financial resources, and just a recognition that it had to be done.
And Guha, thoughts on the resourcing question?
Sorry about that. To put it bluntly, the Library of Congress is quite well resourced. Thank you. I have nothing to do with the acquisition process of all those resources myself. I'm downstream of those kind of decisions which are made at the institutional level. The thing I'll say about the resources is that it wasn't the philosophical or ideological sort of basis of ancestral voices that was in question. We'd already done that, right, with the Federal Cylinder Project in terms of making our resources accessible to the American public. That's actually written, if you will, into the very DNA of the institution. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be doing our work for a broad public. And the specifics of working with Indigenous communities or communities of origin is also something that the American Folklife Center has been very well poised to do and has done over the course of its 50 years of existence as an independent, as a special collections division within the library. Where I think the resources come are in terms of people and in terms of my colleagues in the American Folklife Center who are ethnographers by training. We're folklorists, we're ethnomusicologists, we're people who are accustomed to dealing outside the confines of any particular institutional setting and working directly with communities of origin, right? So that's a resource which I think is not, cannot be understated in any way, shape, or form. So the work that I've done has built on, a couple of generations of people who came before me in the institution, people like Judith Gray, who's a head of reference now, but who is an ethnomusicologist by training, but who worked on the Federal Cylinder Project in the 1980s and actually made 1 or 2 community visits to do repatriation of materials back to communities of origin. Likewise, we work within the federal sector so that we have resources in terms of working with other federal repositories and other agencies during the days of the Federal Cylinder Project, notably the Smithsonian Institution. The Federal Cylinder Project was a cross-institutional enterprise. When it came to the the more recent interventions, the ancestral voices, that was a bit more close focus in terms of working across different divisions within the library. So the National Audiovisual Conservation Center, which is a premier facility in the country, and I'd say one of the premier facilities in the world for digitizing audiovisual assets, recovering sound from archaic and obsolete media. Those 70-year-old machines that Michael talks about are actually well maintained at the center. And again, I want to make that point is that not everybody has the same resource or has access to it. In the museum world and in the archives world, not everybody has access to the same tools. The library is situated in a very in a solid place, but so too our colleagues at the Smithsonian and at National Archives and Records and so on, in the context of the United States. So there's, I think, I'm trying to make the point that there are two streams to this. One is the sort of programmatic thrust, the outreach part of it, if you will, and then there's the technical aspect of it. And the convergence of those two is what makes this such an intriguing and I think really worthwhile project. The extent to which that energy can be sustained going forward is an open question. I mean, obviously institutional priorities change over the course of time, and they'll keep changing. But those of us who are on the ground and invested in this kind of work at the divisional level and support staff and program staff and curators, we do the work and wait for happy times to come along so that we can get our work out in the public view, as do other 19 divisions at the library. Thank you.
Thank you. And Hannah, I'll turn to you last on this question.
Yeah, I mean, my work that I sort of showed today, at least parts of it, is really funded by the federal grant process here in Canada, which maybe many of you are familiar with. But, it's not large amounts of money. I think what I'd like to highlight, though, is in my, other work, working and interviewing museum practitioners and people trying to do reparative terminology work or reparative description work, which I didn't talk about today because it's new. They are really struggling. Maybe this is like preaching to the choir with the fact that basic provenance research, basic collections research, in museum collections at least, is just not prioritized. And has not been prioritized historically in institutions. And that means either working with community or simply trying to understand the legacy of the records, finding things that have been disassociated from their information. I think that is the work that no one has the time to do as they're struggling with, making sure the building is earthquake safe and all of these other kinds of care requirements that collections, even though they're being housed, perhaps in the meantime, before communities can return them and take them home, I still think that is a real problem. There's some big research projects I've seen that are about provenance research and are trying to make sure that documentation is correct so that they can have correct affiliation, community and tribal affiliation, so they can return belongings. But from what I've seen in Canada and a little bit at the Smithsonian, aside from that being a very well-funded institution, I should say, where I did my PhD research, is that provenance work, the cataloging, basic descriptive work is not well resourced. And I'm very worried about AI. I mean, I'm not like a sensationalist about it, but I do get worried around these descriptive resources that are being automated. I don't know if that's happening yet for everybody in archives, but I hope it's different than it could be, I guess. So yeah.
Yeah, right now a bot is harvesting things, right? And it's putting it into some big massive model and who knows what's going to come out. Yeah. And on grants, as someone who works in an office of research, I mean, the sustainability concerns around the grant funded models also something that keeps all of us awake at night, right? We can get the funding to build things, but it's really hard to keep them going, especially in a digital way.
Well, and one thing I just will sort of add, is that, in institutions, at least that I've worked with here in BC, if you get a grant project where you have 2 years of a person to do this work, I mean, you're really, really not getting the longevity you need, right? That historical understanding of the collection, and that will actually lead to true change, I think, in these institutions. So I really see these part-time contracts, the sort of labor implications of that in the cultural sector, I think is really important as well. So if I can advocate for anything, it's have full positions.
I see applause coming up as you advocate that, so it's resonated with some of our audience. So a question from our audience, which I'll let those who, a lot of applause. That's great. I'll let panelists decide who wants to hop on, is in terms of making material accessible digitally, in what ways can these collections be used to inform and educate? Can lesson plans, for example, be created out of this material? So I'll turn it over to the panel for thoughts on that question.
Well, I guess I'll hop in here because this is something else that's kind of near and dear to my heart, and I guess it's an institutional direction that we're trying to take as well. And this was one of the if you want to talk about forces or lobby communities or people who were waiting for this resource, for the creating material to be made more accessible. Music educators are one of those groups, and the amount of just joy that we've already had expressed from music educators, and not just locally in Nova Scotia either. They've been waiting for this to be able to utilize it as a teaching tool. We've been invited to have a presence at the Nova Scotia Music Educators Conference that will take place in the fall. So we think of ourselves sometimes again, we can be quite traditional in our activities, but we can also be quite traditional in the ways in which we see ourselves as, as archivists, as archival professionals. And, we think of us as having a presence at the Social Studies Teachers Conference, but not necessarily at other sorts of educational opportunities. And one of the things that we're developing here at the archives as another project is how can we more robustly make available archival resources that are within the holdings of the institution that we're stewarding here, but how can we try to make them more accessible for educators across the board? And that means a different sort of a level of effort on our part. You have to provide something of a different kind of contextualization for those resources. So it's a little bit of a recognition, first and foremost, that these are resources that can be used for educational purposes in a variety of contexts. And then how do we put the overlay? How do we translate what is an archive? What does an archive do into what you can use an archive for? And then doing that all in a virtual space, because the realities are that vast majority of of educators or students are not going to be able to travel through the doors of an archival repository to conduct that kind of primary source or in-person experience. So it's another overlay of responsibility on the part of the institution, I feel, and we're working on that right now. And I should also say, as part of the backdrop to all of this, we here at Nova Scotia Archives sit again in a privileged position. Yes, we are inside government, but we're inside a part of government that comes with relationships to offices that have been set up. So we have adjacent to us the Office of African Nova Scotian Affairs, the Office of Ill-New Affairs, the Office of Gaelic Affairs, and the Office of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie. Are all part of the same home department. So there's this ready access to these wonderful people who are connected directly into community. So that is invaluable.
So how do we make these resources available for education? I put a couple of things here in the chat.
Oh, you've just muted.
Here. I put a couple of things in the chat which might be useful for people to take a look at. One is a consortium program called Teaching with Primary Sources, in which clusters of educators from across the United States come together to develop a program to specifically get access to the libraries and the primary source materials to fashion any kind of educational product that they want. So for instance, I work with a group called Local Learning, who Lisa Racci is the principal in that particular program, but she's coordinated the services or the work of people at Oklahoma State University, at the Maine Folklife Center, and at History Miami Museum. And all of them, those three partners, are looking at the holdings of the library in order to fashion projects which resonate in their own backyard. So, for instance, the folks in the Vermont Folklife Center, I'm sorry to say, I meant to say, they're looking at immigrant labor, and they're looking at farm workers, particularly in that part of the country, because farming is big, and they're looking to cognate collections within the library which can inform their asking, formulating oral history sort of methodologies to go talk to people in the community about what is a place of farming, what does immigration, how do those sort of demographic changes change the nature of work. Working with Oklahoma State University, we've been working with them on a program to educate people in Oklahoma and in wider circles about the Tulsa Race Massacre of in the 19, so that we're using historical materials from the Library of Congress, photographs, manuscripts, and others to fashion curriculum materials for teachers, or at least presenting it to them, and then formulating a set of workshops so that people can adapt and use them in their own sort of workspaces. The other thing I will say is, now, while that's externally focused, curators and sort of staff members like myself work on the Story Maps platform, which is a geolocation tool. I think all of you have seen this, in which historical materials, contemporary materials from a range of different collections across the library are brought together in this digital platform, so that you can actually map and tell a story about movement of places, people, time, and things. So there are two ways in which resources work, right? We provide them to people like yourselves, so that you can make use of them, and then we ourselves do some work in order to enhance and kind of illuminate particular aspects of our collections, which we think are important and useful for the educators and students to know about. So that was just that's the tip of the iceberg, to say the least. But those are two distinct ways I think we do the work at the library. I'm sure that other people here in the audience and folks like Patti and Hannah have also done similar work. So it's not nothing new under the sun in this particular instance. Thank you.
I'll just thanks everyone. Yeah, I mean, I won't talk about specific educational resources, although I'm also an educator, so I do use these in my own teaching. Actually, that's mostly what I do these days. But I think something in the chat that Elizabeth McManus said is really important, that it's not just about outward learning and teaching always. So that, I mean, if we could ever get there in this sort of interstitial time, yeah, that control and returning control entirely to community when capacity is there is really the most important thing. I know there's a lot of work being done here with Musqueam around learning and teaching Musqueam 101 to those who need to get up to speed on the history of this land. So, and they work with and criticize often the Museum of Anthropology here to do that work as well, including the RN, which was, they were a co-developer of at the time. So yeah, I think that's really important to think about. I think it's very challenging in a nation state that controls intellectual property the way that it does, and the legal systems that we are like within. That's all I'll say.
Yes, well put. Thank you. So we have a question from the audience, and it's a complicated question, so I'll read it as best I can. So this audience member is curious about the repatriation of digital heritage and whether there are parallels between physical and digital heritage as regards repatriation. Their understanding of Mukurtu is that it was developed for and by Indigenous peoples in order to maintain ownership, control, access, and possession of digital heritage. But not all heritage is stored in a content management system like Mukurtu.
Right.
Do communities ever request repatriation of digital heritage when they are in repositories that have not been developed with and for communities? And how does repatriation happen in these kinds of scenarios?
Before Mukurtu, we operated just as we do with other communities and patrons. When people request materials from us, we provide them copies, and we provided them copies once upon a time on cassette tape or reel-to-reel Moving up into the 21st century, then we started talking about CDs and DVDs. So there was a very simple, straightforward, you make a request, you have it approved by your tribal governance structure, if you're a member of a particular indigenous community, and then you get a copy of that recording that you wish for your own purposes. And so this is the other thing to say is that let me make it really clear that Mukurtu is not widely adapted. It's adapted in specific circumstances according to people who have the infrastructure and the personnel to stand it up and run it, right? So it's not everywhere, everything all at once. It's in some places sometimes, and every once in a while. So there's a divide between the kind of sophisticated content management system with a back end and a server and all of those infrastructure, which is required for standing up something like Mukurtu. And it's something entirely different from a lending library at a local community, which only has, even in this day and age, DVD and CD players to play back materials for the patrons, right? So we try and accommodate people to the best of our ability on both those fronts, crudely divided. And that's the only way we can approach it. We can't, the digital divide is alive, well, and it grows every day with every new technological advancement. That's something you would know better than us, Ian, and Hannah as well. But to alleviate those sort of gaps, we try to approach people in their own sort of domain, in their own realm, and try to accommodate their requests as best we can. And frankly, I will tell you that we had a project with the Southwest community where we digitized recordings back in 1993. We had them all ready to go. There were about 400 hours of digital files. Took up probably about, I would say, roughly close to a terabyte. Working with the tribal archivist at the time, I asked how they wanted the materials to be returned, and they said, hold on to them. We don't have storage or server space because the tribal government doesn't have the capacity to host these files. It took 10 years from the moment of digitization till the time I finally went to that community and handed over the hard drives to them, because they were then able to have a robust enough architecture to ingest the files and actually be able to serve them. Now, the serving problem engenders another problematic at this point, because they don't have the front end in order to do the work so that they can actually serve patrons in the reading room. So they still have to copy the files one by one and deliver them on flash drives to the individual patron. So there are just challenges all along the way. And it's not, we certainly can't solve them all for everybody, but we certainly try and be cognizant of those kind of challenges inherent in the digital repatriation. I hope that makes sense to the person asking the question.
Can I add something there, Ian and Guha? Yeah, I think it's a great question. Something that is really interesting is, I know a student of mine, Emily Leshner, who's now graduated, was working with New Hulk Radio on a series called Using and Refusing Museums, and she documents the attempt to return sound recordings that were actually donated by a private donor, and the issue that is happening, although digital copies are being made, they're not actually having the originals returned. So that's a really interesting podcast series about that, as well as her academic work as well. So I think there's some still, the landscape of private donorship is like confusing and opaque. And then in cases like for the work I'm doing with Megan and Kate around the sort of digital transmediation of the contemporary work of her contemporary blanket, what's interesting is what we're trying to do is flip the lens to show, listen, the museum, the art space can have a digital version, and the original, what's considered the cultural heritage can go home. And actually, in creating the fact that there's a distinction, that one of these things is real and belongs to Megan and is a part of her ancestry of tradition and Chilkat Raven's Tail weaving, and the other is different, right? It's still her property, her artwork, but it's different. It's for a public space. It's for public accessibility. It's not for necessarily being danced, or I should let her speak about that here instead. But I think there is some interesting work in that area as well.
Perfect. And I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to take two audience questions and put them together into one. And the questions are, the first one was, how do skills acquired through these projects, how are they passed on to students and fellow archivists? And a related question was, how can we capture knowledge from these projects to pass on? And I think it also has implications around the transparency of the work we're doing and how to make that accessible to people as well. So any thoughts on, how do we keep this going for the next generation of professionals and scholars and communities? A big question.
Well, you're teaching. I mean, that's certainly the place where it begins, right? I mean, there has to be education at some level. What I'm heartened by within the realm of indigenous communities is that the burgeoning that you see now with native archivists and native librarians, the membership, their professionalization, their skills-based training has just grown exponentially. And this has been for the last 15 years or so that I've been going to the Association of Tribal Archives, Libraries, and Museums conference that takes place here in the States. But it has a fair amount of folks from Canada and around the world who attend. The membership has grown, which I think is a very direct reflection of the number of people within Indigenous communities who are taking on the tasks of curation, of preservation, of making their assets visible for their communities, taking it out of the hands of enormous non-Indigenous institutions. I think that's one way in which it starts, is that it starts at that sort of local and hyper-local level, that people understand that, the future is within their grasp, but just they need to figure out what the tools are, and they need to get their professionalization. And it seems to me that the best thing that those of us who are non-Indigenous can do is to assist that effort in any way, shape, or form. By any of the things that the folks here have said today, the panelists before us and my co-panelists here, and putting those resources in the service of other community members is one way to do it. We have a training program within the center and the library where we teach people documentary skills and methodology. We used to have a field school every year that we produced. I've done that for a while. That waxes in interest, and that waxes and wanes as interest at the institutional level, at the local level university, whether they have the resources and a person who's interested in training their students to do this kind of work, grows or shrinks. So just for us, I think it's just being aware of the opportunities and sort of putting a shingle out on the door and says, open for business, come talk to us. I'm not sure what else you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I just to sort of echo and build on that, I think, this is about openness, and it's a little bit about leading by example, in a sense, but it's also, that sense of we need to be not too professionally rigid, if that makes any sense at all, and to say that this is our professional work, and we are the people who do this, and we'll look after everything for you, is not really the approach that we should be taking in circumstances. It's about fostering, and it's ultimately about building relationship. If we've learned anything here at this institution over recent years, it's about the slow build of relationship, and relationship is built on trust. So you open conversations, you open dialogue. Sometimes you're not quite sure what's going to meet you on the other side, but you really have to be open to that. We've also seen some tremendous work in this jurisdiction coming from the Council of Nova Scotia Archives, who, while a very small, almost entirely volunteer-based organization, are really the lead for community archive in Nova Scotia, and they're the conduit for individual communities, groups within communities, to try to begin the work of establishing their own archives, their own repositories, taking a lead for themselves. So that would be my 2 cents worth.
I guess I just that these like projects, the kinds of digital projects I work on or people develop, I think are just, we can think of them as for now. I don't think they're the end all point of everything. I think, like you said, Patti, it's relationships. And certainly in my case, I see students in the context of this faculty as I become more institutionalized, I guess, in my role here, that being really important because we're creating people and giving them a lifetime of hopefully like at least a jumping point to be these folks in their institutions in the future. And I'm really hopeful for that. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, we're almost at time. So before I turn it back over to Laura in 2 minutes or so, I just wanted to really quickly see if the panelists had any last comments or things you want to leave our audience with before we break for lunch. So Patti, maybe I'll put you on the spot and we'll just go around. We'll just go down the panel, see any last quick thoughts.
I guess I really appreciate the opportunity to have this kind of an open dialogue. And again, I think this is something that we should be professionally and personally challenging ourselves to, on the regular. Let's keep talking.
Okay, I guess I'll go next. There are lots of questions which didn't get answered, lots of questions which are going to come up after we finish. I would venture to say that I and my fellow panelists are happy to talk to you at any point that you wish, except after 6 maybe. I go to bed very early here. So, the worst questions are the ones that don't get asked. So please do ask and reach out to us. I assume that you all have emails or other ways of getting in touch with us through the panel organizers. Look forward to hearing from you. Look forward to sharing your experiences. Look forward to learning from you. That really, I think, is how a lot of this works. Is just this, somebody said it before, the informal transmission of knowledge. I mean, people just talking across boundaries, barriers outside of these strictures, regardless of the fact that we have a very small box through which we talk to these days called the Zoom channel. But yeah, all of that and then some. So thank you again to everybody for having been here. It's a real privilege. I appreciate it very much.
Thanks. I feel the same way. Yeah. Email me if there's anything I can do here institutionally or in my research wise. Also, yeah, thank you all for welcoming me into that archival space today. I really feel so happy about that. Basically, all my RAs that I hire are archivists here. They're the ones who are interested in material heritage. So I really, not to speak that the librarians aren't either, but I really appreciate it. And so, yeah, thanks so much.
Perfect. Well, please join me in giving our panelists a warm round of applause. Let's try to break Zoom and get so many hearts and applauses coming up from the bottom. So again, thank you very much. And I know we didn't get to every single question, but I was really warmed to see the willingness for our panelists to continually engage on such a critical topic. So thanks again, and I'll turn it back to Laura as we move into our first big break.
Thank you, everyone. Merci. Just going to push back on Hannah a little bit. One of the goals here is not to have only an archival space. So we're not privileging archives over everyone else today. A lot of our job as archivists is to listen to the other perspectives. And thank you for sharing yours. Very, very useful. One of my very, very first career trajectories was actually in theater. And I am back to stage managing Gilbert and Sullivan operettas right now. It's quite challenging behind the scenes, but it's very rewarding to know that so far everything is working very well. And thank you to everyone for your contributions to making that happen. We are going to take a half-an-hour break. So back here at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Western Time, and do the math in between. With thanks, because I don't do math well, I do theater well. We'll recommence at 1 p.m. with session 3 on intersections and connections, and where do we go from here. So we will see you again very soon. Thank you. Merci. Actually, comma, you make an excellent point, period. There is a real high with working on Hello, everyone. We will be starting again in just 1 minute. Hey, everyone. Bienvenue. Welcome back. We are delighted to go on to session 3 of our symposium on intersections between intangible cultural heritage and archives. I am Laura Miller. I am the MC for today. Nothing more, just the shepherd. A reminder that you can get interpretation at the bottom of the screen by choosing the channel you want, English translation, French translation, or original languages only. We are using the question and answer function for public comments and questions. I'm sharing them with the facilitators who are then feeding them into the discussion. If we don't get to your questions, we are adding them to our report. And we hope this is the beginning of a dialogue, not the end. So if we don't get to them all, the conversation will continue. Thank you all for being part of that conversation. The third session on intersections and connections between intangible cultural heritage and archives is the forward-thinking part of our day, where we'll start thinking about where do we go next and how do we build stronger and more collaborative relationships. To lead us through that discussion, our facilitator today is Dr. Anthea Seles. Anthea is currently Project Delivery Manager at Artifactual Systems Incorporated, and she manages ATOM and Archivematica technical implementation projects. Anthea holds a doctorate in Archives and Records Management from University College London in London, UK. And she has a Master of Archival Studies degree from the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada. She has worked for a number of organizations in Canada and internationally in strategic and operational delivery for records and archives management. She began her career as archivist, records manager, and privacy coordinator for the Archdiocese of Vancouver, 2003 to 2010 for the Catholic Church. Between 2010 and 2013, she was a project officer for the International Records Management Trust, focusing on the role of records management and archives for accountability and transparency in development initiatives. In 2014, Anthea joined the UK National Archives, TNA, as the Digital Transfer Manager, where she tested the use of artificial intelligence in archives and implemented the first digital transfer process for government digital records transfers. In 2018, she was appointed the Secretary General for the International Council on Archives, where she spearheaded strategic initiatives, advised senior administrators, and coordinated the work of the ICA Secretariat out of her office in Paris. She's based back in Montreal now. Bienvenue au Canada, Anthea. Et à vous.
Merci beaucoup, Laura. C'est avec grand plaisir.
Thank you very much, Laura. I'm very happy to be with you today. And so for all those who did not have the opportunity to choose the interpretation button, so it's the globe that you have at the bottom of your screen. It says, because this session will be bilingual in French and English, and I will jump from English to French. But first of all, I would like to thank Laura, I think Marley Tiburcio, who did all the organization of this symposium. So thank you very much for everything that they did in order to join all the different facilitators and participants that you have listened to today and during this session today. I would also like to thank the colleagues of the International Memory who underscored all the work that was done, especially our president and Kristin Catherwood. Also, I would like to thank the support of the International Canadian Committee of UNESCO from Heritage Saskatchewan and the International Council of Archives. Without their support, we would not be here today exchanging on this topic, which is so important, interesting. So just to even before beginning on this, I'm in Montreal, as Laura was saying, and so I would like to begin by recognizing the territory on which I am situated. And so I recognize that I'm situated on the indigenous non-ceded language from Kanyahaqa Nation, the guardian of the waters and lands on which I'm situated. And today Montreal is historically known as a place of gathering for many First Nations. And so on the topic of collection and intersections, I started to think about the intangible cultural heritage, especially with the International Council of Archives. And what impacted me at this time was really the question for me: why is this immaterial heritage not considered as quote like a archive or document? It's part of the archives, but it's not, I would say, always evaluated or considered as the most important parts of the archives. How it's a proof, evidence sometimes of agreement of cultures and histories. And so for me in this session, you'll hear different participants, and the question really for us is to see in light of all the conversations that we had today, why are these documents not considered globally as being part of an archive sometimes? And so how can we better support the archivists to make these documents accessible, and what will be the crossroads between the creators and the guardians and as well as the users. And so this is the goal of this presentation.
I'm going to move into English as I present some of our presenters today. So our first presenter today is Theresa McCarthy. She is Onondaga Nation, Beaver Clan, citizen of 6 Nations of the Grand River Territory in Ontario. She is an associate professor of Indigenous and Knowledge and Research at 6 Nations and associate dean for inclusive excellence in the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of Buffalo, New York. She is also director of UB Indigenous, a campus-wide hub for Indigenous research, students, and community engagement, and the principal coordinator for the UB Haudenosaunee Native American Studies Research Group. She is a principal investigator for the Mellon Foundation-sponsored project to establish Haudenosaunee Archive Resource and Knowledge Portal, a digital repository website containing verified, authentic Haudenosaunee knowledge-based resources and materials. Theresa's research and teaching interests include Haudenosaunee citizenship clans, Haudenosaunee 6 Nation land rights and sovereignty, Haudenosaunee language and intellectual traditions, Haudenosaunee women, the historiography and anthropological research on the Iroquois Haudenosaunee temporalities, queer Haudenosaunee studies, linguistic research methodologies, and community-based applied research. Another one of our presenters today is Antoine Gauthier. Antoine est à la tête du Conseil québécois du patrimoine vivant depuis 2009. Au sein de cet organisme de regroupement national, il a mené plusieurs projets, consultations, colloques, formations et publications à titre d'expert en patrimoine immatériel et de spécialiste de la Convention de l'UNESCO de 2003. Il est régulièrement amené à donner des conférences. Plusieurs de ses articles sont parus dans des publications nationales et internationales. Il détient une maîtrise des hautes études internationales de Laval, droits économiques, droit, économie et sciences politiques, ainsi qu'une maîtrise en philosophie de l'Université de Montréal. M. Gauthier a précédemment œuvré au sein de l'Organisation des villes du patrimoine mondial, de la chaire UNESCO en patrimoine culturel de l'Université de Laval, du secrétariat d'organisme du 12e sommet de la francophonie, ministère des Affaires étrangères du Canada, et la Fédération internationale des auberges de jeunesse. À titre de musicien traditionnel et de chercheur, il a été plusieurs fois boursier des Conseils des arts du Québec et du Canada. Next, another of our presenters is Emily Burton. Emily is an oral historian at the Canadian Museum of Immigration at Pier 21. She has a background in Atlantic and Canadian history, Latin American studies, international development, and Spanish language teaching, and studied oral history as a component of her MA in history, a historiographical reassessment of Portuguese settlement in the 16th century northeastern North America. For her doctorate in Canadian history at Dalhousie University, she studied alcoholic regulation and the governance in 3 maritime colonies. She has conducted many oral history workshops and frequently presents on oral history themes. She is a co-author with Bob Harding on the Nova Scotia Museum publication, Hello Sailor, Canada, Gay, Lesbian, and Transgendered Seafarers, an oral history project for the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic. Our last but definitely not least presenter is Genevieve Weber. Genevieve is an archivist and cultural and heritage professional in Victoria, BC. Genevieve has a Master's of Archival Studies, First Nations Concentration Curriculum from the University of British Columbia, Canada. Over the past 15 years, she has worked in a number of archives and cultural institutions with a focus on outreach and Indigenous engagement. She has had the privilege of working with communities across the province on projects relating to Indigenous data sovereignty, UNDRIP implementation, recognizing rights and ownerships of intangible cultural heritage, and providing access to information about residential schools in Canada. Genevieve enjoys public speaking and currently works in the Provincial Heritage Branch, in the Continuing Studies Department, and in the Continuing Studies Department at the University of British Columbia. Alors, je souhaite la bienvenue à tous nos intervenants, très impressionnants.
So welcome to all our participants, very impressive. I know all the interventions will be very passionate, and so I will begin.
The speaking privileges over to Theresa McCarthy.
Yahweh, thank you so much for having me here. I'm excited to be speaking here to you today. I know I was introduced, but just to reintroduce myself, I'm Theresa McCarthy. I'm Onondaga Nation, Beaver Clan of 6 nations of the Grand River Territory, working here on Seneca Territory in the city of Buffalo, where I'm raising my family and where my campus is located. I'm very grateful to be here. I am not a professional archivist by any means. I've been involved in a number of archival projects over the years. A lot of times I've sort of thrown up my hands in frustration and walked away from them. And yet somehow I kind of keep coming back. So I'm just here to talk about a project that we're currently involved in. And then I'm, really anxious for any kind of questions, feedback, help any of the esteemed members of this audience, insight that they might be able to provide. So just to give a brief overview, late last year, we were awarded a grant from the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation in the amount of $500,000 to develop a digital repository for Haudenosaunee knowledge, resources, and cultural heritage items that we're calling the HARC portal. So HARC is an acronym, HARK, and that stands for Haudenosaunee Archive, Resource, and Knowledge Portal. And while we're creating this digital archival repository, we're also committed to addressing the needs and priorities of the various archival initiatives that are ongoing throughout our territories, where folks are really interested in moving archival work into the digital realm, but don't necessarily have the help or the support or the resources or the capacity or the personnel to do that work. So just as, again, brief overview, the HARC portal is a public-facing digital platform. It's currently under development by a team from the Department of Indigenous Studies here at University at Buffalo. It is going to function as an aggregator of digital content featuring projects, websites, content management systems, cultural heritage materials, and archive and resource collections developed by and for Haudenosaunee people and communities. foregrounding the work of authentic Indigenous experts. The HARC portal is designed to facilitate accessibility to and engagement with a broad array of community-based digital projects that are meaningful to Haudenosaunee people. And so we've sort of set up a bit of an infrastructure to do this work, which we're calling the UB Haudenosaunee Hub. This is a newly established office designed to facilitate work on digital projects, both at our university, on our campus, as well as throughout Haudenosaunee territories. And so our hub consists of designated archival staff whose purpose is to help increase capacity for digital archiving work and to help build networks involving Haudenosaunee projects and materials. The hub staff are available to provide technical training, archive and research assistance, and other services pertaining to digital archive collection and curation. Our hub staff are available to community members for free consultation, to provide training, to offer project support, either in community settings or on our campus. And we're actually building we're renovating a Haudenosaunee Hub digital lab on our campus, which is going to offer sort of state-of-the-art technology within a collaborative environment to support the digital work, and it's going to be open to Haudenosaunee community members. Now, part of our specific part, our kind of like our test site, our test case that we're designing to go on the portal, the first thing that we're putting on the portal is the UB-based collection that's going to be featured is going to be a digital collection that's commemorating the first 50 years of Native American studies at University of Buffalo. Now, Native Studies has had a long history at University of Buffalo and has made a number of very important interventions into the field of Haudenosaunee studies, really doing a lot of work around repatriation, reclaiming authority and control and intellectual sovereignty over work in our field on behalf of our people from sort of the external experts, the historians, the anthropologists, and the archaeologists who really claimed a lot of authority over our work for a very long period of time. So the collection is going to chronicle the history of this renowned program and its overall contributions to the field of Indigenous studies. It's going to feature materials related to former distinguished professors and alumni. So, our former professors, John Mohawk, Orrin Lyons, Barry White, Agnes Williams, our alumni. It's going to celebrate the intellectual, national, and international contributions associated with the work and the people that built the legacy of this program. So just to kind of back up and go back to the genesis of this program for me really did come out of a community-based archival project that I began working on when I was a young PhD student in the late 90s. I began working on an initiative for my clan, which is the Haudenosaunee Beaver Clan at Six Nations. We had sort of come together and wanted to do some archival work. We had really wanted to sort of reestablish our strength and our participation in our Confederacy governance structure. And we thought, building up our sort of knowledge base would be a way to do that. Our clan mother had done quite a bit of archival research on her own, looking for genealogies and historical information, lists of Onkwohoweh Indigenous names, etc. But she had sort of asked me if I wanted to do some of this work across the border, if I was available. I was a PhD student at the time. So I set my dissertation project aside and I reached out to University of Buffalo and John Mohawk to be somebody that would help advise me on the project. And I wrote a Fulbright grant, and I got a year of funding to go over to the University of Buffalo. And then from there, he had helped me identify a number of sources at the Smithsonian Institute, National Anthropological Archives, for the purpose of this project. So I got the money, worked hard to get the money, moved over, was really excited to go. And when I got there, I found out that the archive was closed, and it was closed for 2 years because it was being relocated to Sweetland, Maryland from the mall in Washington. It was very frustrating, a limited amount of time, a lot of effort and work to do this, to find out that it's closed. And so from that, John, he was so frustrated on my behalf, and he said, I wish we could have a clearinghouse of our own information, all of our own materials here that we could access anytime we wanted to. It was something that he, in expressing this frustration, really talked to me about. A number of years later, I did get there eventually. A number of years later, I went on a different project with members of my community that were looking for archival material on Haudenosaunee health. And we went there and we looked at the J.M.B. Hewitt collection, which is a collection by Tuscarora ethnologists a huge collection. There was a huge collection of historic, cultural, and linguistic materials that were collected at Grand River from the late 19th and early 20th century. And so people were very interested in bringing this collection or pieces of it that were relevant to us back to Six Nations. So again, we applied for a SSHRC grant to, help to do this. And basically we got $250,000. And basically that was just to be sent photocopies, to pay the Smithsonian to send us photocopies of our own material. And it was just so frustrating to me. And then what they ended up doing after was digitizing a lot of things that, sort of without any kind of agreement with the people about things that should be public or sensitive or. So again, I walked away. I said, that's it. I'm done with this. I'm not, doing this anymore. But I did come back to, when we started the Department of Indigenous Studies here at University of Buffalo, which we got a grant to do in 2020, I did kind of come back to what John had said all those years ago about wanting this clearinghouse of information. University of Buffalo, we're located on the traditional territories of the Seneca Nation, which is one of the 6 member nations of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. We have 3 Haudenosaunee territories that are located within a 40-mile radius of our campus: the Tonawanda Seneca, the Tuscarora Nation, and the Seneca Nation of Indians at Cattaraugus territory. And we have 2 more Haudenosaunee territories which are the Allegheny Seneca and my community of 6 Nations of Grand River, which is located within sort of a 90-mile radius of our campus. As well, the city of Buffalo in Western New York is a region of very vibrant urban Indigenous population. And so turning back to the archival work, with the building of this new Indigenous Studies Department and the success of our efforts, which really were tied to the 50-year legacy of Native Studies here at UB and the contributions of so many of the former professors like John, like Warren Lyons, it was time, I thought, to honor John's vision for working towards creating some kind of clearinghouse of Haudenosaunee materials. And at the same time, I was also frustrated because I had learned that a large collection of Seneca language materials was going to the APS instead of staying here, where those materials came from. And so, some of these colonial collecting facilities make it very easy to take materials off our territories where we can't access them that easily. So before we started the work that became the HARC, we embarked on a planning process for 2 years with very intentional efforts to learn about the needs, capacity, and aspirations involving archival work in our surrounding communities. We wanted to meet with the Indigenous repositories on our territories, as well as the grassroots archival projects and interested community citizens, to help identify an array of issues related to archives and priorities associated with knowledge preservation, access, repatriation, and dissemination across our communities. So we had meetings, gatherings, training sessions, public presentations, community and repository visits that all verified that there was significant support for developing an archive and resource collection at UB that recognizes Haudenosaunee sovereignty and intellectual authority, as well as to create some kind of a technological infrastructure that would support knowledge preservation and close, culturally appropriate access to these materials. So a lot of the considerations, the place-based consideration, was huge. The ability to be able to access knowledge in the places from which it originates, It originates here. To be able to create digital networks and extending relationships among people and repositories that are doing this work in ways that sort of transcend the boundaries and the borders that separate us, Buffalo, we're a cross-border region. But I think COVID too just hit home how disconnected and unnetworked we were in terms of, so many great initiatives that are going on in our communities that have been doing this work, just really amplified at that time. Also addressing the digital divide, which is something, that was quite prominent, obviously illuminated with the COVID pandemic and everybody sort of having to stay home and the connectivity issues that happen on our territory. But that issue we found is not just geographic, it's also generational, There's different generationals in the way that they interact with the digital. In terms of capacity, and digital literacy was another one of our confederations. So our objectives on the project are to collaboratively curate this digital collection of resource materials that will be useful and beneficial to our people, and to offer technical training and research support to support digital archiving initiatives across Haudenosaunee territories. And I think what we really hope to achieve by this project is support access to and engagement with Haudenosaunee knowledge, to celebrate the knowledge produced on our territories and to encourage the mobilization of our knowledge and intellectual traditions in addressing the challenges that our nations and communities are facing today. And so that's just a really quick sort of synopsis of the project. And when we move into this discussion, I'm happy to talk about anything further or answer any questions. Now,
that was great. Thank you, Theresa, for that really wonderful presentation. And I'm sure we'll get lots and lots of questions and lots of exchanges about, archives and interconnection and how we work with greater respect and with greater consideration for the different communities that we may hold records for. Alors, maintenant, je vais passer la parole à Antoine Gauthier.
Now I'll give the mic to Antoine Gauthier for the next presentation. Thank you, Anthea.
Presentation will be in French, so you have to click interpretation button for those who don't master this language. Merci beaucoup. Donc, je suis.
So, thank you. I'm really happy to be here today. Thank you to all the organizers. It's great to come and share the little information that I have to share and to learn more with all the other guests that are part of this panel and in this meeting in general. I will share my screen now. Please tell me if this doesn't work. So I'll talk to you about the safeguard of the living heritage or the intangible heritage and archives. So in this forum, we forget the most important word to focus on intangible cultural heritage, but the most important word, it's looking to the future, it's to safeguard. So there's work to do with the living heritage, and the idea is to value these, to transmit it. So the word safeguard is really important, even more important than the word intangible cultural heritage. So the archives. I've been introduced already, but I'll introduce myself in a different way. I'm a musician. That's how I started to interest myself in archives here at Université Laval and with other funds as a musician to learn traditional music. And we can talk about this later. We talked about de-imperialization. So there's very few instrumental music in the Quebec archives and very few old stories. So just to say, though, through my work as a musician, I listened to many archives to get inspired and to compose, and I covered many songs and to rearrange them. And through this, I was hired at the Conseil québécois du patrimoine vivant, and sometimes we work with archives, sometimes we are given archives, sometimes we give them back. We hold activities with those, and even if I'm not a professional archivist, we work with archives in the world of living heritage in one way or another. So what is the Conseil québécois du patrimoine vivant? It's a model that exists, that doesn't exist throughout the world. It's a nonprofit organization that's organized by the Minister of the Culture of Quebec to be the bridge between the different communities. So we have more than 120 members in different sectors, in traditional culture, and also individuals. And each organizes different activities under different traditional themes. Sometimes there are bigger organizations than ours, sometimes smaller. So there's an array of activities that goes on our member side. A few projects quickly that we have at the Conseil québécois du patrimoine vivant. So we have a system, we talked about this earlier, the human treasure So we talked about Japan and the United States. We mentioned that in Quebec, we had such a system. It's called Maître de Tradition Vivante, which is managed by the Conseil Québécois with the Ministry of Culture. We do a lot of training. We have a network of dance festival. We have trad festivals. We have a magazine. And the first magazine talks about archives regarding traditional dance. And certain activities are linked with the NGO forum from the 2003 convention that we co-founded with other organizations. Here, this is an exercise that I sometimes do when I make presentations where there's more interaction. So I'll answer my own questions, but that might bring other questions on your part. So I usually ask people, what is living heritage? So intangible heritage, it's a concept that might be abstract. It can be a legal concept or an administrative concept, but what does it hide? We have arts and entertaining, and I'll answer myself. We talk about traditional music, stories transmitted from generation to generation, traditional dance, things that are owned by everybody and that haven't been created by a single person on a stage, but it's a collective creation that's owned by everybody with certain ethical caveats that we might talk about. So clothing, housing, like igloos, traditional ways to build houses. In healthcare also, arboristery, we have traditional sports, we have ice canoe here on the St. Lawrence River. There's also agriculture, different techniques in transportation. So there's the ice canoe, snowshoe making, and the reparative justice also. So it's really broad. I'd like to say that it's a program, a revolutionary program. We don't see this often. Sometimes we see intangible cultural heritage as identity, but it's also a program. It's to counter the uniformization of the world and the industrialization of all these spheres of our life. So it's a way to react to the fact that people can create your clothing and your entertainment with the music industry and the entertainment industry, that they can build your houses, machines can help your health, etc., etc. So that's an answer to that. And I think that archives are tools to help us because they hold so much information and they can help us in this program. And we can talk about this later. So who documents? Of course, we have talked about ancient documents at the end of the 18th century, beginning of the 19th, where technology didn't exist very much. So universities had the money to hire people to take care of those. So that was it was centralized. So now it's decentralized. Everybody has a cell phone and they could film and record with those. And a lot of musicians do this documentation work. So storytellers, people with different talents, and they create their own archives. We're in this situation now. And sometimes they can post things on YouTube. So YouTube has become a archivist center that's quite interesting. And let's remember that in Canada, we were pioneers in North America regarding recording technology. So that allowed universities and museums to record many things. And not every countries are at the same level of recording their traditional, their oral history. So there's always work to do. I like to talk about the role of the archives, but more and more the archive centers, whether they're small, big, or public or private, they get involved with musicians, artists, and organizers to do some sort of museum job and hold expositions, events where there are artists. So to occupy the space of a cultural center to generate interest towards archives, so people can give archives so they don't die on a shelf, so they can live through exhibitions, records, so there can be it can be more dynamic. But the more dynamic centers attract a lot of interest and funds. I'd like also to mention that using archives, the 2003 convention has 12 ethical principles that rule or suggest, because when we work in the public domain, the law says it's owned by everybody, but there's an ethical consideration to have when we work with archives or material that comes from different communities and groups. So UNESCO, with the 2003 convention, thought about the ethics. Maybe we can start a discussion later, but I wanted to raise a few questions that were asked as panelists or that were identified in the present symposium. We often talk about materiality versus immateriality. So I'd like to remind that the intangible heritage is not intangible. And in our own symposium, I'd like to correct. The intangible heritage is not always intangible. That's why UNESCO uses more and more the word living heritage. There are pros and cons, obviously, but the intangible heritage has objects, has spaces and people, so it's not as intangible as we might think. So the false question, materiality versus immateriality, I'm not talking about tangible versus intangible, which have distinct issues and they have a different way of operating, but that's a false question to talk about materiality versus immateriality. So sometimes folklore or traditional heritage orients us better towards what it is. So is a dance intangible? Is playing music intangible? Is telling a story or making snowshoes intangible? That's a false question to me. It's traditional culture. So fixed or living, is that a paradox? So of course, all archives in different domains, whether it's living, heritage, they fix a moment, but there's a paradox there. It's a tool that helps us to give us more tools, different perspectives, but the tradition continues to grow and to feed on many things, like archives. So that's one aspect among many others. So to record something won't fix the tradition unless it's on dying. So that can also be a false question. We were also asked, do archives serve as source documents versus evidence of culture and the identity of individuals and communities? While talking with the other panelists, the word wasn't proof, it was something else. So I wanted to prove. How can we prove? And according to UNESCO, we don't have to prove that we exist. We don't have to prove anywhere outside of our group that the intangible cultural heritage is part of our community. So I'm raising the question, what does it have to do here? And in most of the instruments and culture in Canada and Quebec, culture relies on the identity of individuals and groups. So we talk about, so everything that's cultural contributes to what is our heritage. So that goes in that way. So what does living heritage brings that's different compared to identity? So I see that my time flies. I'll go quickly. Something that might interest the archives is inventory. For some 10 years now, the act on heritage in Quebec. So the provincial government and municipalities can create an inventory, and that's what UNESCO is asking for in the 2003 convention. So what's an inventory? I'll go ahead with the inventory. So there are 19 inventory projects in Quebec, whether they're regional or national. So why were they created? What are the consequences? We have evaluated this at the Conseil Québécois. The effects are quite mitigated. Many are wondering, why should we do this? So how to do it is really important. We must ask ourselves, who will use this? And if it's for promotion, it's not the same thing. If we promote artists on the web, we must respect what the artists and the artisans want to project as an image. They don't want to project archives. They want to project an image that's based on success. So they must have a word to say. And in the inventory projects, very few of the actors concerned were consulted when this was designed. So that's the central focus. If you want to create an inventory of the living heritage, you must reflect with the actors in terms of methodology beforehand. If not, many of the inventories will become obsolete on a website that's not well consulted. Some are more consulted than others, but we can work in an interesting way. I talked about YouTube that became a central point. I'll go quickly on this, but it's used a lot by organizations as a decentralized archive center with all the pros and cons. At the Conseil Québécois, we created the La Taupe kit. The interpreter will say taupe is like a mouse that goes underground. So those who wish to document it, it explains on this site what are the best practices, what are the steps. So it's available, and that was financed by National Archives of Quebec. Other projects, I'll go quickly on this, but with our Masters of Living Heritage, there's a lot of music that from Lietremont that was put online, and that's inspiring musicians on stage or in house parties. And there are many other projects. I'll go, and there are many inspiring projects to look towards the future so we can continue our traditions and that can serve and to make the world a better place. Thank you. That was a great presentation. You raised excellent topics that we will talk about later.
Off the floor to Emily Burton.
Thank you. Just going to get my slideshow started here. Great. Can everyone hear me and can everyone see the slides? Good. Great, thank you. Hello, bonjour. Thank you so much to Lara, Anthea, Marley, and all of the other organizers for the invitation to participate in this symposium today. I've been listening and learning all day. Some of what I'm going to say I feel is just sort of a remix with the different example and different institution of many of the themes that have been emerging throughout the day. I'm coming to you today from Nova Scotia, Mi'kma'ki, the unceded and ancestral land of the Mi'kmaq. I'm going to highlight one example today from the Canadian Museum of Immigration at Pier 21, where I work as an oral historian. And it's a project with Tibetan Canadians. But first, I just wanted to share a few very quick slides just to place that in context in the hope that we might be able to connect the dots a little bit more in the discussion. So first, very briefly, in terms of oral history and tangible cultural heritage and democratic knowledge creation, oral history really emerged as a movement to democratize history. And this full quotation comes from the Oral History Center at the University of Winnipeg. At the museum, oral history is in keeping with that definition. It's also in keeping with, I think, the impulse at the Oral History Center at the University of Winnipeg that it's within the discipline of history. So people have talked about folklore and anthropology and so on. So it's really kind of pushing the boundaries of history, academic history, as well as public history, in addition to museums. It's really good to start with a working definition of oral history because it can mean different things to different people. So at the museum, it's a collaborative method. It's the resulting recorded interview or primary source, quote unquote, document. And it's a co-created source, which is a very important consideration. Some of the things that I will be talking about. And so oral history and Western museum practices. And this is slide number 1 because I have a slide number 2 for this as well. As we all know, museums are important sites of public memory. They usually have the advantage of an actual bricks and mortar location and also a collection. So there's tremendous opportunity here, but as we've been discussing, there are also significant limitations. Museum collections have been strongly connected in the past to artifacts, and the approach to museum collecting in Western museums continues to revolve around that basic idea of an artifact as an object, with all the accompanying processes regarding accessioning, cataloging, and using quote unquote objects. At the museum, we refer to all of the assets in our collection as objects and assets, and we have object identifiers in terms of how they're accessioned into the collection. We also know that museums are increasingly being challenged and also challenging themselves to think differently, to move away from these Western-centered practices. And here in the slides, I have some examples of the shoe as a kind of an object, sort of classic museum object, and how at the museum we are really attempting to move away from that and having in fact our collection was mandated to be primarily digital, either digitized or born digital. So we have a number of digital images. Here we have a picture of a young girl wearing a shoe, and also written stories where people can express in their own voice in a written form their immigration story. So here we have a story from a young girl coming from Italy talking about wearing her shoes before boarding the ship. And then the final image I have on this slide is from an oral history interview. It's with Umida Switlo, and we see here the blouse, you can see a little bit in the corner there, her Ugandan identity card, and also the suitcase that she had when she was forced to leave Uganda in the early 1970s because her family was of Asian origin in the expulsion edict of Idi Amin. So she brought all of these things to her interview, and she talked about all of them in her interview. So we have all of these objects in context of her life story, of why she left Uganda, how she left, her process of having a new life in Canada, and so on. So very much in context. So then what do we do with this vast and complex information that's in just one oral history interview? How do we describe it? How do we catalog it? How do we preserve it? How do we store it? How do we use it? And so my central question around all of that is, what is the pre-existing matrix of museum practice and oral history interviews that oral history interviews are entering into when they enter into museum collections? And so the example that I want to highlight is this collaboration with a group called the Chisholm Project. And a key aspect, I think, of this, where museums are headed, and I'm echoing again sentiments that have been expressed today by others. A key aspect in terms of how we think about assets is to shift towards a more relational and less transactional way of thinking about them in the broader picture. And this transactional versus relational is terminology I'm borrowing from Dr. Pamela Sugerman from Toronto Metropolitan University, and she was a participant at a 2022 Canadian Historical Association Roundtable on Oral History. And so she spoke to this theme and the problems of transactional approaches in oral history. So what does this mean, this relational shift in terms of makers, keepers, and users? So this example that I'm going to highlight is one of the collaborative projects I've been attempting to work on. So the museum's collaboration with the Chisholm Project resulted actually because members of the Chisholm Project contacted us. They were coming up towards the 50-year anniversary of the arrival in 1971 of the first groups of Tibetans from India. So they had fled Tibet and had spent 11 years in India and then came to Canada. And so we collaborated in 2 rounds of oral history interviewing, initially, one in 2016 and the other one in 2019. I did the interviewing for the 2019 interviews at the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Centre in Etobicoke. And part of the working with the Chisholm Project involved them creating a pre-selection form, which is not something I actually usually do. And so they had a much better sense of the community, and they had also kind of idea in their mind about representation. And in particular, for example, they wanted to ensure that there was representation from 3 main regions in Tibet. And so they did the initial kind of going out into the community and getting the information about people, where they were from, where they lived in Canada as well. And they were able to do a lot of this work, this initial outreach work, in Tibetan. Many of the people who came to Canada were children when they left Tibet and were in their 70s and 80s at the time of the interview and did speak English, but were more comfortable speaking in Tibetan. And then we recorded the interviews in 2019 at the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Centre, and there were members of the community there as interpreters. In the image here, we have Pema is the interpreter for Lobsang and Chimlumentu, her parents, just to help them out a little bit. We had other members of the Chisholm Project there as observers and to provide support. After the first day, Mr. Mentu, who's in the picture here, showed up with Tibetan tea, and then every day there was Tibetan tea for everyone and other things to eat and so on. So it was a wonderful experience. And then the final round of interviewing happened in 2021. And in this case, the interviewers were members of the Tibetan community. I worked with someone named Rignam, who was one of the core members of the Chisholm Project, and to train volunteers from within the community. And they conducted, as you can see in the other image, mostly remote interviews. And this round of interviewing was actually initially driven by the constraints of the pandemic. I was planning on traveling and doing another trip, and I wasn't able to. And so we came up with this kind of creative solution. And it actually ended up being a really wonderful extension of the collaboration because it allowed us to add interviews to the collection that were more from a kind of an insider perspective. In oral history, we talk about insider, outsider dynamics in interviewing. So I was not born in Canada, nor were my parents, and they grew up in different cultures in the UK and in South America. So in that sense, I have an insider perspective as someone with lived experience of immigration to the interviews that I do. But I also have interviewed people from many, many different countries and many, many different life circumstances. So at some level, I'm also always an outsider. And so in the case of the 2021 interviews, it's mostly young people, many born in Canada, some born in India, who did the interviews. They were much more insiders. And I say much more because in some level, they too were also outsiders relative to the experiences of their parents or grandparents who were children in Tibet in the 1940s and 1950s. So it was just a wonderful kind of level of collaboration that emerged through the pandemic. Just to point out too that the Chisholm Project, we did find some funds to give an honorarium for them for their participation in the audio interviewing, and it was up to them to use the money to however they would like to. So then in terms of keepers, what this meant was that the interviews and accompanying images, documents, and stories that ended up in our collection were there as a result of this collaboration in the maker phase. We could have taken the keeper collaboration further if we had had more time and resources, but just one thing I wanted to mention by way of example of some of the kinds of complications that can emerge is that in this kind of transactional sort of pipeline collection approach, we used to have a category, you see here, place of origin, Tibet. We used to have country of origin, and we wanted to be able to have that as a field in the internal database that then was in the public-facing entries, which is what you see here. We wanted a field that could be comparable across all assets, and so we used country of origin. And then we decided that it would be the country as it exists now, because of course so many countries change names so frequently. So the obvious problem with this example is that it meant that we would be putting China as the country of origin for people from Tibet. So we changed it to place of origin, and some people have Tibet, only some people have Tibet and India. And so it gives us a lot more fluidity and flexibility in terms of how people are represented in the kind of keeper phase. And finally, in the user phase, we then collaborated again with the Chisholm Project. I worked again with Rignam, had a bit more money for an honorarium, and we created a video together. And so the video was sort of for the museum's purposes in terms of marking the anniversary and sharing those stories with the Canadian public. And it was also for whatever purposes the Chisholm Project had for that video, and it's there now so they can share it. And a shorter version before we had actually finished it was actually shown at a big community event at the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Center in Etobicoke. So what has the collaboration with the Chisholm Project taught us about museum practices? And here's my Western museum practices slide 2. The relational approach is part of the shift that's happening as museums realize the need to inquire more deeply about what we do. Again, museums are public memory institutions, and so they're uniquely placed to address these challenges in some ways, but a mindset shift is required. One of the key elements of this, in my experience in working in collaborative projects, is time. You need more time for various stages of the project and for various things, but time. There's never enough, and we need more. Collaboration takes time, and collaboration also takes resources, another key element. And can also sometimes require staff to maybe rethink some assumptions around collections, assets, and objects. So a relational approach working together on maker, keeper, and user phases can help highlight community culture and identity. Individuals and community representatives can participate in various stages of projects and help define how the interviews are used. It's a more fluid and dynamic approach to the important work of making, keeping, and using oral histories and other kinds of intangible cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emily. That was a really interesting presentation, and I really look forward to the conversations that will come out after everyone's had the opportunity to present. And another really interesting presentation that is coming up is that of Genevieve Webers. Sorry, Genevieve, I'm just moving into French. So I'm going to hand over the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Anthea. And thank you to the organizers for the invitation to speak today on this incredible symposium filled with so many wonderful speakers. I feel really privileged to be here today. I wanted to start by talking a little bit about who I am and how I came to be here. My name is Genevieve Weber, although I answer to any pronunciation. And I'm speaking to you today from the territory of the Lekwungen and Wasanich people here on Vancouver Island in Victoria, BC. And personally, I'm a settler. I grew up in Victoria and have lived in a number of places. My family comes on one side from a fairly new immigrant background and on the other side from a multi-generational family here. Professionally, I work now for the Heritage Branch in BC, but until fairly recently worked for the Provincial Archives of British Columbia, so the provincial repository here in BC. And much of the work and the experience that I'm going to draw on today comes from the work that I did there. And I'm really grateful to my former colleagues at the archives. One of the benefits, but also challenges of speaking last at an event like this is that I've heard so many wonderful speakers up until now, and many of the things that I would love to speak about have already been said, which is great. So I'm going to leave a lot of the notes that I had for discussion, because I think that a lot of the things that I had written down will come up in the conversation. I want to leave a lot of room for conversation. So I'm going to try to make this quite short. There's been so many different ways to think about intangible cultural heritage in archives, and the presenters have come up with a lot of really important questions and thoughts around how we look at this material when it's in our holdings, how we provide access. So I'm going to try and say a few things that might add to the conversation and be a little bit different. And on that note, I'm going to start with a question or an observation, which is that I think we're missing in discussions like this and forums like this, we're missing a really key person, a key voice, and that is the creator of the intangible cultural heritage itself. And when I say creator, I don't mean creator by the archival terminology, what that meaning means. For example, the main example that I'll be using today is a series of sound recordings that are in the BC archives. And when by archival definitions, the creator is the person who recorded the sound recordings and then donated them to the archive. In my mind, the creator are the voices on the sound recordings, particularly as the example that I'm going to use are Indigenous sound recordings. The people singing the songs and speaking on the sound recordings, they're the intellectual property owners. They own the information. They have rights and responsibilities over the information that is contained within those songs in a way that the person making the recording or now the archives can't have that kind of rights. They can't claim the responsibility over that information. I was so grateful to hear some of the other speakers here, particularly Theresa McCarthy. It was so wonderful to hear from the perspective of a community researcher who's working directly with communities to do archival research. That's a really important perspective too, and I think we need to hear more of that. I really want to posit that to move forward with talking about intangible cultural heritage and archives, we need to be listening to the voices of the people who have ownership over that heritage itself. So I think that's a gap that we have here that we need to be considering going forward. And I'll talk a little bit about maybe how I think that could happen in a practical way. So the example that I want to talk about today, and I didn't bring any slides, and partly that's because I've done a number of presentations about this collection. There's many articles written about it, but the longer I work with it, the more conscious I am of the fact that this is not my story to tell. I did reach out to family members that I've worked with in the past, and I'm speaking about this collection today with their blessing, but I'm only going to mention a couple of the singers in the collection because those are the ones whose families I reached out to this time. There's lots of information about this collection on the internet. But I didn't want to yet again share clips and sound recordings when I really do think that this story needs to be taken up by the owners of the material going forward. The collection is known as the Ida Halpern collection. Ida Halpern was an ethnomusicologist who lived in Vienna. She grew up in Vienna, and then she came to Canada in the 40s as she was fleeing the Holocaust and persecution in Europe. And she immediately stated her interest in recording Indigenous singers and what she was considering Indigenous folk songs when she first arrived. She made connections with a number of singers. The first person that she did record was Chief Billy Asu. Billy Asu was from the Wee-Wah-Kay Nation, which is, in English, the community is known as Cape Mudge. It's on Quadra Island here in British Columbia. And she met with Billy Asu a number of times, and he refused for quite some time to record for her. And his reasoning, as the stories go and as the records go, is that he said to her, these recordings they're not meant to be captured. The songs are meant to be sung in ceremony. They are meant to be heard in person. And the way that in archives, I think we would talk about this, is that when the song is being transmitted, that is what the action of it being transmitted and heard and received is what makes it authentic. It gives it the sort of archival evidence and makes it what we would consider a record. So recording it and capturing it changes that. The songs are often sacred. They're not meant to be shared outside of the community. So he had real concerns around this idea of recording it and capturing it in a way that could be heard by other people. As the story goes, and this has been corroborated by some of the family members, but Ida Halpern would often talk about how Asu finally agreed to record songs, and he ultimately recorded about 80 songs with her, when she asked him, what will happen to the songs when you die? And he said, they will die with me. And this was for a number of reasons. At the time in Canada, there was a number of very racist policies and practices that meant that the songs were not able to be shared and learned by the younger generations. One of these was a federal law that banned gatherings of Indigenous peoples. It's often referred to as the potlatch ban. The potlatch here on the Northwest Coast was the time in which governance was conducted and cultural ceremony, and which is songs and naming and other cultural ceremonies took place at the potlatch, and they were not happening at the time because they were outlawed. Also at the time, of course, the residential school system meant that the younger generation were not learning the language and were not able to pick up those aspects of the cultural practices. So ultimately, Asu did record songs with Halpern. The other singer that I want to mention that we had worked closely with at the archives is the descendants of Mungo Martin, who also shared a number of songs, both from his own community and from surrounding communities that he had permission to share. So this collection of sound recordings, there's ultimately 330-ish sound recordings, as well as a huge collection of textual records that accompany them. They were donated to the Provincial Archives of BC in the 80s by Ida Halpern. And you can see in the textual records, in the notes, as well as on the recordings themselves, you can hear the singers speaking about their intention. And it's very clear that the singer's intention for recording these songs is so that they be kept for posterity for the future generations to learn. Asu and Mungo Martin both clearly indicated that they felt that their communities would be able to pick up these practices again, and that the culture would continue, but that they needed to have it recorded in a way that younger people would have a tool to learn from. This was reflected in Halpern's donor agreement. I think it's really interesting. It's something that makes her a really remarkable person, was that in the 80s when she donated the records, she made it very clear in her donor agreement that there was an intention of sharing the recordings predominantly with the descendants of the singers and with the community members. And she lists a hierarchy of researchers and users that she thinks should be allowed to access the sound recordings. starting with immediate family members and community members. And she goes all the way down the hierarchy with academic researchers at the very bottom of the list, which I think is quite interesting. Not that she's saying that they shouldn't access them, but that they should access them once it's been assured that the family members have had full access first. When I was working at the archives and working with this collection in particular, we spent a lot of time thinking about how we could respectfully and safely ensure that the records were being used appropriately. And this led to the beginnings of conversations with the Asu and Mungo Martin families around implementing a shared stewardship model. And I should be clear that the archives is still working on this. This is not something that has been fully realized, but there have been a number of meetings with the families over the years to discuss what a true shared stewardship of these records would look like. And moving away from this specific example now, just to talk more broadly, I think that shared stewardship is something that is, again, thinking of what the future of this is and how to move forward with collections that are already in archival repositories. Shared stewardship has, as a model, has an opportunity to recognize and fully realize the true ownership of the information in the records by the communities of creation and the direct family members in some cases. And also to recognize that there may be a differing degrees of comfort within communities around managing the physical recordings or whatever other physical manifestation of intangible cultural heritage might exist in the archives. So in the case of those recordings, at the moment, there has been an understanding that the communities are comfortable with the archives continuing to physically care for the objects, and as well as the master digital copies. And also that means that the financial burden isn't being placed back on the community or the family, but that we recognize ownership and control over how these records are used and accessed by the actual owners in the community. I really like something that Antoine said about how living culture cannot be fixed unless it's dying. And it's very clear that these, again, going back to this example of the songs, this is not a dying culture. This is very much a living culture. And people are accessing these sound recordings and using them to learn and to practice the culture within their communities. But that doesn't mean that they are practicing it exactly as it was recorded. So the living cultural, the actual intangible cultural heritage is when community members are singing the songs and practicing the culture in their daily lives. So I think that there's also a really interesting opportunity for archives to work with communities to make stronger connections between the fixed examples and fixed instances of intangible cultural heritage with the actual living heritage. And that's something that I've been thinking about a lot in my current role, how we can ensure that there's really strong connections between institutions, cultural heritage institutions, not just archives, libraries, museums, etc., and the living culture as it's being practiced and experienced and witnessed on a daily basis. I think with that, I'll leave it there. I had other things in my notes, but like I said, I think it'll come up in conversation, and I'm really looking forward to the questions.
Oh yeah, thank you so much, Genevieve. Thank you to all the presenters. These were all really fascinating, different perspectives, différentes perspectives on the whole, on, archives and intangible cultural heritage. So before I jump into the questions, avant que je commence à demander des questions, I'd like to give the presenters the opportunity to kind of react to, the different discussions presentations that have taken place. Alors, je vais donner un peu l'opportunité aux différents intervenants. La chance de
I wanted to give our panelists the opportunity to react to the various discussions that were had in the presentations that have taken place during this session.
Since you were one of the first presenters, do you have any reactions or ideas about what was said?
I think that, what Antoine was saying about this false and I think this was echoed by other folks, but the false opposition between the tangible and intangible, absolutely, right? This is, you know, these are people's way of life. Like it doesn't, you know, that kind of oppositional thinking and this idea of intangibility, it's just so inadequate. And so, you know, I appreciated, you know, I appreciated that. I think in terms of, you know, just thinking through again, the relationship of the creator, right. And the fact that the creator, again, that's what sort of happened with some of the Seneca language stuff, right. Is it was just recognized as the, you know, the ethnologist or the linguist who recorded it got to sort of say what happened to it and got to say, you know, and the fact that the idea that the creators are not actually the people who hold the knowledge and share it, right? Even that this is just kind of like a newer thing that people are grappling with, you know, just it just seems really remarkable, but it's really important to do that. I think for, you know, grappling with some of these things in terms of the project that I'm part of, you know, this idea of the relationship between the creators, keepers, and users. I mean, in my project, they're kind of all the same. Like that's what we want to think about, you know, community members as being involved in all elements of those relationships, right? So that's just some of the ways that from what the conversation, some of the parts raised in the conversation that I was thinking about, but I really appreciate everybody's contributions.
Thanks, Theresa. Any d'autres retours d'expérience, any other sort of feedback on the presentations that we've heard?
Any other feedback?
Just have a comment about ownership and control that came up, and I absolutely agree with the comments that were made. And also it's such a tricky, complicated issue for us at the museum. Because of I think, so I guess it varies depending on the institution. And I mean, the whole idea of being able to copyright someone's story is wrong. However, one of the things because the museum does have copyright, and what that means is that as the interviewer, I would have copyright and it's automatically transferred to my employer. But just to note that one of the things that does allow us to do is to protect or to I guess gatekeep a little bit, maybe in terms of third-party use. So we collect the interviews because we want people to use them and access them, and so they're used internally by the museum, but they're also used externally. And it would simply not be possible to use them if we had to go back to the creator, the interview participant, for every single use for multiple reasons, including, you know, how do we transfer that copyright after the person has passed away? Like we simply would not be able to manage the collection if we didn't have copyright. And if people are coming to us to access them, we can say, well, who are you? What are you going to do with the interview, and so on. And then we can also deal with the restrictions that people place on the interview, including third-party use. So I guess I'd put that out a bit as a question. Also, in terms of different institutions and how do we deal with that? Because I think probably where I work, there is that sense of, you know, is it worth it? Is it valuable to do what we do? And how can we live with the contradictions, and as we continue to move forward? So like in the case of the Chisholm project, they contacted us because they felt that this would be a good repository, because we are a national museum. So it's something that I guess I do grapple with. And just on another note too, on Genevieve's comment, that I have done other presentations with Rignam, and that was always my preference, to do a co-presentation, make sure that there's an honorarium there as well, and for various different reasons, including the time limitations. That didn't happen now, but I absolutely agree with you in that, in terms of presenting on these projects. Yeah.
Go ahead, Genevieve.
Thank you, Emily. I just wanted to respond to a couple things. So that your second part is, I would normally prefer to have one of the creators of or the community members holding write for the songs with me as well, and there was a lot of reasons why that didn't happen today. So it wasn't meant to be a criticism necessarily of any individual. It was more a question and something to look for in the future, that maybe we should be considering changing who we're listening to and talking to, and not only listening to other people working in the profession. The question around copyright is something that comes up a lot. And I think, the example that you're giving, Emily, is a little bit different because you're creating the records now, and presumably with full consent from the people that you're working with. They have an understanding of what it is that they're agreeing to, for one thing. I think my comments, the recordings that I was talking about in my example were mostly made long before current copyright laws. And there was not the same understanding on anybody's part of how that was going to play out in the future. So it's very different when you're looking at something that was created so long ago, 80 years ago, 7 years ago. So that's one thing to consider. The other thing to consider, I think, is that the previous institution that I worked at, the institution was really moving away from claiming copyright over material that was donated into its holdings, and was instead working towards different models of entering into it's sort of a form of licensing agreement with the donor or the creator at the time of donation, that would allow the institution those similar rights that you just described. So allows the institution to use them in very specific ways that the creator agrees to. And this is particularly, I think, important when the material that's being donated is being donated by the person who created it and who has rights over it, especially if that person is still living or their descendants are wanting to use that material. Then it gives them full control over use in their own lives, as well as entering into an agreement with the institution that allows the institution to use it for institutional purposes. So that's something I would present as potentially a different way of approaching that in future projects.
Thank you. Yeah, that's an important distinction in terms of the interviews being a co-created source. Yeah.
Antoine, est-ce que tu voulais rebondir sur les présentations, les interventions qui ont été faites?
Antoine, would you like to piggyback on these interventions? Anybody? I'm sorry, I don't know if you're addressing me, because the end of the interpretation. I'm sorry. So I was just wanted to say, if you want to continue rebound on the different comments that we had from Genevieve and Emily, and also based on what you discussed. Well, I just want to rebound very quickly on what was said on the intellectual property and law. For sure, if you want to use a recording, there are rights associated, but to reuse the content, which is what is done usually by musicians, by artists, they reuse the content and not the recording and not the film. Of course, if somebody wants to reuse the recording of such a person made in 1955, their rights are linked to interpretation and to their use of the real. But if somebody wants to re-sing a traditional song, well, there's no copyright on this, because this belongs to nobody and to everybody in law. And so we can re-sing traditional songs and retell and because it belongs to the collectivity. Where ethics can come in is when certain groups want to protect the transmission of these songs, of these stories, of these techniques. This becomes more difficult because it's difficult to measure. For example, certain indigenous groups or other groups, whatever. It becomes difficult to measure within a certain group or a community who is in agreement and who decides who if anybody in the world can tell a story or a founding legend, for example, in AUA Moon, for example. It's difficult at this time because there's different ethical principles. But even with these ethical principles, some will consider that it's putting a break or an obstacle for the cultural transmission, and the goal is for this to be sung and danced and constantly. But it's not all the groups that want a at-large transmission outside of their group. So it's difficult to measure, difficult to put a restriction on this, but this is part of our modern world, the questions of our modern world and of cultural ownership. So these are questions that archivists and musicians and dancers and citizens in general have to answer and with respect, but it's not always easy. Not always easy to please everybody, including everybody in the same group. I know I would just like to focalize on questions of copyright law rights, because I think it's important. I would say that for me, the issues and problems on the Indigenous community side, and I invite also Genevieve and Theresa to comment on this, is that these are questions of power. When we talk about who has the right in an Indigenous community, is that they had not had that right to define how to interpret, how to share. And I would say in a French Canadian community, we have had more power on the reinterpretation. Well, we can still say, talk about the questions of inventories and sharing, but I think we had much more power on the aspects of sharing, of defining our songs and our stories, which is not the case, I would say, in Indigenous communities. So for me, this is the main difference in all this. But we also want to talk about how we can find a way that on which we can all work together to determine a place, or I would say what Theresa said, that the creators and the keepers and the users is the same thing. Well, how can we create this within the archives and the heritage, the living heritage? I prefer the word that you use, Antoine, and to not make this distinction between tangible and intangible. How can we break down the silos that we created and create an environment more collaborative, where we can at the same time create inventories which are more inclusive, respectful of the needs either of the community, francophone, or the immigrants or Indigenous. So how can we break down all these obstacles that we put up we set up in between the communities? And I invite everybody to answer. I started in French, but honestly, I don't see how archives put obstacles between the communities. I think rather that the ethnologues created bridges between the communities. And I think the oral tradition, either everywhere in the world, is very similar. It's the same ways of transmitting, the same ways of doing, of learning. I think what's important to see is that each ethnologue or institution has their goods, of course, but we saw that the oral traditions on this, I don't think it's so different. Of course, there are differences, certain important differences, but the oral traditions, either with Indigenous peoples or Francophones or Anglophones or Asian or Africans, this is something which relatively not considered, for example, at school. And even today we teach at school the important universal works. There's still a universal frame at school, and the archives, I think, have helped. They are important tools even now, that there's not just a universal culture. There's not just Sebastian Bach in music. I give a practical example. The Minister of Culture designated legally the game of the diatonic violin in Quebec. Okay, very good, symbolically, but still, it's absent completely of the music conservatory of elementary and secondary school and university and the educational system. So there's still the educational educational framework that exists, which is there, and does not give place for oral culture, oral traditions. And I think that the archives, either from any community, are there to show that, yes, that there exists something else than just one culture, universal culture. There are other things than just opera. There are traditional songs also, whatever their origin. It comes and enriches the curriculum at school and the cultural life of people. And these are witnesses, testimonies that they're so rich that that this exists, cultural content that we can use, and which is there to be used in another perspective than what has been in arts councils or at schools for a long time. A system for which there's only one creator, a unique creator who creates individual works and which have universal value. This is the model of the Arts Council, and they have the schools in Canada have adopted this model and not giving place to oral traditions, not whatever their origin. So I think archives are one of the ways to reverse this trend. Let's say centralizing trend, and I think for Indigenous peoples, but also for all oral traditions.
So what do other speakers sort of feel? How do we sort of think about breaking down, Antoine saying that archives are not necessarily the silo builders, but there's obviously some challenges, both Theresa and Genevieve, that you've encountered. So how do we begin to work together and forge a way forward to ensure that we are inclusive of different perspectives, that we can work, that creators and keepers and guardians can work together, and Emily as well. Theresa, please.
Well, for our project, I didn't specify, but basically, our project is a digital archive. We're like creating an archive where, and it's going to be sort of co-curated. All of the materials that we're using at this point are all public domain materials that have never sort of been networked or sort of put in the same place. So this is our kind of test site of our archive. But it's just really interesting because, with this 50-year legacy, and this has been asking these questions for decades. One of the conferences, that took place in the 70s that we're looking to put is who owns the past? We're still, and it was as a program was always dealing with these kinds of questions, especially as, our professors and alumni and community members who came through were always trying to, to sort of wrestle for control of our narratives about who we are as a people, as Haudenosaunee people, because we are the most anthropologized Indigenous group in North America, right? The discipline of anthropology really starts with the Iroquois, the Haudenosaunee. And so, so we've been grappling a long time with these questions and dealing with knowledge repatriation of our wampum belts, repatriation of our, tangible, of our, masks and our funerary objects and our ancestral remains, and on and on and on, right? It's been gone on forever, but sort of trying to assert some control by creating our own archives that tell stories about who we are in the way that we want to tell it. And along the way, I think revealing some of the deep contradictions and power inequities. There are mechanisms in the digital domain to do that, right? TK labels can sort of acknowledge that an institution owns copyright over such and such piece of Indigenous knowledge. And so you acknowledge that sort of in part of the digital collection, and it draws people's attention to, hey, it's interesting that this, sort of piece of language transcription would be owned by this external collection institution. It's a way to bring attention to it, a way to bring attention to these long-standing tensions as we do this, work of building our own archives ourselves that are meaningful to us. And that's what Indigenous repositories have been doing for a long time. And I really think that, instead of some of these institutions getting Mellon grant after Mellon grant after Mellon grant to create access for Indigenous people, it's just kind of a shame that they're not actually investing in building up Indigenous facilities and training and archival initiatives themselves.
So is there an aspect of collaboration and co-creation that needs to be happening more in all of this as we try and forge a way forward? Silence. Genevieve, please.
I don't know that I have an answer to that specific question, but to build upon what Theresa was saying and to respond to the previous question, I think that I had notes written down that had the word power all over it as well. I think that Antoine is right that the intention of archives is to be a space where information is more equitable in terms of representation. And I'm very glad to hear that he's had experiences where that is the case. I very strongly feel that is not the case in the institutions where I've worked with Indigenous material. And a lot of that is because of the power structures in the archives. The fact that another set of records that I think many people consider intangible cultural heritage is a series of treaties that the provincial archives here in BC has that are colonial era treaties. They were made orally, so the actual agreement is an oral agreement that was made, and then they were later written down, copied off of the text of other previous treaties made around the world. And the fact that I could walk into my workplace on any given day and pick up the treaties and touch them, and the way one of the Indigenous researchers that I worked with talked about, I could stand in the space around them and breathe the air around them that his ancestors had breathed when they were created. That's really powerful, and that's something that for the Indigenous researchers who were not able to do that on a daily basis, that was really upsetting and frustrating for them. So there's automatically a power imbalance just simply by nature of it being a workplace where I have keys and not everybody else does. But also going back to the copyright question, it's not just about copyright, but the copyright question is such a big one in Canada these days, and one that is incredibly frustrating to try and work around. But again, with the sound recordings that I was talking about, despite all of the work that the archives has been doing over recent years with those families, the archives continues to hold copyright and could, if they wanted to, at any given time, decide to license those songs for thousands of dollars to a filmmaker to use in their film. And they get asked to do that all the time. The people who are the grandchildren of the singers who actually have ownership rights over the songs, because the songs are not just songs in the same way that songs that are, produced by modern day musicians often are, but they're actual records of information of family histories and knowledge and ownership over rights in the community. The fact that those folks don't at the moment have the ability to license those songs if they wanted to, or to restrict them from the public accessing them, is really problematic. And that's not just a copyright issue, that's an issue to do with archives and ownership over these records that was often completely out of the control of the makers and creators of these records when they were first captured and put onto something, fixed onto something, and then put in an archives.
So it sounds like there's some questions of, and Emily, I'm gonna come to you in just a second. There's some questions, of course, around power and control, but there's also some questions, it sounds like, as we look ahead about the legal systems that we have that govern our institutions, whether that's in Quebec or whether that's in BC or anywhere, and how those legal frameworks impinge upon the data sovereignty and the ability to control access around intangible cultural living heritage. Like I said, I prefer Antoine's term. And so it sounds like there's perhaps some exploration there as we look at what does this discussion mean I think we need to be mindful based on some of the other discussions we had earlier about definitions and creating common languages about how we work together as we talk about the legal implications, or the legal frameworks and proceedings, and how that impacts ICH and control around ICH in an archival setting. And I'm just wondering, coming to you, Emily, and looking at, how do you build relationships versus transactional, because it sounds a little bit like we're still in a transactional space here, and we talk about the legal frameworks that govern access around some of the ICH. How have you handled that within the relational framework? Is it still as complicated on your end?
Yeah, I'd say it's very much complicated. I feel like we're in a way still kind of a drop in the bucket stage, like we're trying. And I agree that the issues of epistemology and power surround everything that we do. And unfortunately, like there's different groups of people having different conversations. And so when I kind of talked about a mindset shift, like I'm not sure how the whole training process works, even for people who work in museums and so on, and the discussions are much more like they're at the transactional level, right? So the challenge is to see the big picture, that are issues of epistemology and power and access and so on, and then try to bring them into more kind of micro level discussions. And so for me, a lot of it comes down to the object, again, because it's like museums and objects. So that's kind of why I started with that. And I kind of feel like maybe what might happen is that right now we're pushing, right, the transactional, like let's add this, but with still a square peg in a round hole, at least speaking as an oral historian. And so we're kind of pushing, changing, we are making changes, but at some point, I feel like it has to flip. If we're going to really be serious about decolonization and about democratizing history and everything we're talking about, we need to do a flip. And that museums need to just kind of really say, we need to change our mindset around these things. And then if everything is relational, then how does the whole structure look like? And I'm speaking in terms of like, I work in exhibition research and collection, so I'm not speaking about the museum as a whole and public programming and audience engagement. I'm speaking to research and collections specifically.
Theresa.
I think and this is what I'm curious to hear more about, the kinds of structures and the infrastructure that's in place to help with some of the things that we're raising. For our little project here, we do have a Haudenosaunee advisory board. We've come up with the terms of reference and an ethical protocol, about harm reduction, about, even though we're doing not a sensitive, nothing safe, but very public domain. So those policies and that infrastructure to help to mitigate some of these things. I mean, if you've got, group of community songs, is there a community advisory board that is, part of the stewardship plan of those records and items? Again, I'm not formally part of an archive institution, but it would seem like those mechanisms and policies and structures could be put in place to address some of these issues and, to have community engagement with regards to stewardship of the materials.
Antoine,
La question du pouvoir est
The
vraiment
question of power is really interesting, as Genevieve raised and others. The concept of keeping the intangible heritage is to give more power to certain groups in certain communities, legal powers, even in countries who ratified the convention. It's not all the countries agree with that. There are more centralized countries and less democratic who see this in a duplicative way to give more power to the civil society. But for sure, this gives powers. And I taught this in my presentation. The only fact of transmitting facts and know-how gives more power on our own life and the life of our group versus industries who are doing everything in our place, who control many aspects of our lives, either food, either what we listen as music, and how we take care of ourselves. I'm not saying that everybody has to have to come back in 1850. That's not the message, but to give ourselves more powers than using the traditions, among other things, and that are useful to give us powers in order to do our own things and not to be just passive consumers. There's another power also. There's many started their presentation by saying, I'm on an unceded territory of such and such nation. Very interesting as a symbol in a context of truth and reconciliation, and a very sensitive topic, of course. But I think we have to go further than that. To just say it opens, of course, creates symbols, but we have to ask ourselves on the cultural spaces and then on the territory and the private property versus public property, because this is what we're talking about. The indigenous vision of things is the territory belongs to everybody, and so the management of what belongs of the public territories or public lands. Of course, there's a lot of private lands in the cities, and we built many regions based on private property. But what the intangible cultural heritage brings as a discussion is what we should do, who should manage public land, and we're giving more, let's say, co-management with the indigenous language, and we see the positive results in many communities and many regions of Canada. So this is what the ICH brings as a change. It brings a shift regarding power, which is very interesting. Archives contribute to this, and I will finish by saying that when we're in a system, this is not the case in the rest of Canada, but it's the case in countries who ratified, there's kind of a official recognition of the culture, and then who assigns. Well, it's an institution, the centralized institution, even though it's democratized, and who gives resources also. So of course there's a political negotiation here, as in any other aspect of power. And I think that the legal precepts and the legal associated to ICH gives powers to the group and to the different communities in order to get more space, more visibility, or more resources to develop their own culture. So I believe these are tools, of course, are not used at their full potential, not at all here in Canada, but are very interesting in the discussion that we're having. And Canada has not ratified yet.
Dans la prochaine session. One last question before we close off the session. So this is a question from the Q&A. So does anyone on the panel have anything to say about about how these issues are affected by lack of diversity in the field? And so sort of looking at it from, ethical cultural diversity or diversity of practice and methodology. So how do you think that impacts our ability to work together? Or does it?
I mean, I'll just say absolutely. That's why we've built a training mechanism into our program, just to, to get, to help, get people interested, get our young people interested. We've implemented sort of this archival creation project. We're putting it in our undergraduate classes. We're sharing it with our students. Our staff are students going through in digital archiving and library sciences. And this is just, something that we want to really cultivate, and our, those of our community members who are working in our community-based Indigenous repositories are doing that as well. We are, really trying to work with our young people to say, hey, this is a profession, and this is something that our people need. And, it's such a cool area to get into for a career, and trying to bring that to to our young people, and taking our young people to archives as much as we can, and sort of showing them what's there and how important it is to bring a lot of this back to our communities so that we can access it, so that we can mobilize the knowledge, and so that we can revitalize some of our cultural practices, and we can use it normatively in our curriculum, and we can build our, language curriculum around it. So yeah, that's it. It should be an integral part of. It is an integral part of our project.
So I'm conscious we have 2 minutes left. Are there any other? Genevieve, please.
I'm so glad to hear Theresa say all of that. As somebody, as a white, very privileged settler archivist that worked in an archives where I think there was one person of color on the archive staff for the time that I worked there, and all of the archivists were also white settlers. It really impacts it. I had people from the South Asian community tell me they didn't care about the provincial archives. They had no interest in going there. And it was to do with what was in our holdings, but also with what the staff looked like, and how we, what our understanding of the community was. I was incredibly grateful to work in an institution that was where I had access to colleagues working on the museum side of things. The archives and the museum were part of the same institution, who could introduce me into communities, both Indigenous as well as the South Asian community, where they were working in partnership with them, into the Black community, where there was a long-standing history of collaboration between the museum and a number of Black history societies. And if I hadn't had those introductions, a lot of the work that we were able to do wouldn't have happened, at least not to the degree and to the degree of success that we did that. So absolutely, we're asked all the time, how can we make this profession more open? And I don't have any of the answers, but as a brief answer to the person in the Q&A, yeah, it's a huge problem.
I would just echo that briefly, hashtag representation matters. Museums have an issue around representation. Yeah.
I will just add, thanks for all you are saying. Archives are cool. And les jeunes ou les vieux, hein, pas obligé d'être jeune.
The young people and the old, you don't have to be young to find archive school. The retired people have a lot of time. Teens have a lot of time. Discover archives. You'll discover fascinating things about you, about your surroundings. So congratulations to all who work in archives.
Shall I jump in here now, Anthea, with many thanks? Merci beaucoup. Merci, Antoine. Merci à tous. Thank you, everyone. Very, very interesting discussion. We've been taking notes like mad behind the scenes. We're going to go in a few minutes into a roundtable discussion. I hope everyone who's been with us all day, and I thank you for staying all day, can join us for the roundtable when Kristin, Ian, and Anthea brilliantly summarize what they heard all day, and then open the floor for more discussion. I'll be monitoring the Q&A. So we're going just to take a 20-minute break. Have I got it right? I do. I don't know what time zone I'm in. We will reconvene at 3:05 Eastern, 12:05. Before I end, I know we'll say this again at the official ending, but I want to say a special thank you to the interpreters for such magnificent work today. We want very much to represent both of Canada's official languages, English and French, and they're helping us do that very, very well. Very grateful. There are many more languages out there in the world, but we only can have so many channels on a Zoom chat. So thank you to them, and we will reconvene in whatever I just said, 3:05. Thank you, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Laura Miller here, and we are just about to recommence the last session of the day. La dernière session, c'est bon. Thank you to everyone for all your efforts throughout the day. We're now moving to our roundtable discussion. Discussion is a flexible term because we can't bring all the audience members into a live discussion, but I am monitoring the question and answers, feeding them into the chat, and building on what we've already talked about today. So thank you to everyone for your work so far, and I'm going to bring in Kristin, Ian, and Anthea for the roundtable, beginning with a short summary of the findings of their particular sessions and then moving to a discussion. Thank you all. Kristin, you're not talking to us. Speak to us.
Working backstage, wasn't it? My earbuds, and now you can hear me. Sorry about that. I just want to say, first of all, how remarkably on time this whole day has been. I think this is the first full day online symposium I've ever gone to where we're like to the minute on time. So well done, all the back end folks, Marlee and everyone else, and Laura and all of the moderators for just keeping us on such a good timeline today. So we're going to just briefly summarize and then we're going to launch into discussion. And I think we're going to hear some similar, all day we've heard similar themes come up. But to return back to session 1, concepts and theories, which I have to go way back to 7 a.m. local time, which feels like forever ago now. It's been such a full day. The speakers in this session were Jeannette Bastian and Michael Taft, and we were looking at the broader strokes of our topic today, ICH and archives. And so Michael spoke about, first of all, the importance of the first known recording of the human voice, a recording by Edouard Leon Scott of Clair de Lune being sung, and he played that for us. And throughout his presentation, he talked about how folklore is fleeting and ephemeral in its initial context and group, and that by recording it, there is inevitably a loss of the context in which the performance, the expression of intangible cultural heritage was made. And he also talked about how folklore is taken from this context and it's used in popular culture. Also how the ethnographer's presence itself changes the nature of ICH, and how intangibility leads to an inherent frustration because we can't actually directly preserve it. It's only ever a sort of pale shadow of the original. And yet he argues that that intangibility is the very thing that sort of drives those of us who work with the past in some way, is we are trying to grasp at that very intangibility. Jeannette Bastian spoke about sort of the difference between well, her main argument is that there should be no binaries. And she made the argument that cultural expression are also archival records. And she said that tangible and intangible are equal records, and there shouldn't be that binary between them, which unfortunately does exist often in the institutional level, the academic level. Cultural archives are not fixed and static, but flexible and dynamic. They are embodied within people. They are persistent. And that the provenance is integral and crucial to understanding the event. We have to understand the context from which it came. So she argues for cultural unity, that tangible and intangible cultural heritage creates a level playing field where all cultural manifestations are treated equally. And once we got into discussion, we talked a lot about the problem of terminology and definition, which I definitely want to talk about further as we get into discussion here. How important is a shared language, shared definition of terms like intangible cultural heritage, as well as the language of archiving and even what is a record. We also talked about very practical issues like funding and resources, and how do you value something like intangible cultural heritage or archival records for that matter, when your funding and support depends on it. We talked about the archivist or the documentarian, the ethnographer as the first archivist. And then as we went further into discussion, we built on that to say, actually, the first archivist is the creator, as in the terminology of today, the maker, the person who is being recorded or creating that record through their knowledge, their intangible cultural heritage, their living heritage, that actually that person or persons is the first archivist. And so that led us into further conversation about community. And this has come up again throughout the day. It'll come up again in our discussion. Who is community and where are those members of community? Today, we're mostly, I think, professionals talking to each other. And meanwhile, communities are out there doing their thing. And how do we better connect with communities? What are some of the best practices that we already have, and how can we improve those? And I think I will leave it at that and pass it over to Ian.
Perfect. Thanks, Kristin. So we have a very tough job to summarize amazing presentations from all today. So I'm Ian Milligan. I'll be talking a little bit about session 2, applications and practices, which had Patti Bannister, Guha, Shankar, and Hannah Turner, and they're all smarter than me, and I see them in the audience. So we'll hopefully have plenty of time to engage as a large group as well. So some of the big points were, really the need for archival methodologies to change as they face the tsunami of change. We talked a lot about complex roles and the creation and archiving and the political nature of representations. Quite a bit of conversation was around the need for community consultation, the challenges in resourcing, the challenges in naming conventions, and of course the long-term care for digital materials, which is something that I work on quite a bit in my own work. I looked at all our notes that both myself and our helpful team put together, and if I wanted to try to distill the panel down into a few themes, it might look a bit like this. So, I think one of the themes that was covered by everybody in our panel was the challenge that's ahead of us. So Patti Bannister spoke about the Helen Creighton collection. We learned quite a bit about the challenges of a deteriorating collection. What does it mean when you have a collection that's only being used sporadically? It's not very accessible, etc. And the need to, as Patti talked about, working and also involving Creighton's descendants to work together to preserve this material and then to digitize this material. Guha focused on the challenges faced by Indigenous communities, facing language loss across the younger generation, and the sort of work they were doing to make information more accessible, but ensuring that communities retained their cultural authority. And with Hannah Turner, we saw sort of the big picture of this, thinking about the creation of a reciprocal research network and bigger questions of digital stewardship and care. And so I'll come back to this when I talk about the next theme that I saw, which was, how technology, despite the sort of fraught concerns around long-term preservation, technology does offer these affordances of digital accessibility. So we learned about, people crowdsourcing and timestamping the Creighton collection, which would make it more accessible. We saw how digital platforms give control of archival materials to communities in ways that might not otherwise be possible. And we saw the integration of technology and how the public can submit corrections and engage with people in new ways. The third theme then, I think, between it all was cultural ownership and the control of intangible cultural heritage, that a recognition that museums and institutions are not the authority that communities are. And I think, like many, I was probably really struck by that video of the tribal historian at the end of Guha's presentation, where they noted that their community finally had control over their own ICH, quote unquote, the way it should be. And I think quite a bit of discussion too was, and this is my final theme, was that of ethics. We had lots of very interesting discussions. How do you correct data? How do you respectfully name? What metadata standards and what that means? And what are the ethical implications inherent in things like 3D printed reproductions of artwork? Ultimately, it's a conversation around the ethics of who has authority and who has control. So after those themes, we turned to a great discussion. My thanks to the audience, everybody who asked questions, those who did not have a chance to get them answered. I know Laura promised that you'll see those kinds of questions in the final report that comes out of this event. But certainly we had great conversations around community-centric archiving. We had great conversations about resourcing. I took some notes on what we need to do as a scholarly community around, prioritizing different things in funding streams, for example. We discussed educational outreach and the potential projects to serve as educational resources, especially for localized education. And we discussed the complexities of digital repatriation, which is especially fraught if a community was not involved in the digitization process. And then I'll close with this. As an educator myself, I found the discussion very fascinating around training the next generation of archivists and ensuring that this next generation of archivists, includes representation, for example, from Indigenous communities. Because if we're talking about communities, of course, as educators and learners, we form a community as well. So I'll wrap it up there, and really looking forward to our conversations around next steps and engaging with everybody in the audience about where this field will be going. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to you, Anthea.
Merci, Ian. Alors, je vais faire un petit sommaire.
So I will summarize briefly. I'll try to talk about the themes that we talk about in session number 3 and the different speeches in the course of our panel. So there was the big question regarding the power and control, and those are linked. We had a discussion regarding copyrights and intellectual property, and how does this influence who can reuse, who can have access to the living heritage. And I'd like also say there's a control on how the heritage is described, who can participate to the descriptions, and the definition of living heritage. So access and interpretation to the documents, everybody talked about this. The fact that when it's presented and the archives are closed and they couldn't have access, and also in terms of control of who can interpret and have access to the archives. When there's a digital repository that was created for the Haudenosaunee. And there's also, we talked about the intention of the Convention of the Intangible Cultural Heritage and give power to the creative community. Antoine talked about this because the intention of the convention was to give powers to the creating communities and to define the use and reuse and the sharing of the heritage, the living heritage. And since Canada is not has not signed this convention, that could cause issues and problems in terms of power and control of the archives and the content of these archives and the intangible heritage. So the ICH. There's also a question that was raised by Theresa and Genevieve about the changing of the interaction between communities, not only the involvement of communities on who can have access, who should have the power of interpretation, but also create an environment that's less transactional and more relational, and to construct a better exchange with the communities that create. And we also had a discussion on the archivistic definition of a creator versus who is the real creator of the living heritage. And the definition issues were discussed all throughout the day and in session number 3 regarding the definition of materiality and immateriality, and maybe false definitions and way we define what is a document, a archival document or ICH documents, and how can this play in terms of access and control on these documents. And finally, there's a question of diversity that was raised at the end of the session regarding the diversity in the archives, and how can this have an impact on the importance of archives in communities that we try to document and we want to work with those communities, and how can this influence the question of interpretation. So diversity, inclusivity, and how can we correct these to create an environment that's more equitable, more fair, and more better represents what can be interpretation and access to the ICH. And there we also discuss about silos or no silos. So when we talk about creators and stewards and users of the cultural heritage, and most of the discussion that came out of this and came from the audience focused on copyrights and access to archives and also diversity. So thank you to all who have intervened and asked questions and those who stayed until the end. So that's the summary of session number 3.
Thank you, Anthea, Ian, and Kristin. I've come back on screen to invite the remaining panelists to come on screen if you wish, and we will do the best we can in this virtual environment to facilitate a roundtable discussion. We're also joined again by the chair of our Memory of the World Committee, Cody. And of course, we've had Claude Roberto, our ICA representative and stalwart, with us all day. Marley and I will try to orchestrate behind the scenes. I think the raising hand bit is probably best, but I will let Kristin, Ian, and Anthea guide me so I can guide you. And we will carry on with a roundtable discussion. Thank you all. I'll go camera off so you don't have to worry about me, but I'll watch.
As a professor, I often do not like the awkward silence waiting for the first student to make a comment. So I will break the ice on this roundtable discussion, knowing that some of us have been awake since 4 a.m. Eastern time. One thing that stands out to me as so vital to these discussions moving forward, and I think was reflected very well, is that we are dealing with a significant number of different cultural contexts, which makes this work so difficult. It makes it difficult for us to really develop best strategies. But as I like to tell my students, messiness is completely okay. Messiness has a place in these conversations. I think often what we have seen when it comes to Indigenous cultural heritage, which is the perspective that I often speak from and teach from, is too often we've seen Western approaches and Indigenous approaches, and those binaries, and we've discussed a lot of binaries today, are increasingly problematic. I think when we look at the protocols for conveying cultural information in British Columbia, where Genevieve gave us examples, or speaking about the Mi'kmaq in Nova Scotia, where Patti Bannister gave us examples from, completely different ways of knowing and of conveying information and what's deemed culturally appropriate. And then we obviously have examples regarding French culture, Acadian culture, Gaelic culture, all discussed in Patti's conversation and others. One takeaway that I think is important from this conversation is, again, just the fact that it's extremely messy. And perhaps it's always going to be extremely messy, and we can discuss best practices, but also keeping in mind that those best practices must have allowances for cultural variability, which makes our jobs very impossible and very difficult. But again, not a bad thing. That's my 2 cents I'm going to throw in at the beginning.
Anyone else have 2 cents to share?
I can throw in a couple of cents. I have so many notes. I'm trying to whittle down what I think is most important. I'll go back to what I started with at the beginning of today, so many hours ago, which is about tangible cultural heritage as it's defined in the UNESCO Convention, and what its purpose was, or its motivation, to my understanding. And what motivates me when I'm working with community and feeling the desire to document, even though I do think transmission is a better way for culture to live, obviously, than to document. To my understanding, the convention, what UNESCO is trying to do is to protect what has often not been in the record at all. It's been forgotten, marginalized. We talked a lot today about various kind of cultural and ethnic backgrounds, but also within those, the everyday living, the know-how behind how people live in a particular place, what happens around their kitchen tables, what happens on their farm, what happens out in the woods or on the tundra or on the prairie, what women do, what children do, what men know in their community, what non-binary people know in their community. Those are the things that are often left out of the record entirely. And that's sometimes what keeps me up at night, is even now in our contemporary society, which in some ways is over-documented. We're online, we're on YouTube, we're on social media, but those really rich details about life that are so meaningful to everyday folks, to people in our families, in our communities, that's what I fear is not getting on the record. And I'm not meaning to pick on anyone, I forget who even said it, but in session 3, there is talking about a treaty from an Indigenous community that was passed down orally. But in my mind, my understanding of ICH is something like that, which is a formalized agreement between nations, is not necessarily the ICH that UNESCO is going after, which is much more humble often. It's much more everyday, not always. But I think sometimes we get caught up in those larger picture items, the sacred things, ceremony, and sometimes the everyday stuff gets lost. And so that's one of the things I'm concerned about, and would love to open up the conversation around that, and how it ties into this larger question of, oh, what is ICH? Like, what is living heritage, and how do we possibly put a container around it when really it shouldn't be contained, and it can't be. It's just, it lives in community. But we're trying as practitioners to help communities. So how can we do that with such an unwieldy term?
You're muted, Laura.
Sorry, I apologize. 18 things going on at once. I can multitask. I put my camera back on. I think I've raised a question in our chat that the audience won't see about the question of terminology. My question was around the word archives, but Kristin is raising a question that I think is around, what do we mean when we talk about intangible cultural heritage, and is there one definition? I was putting it to Jeannette. I don't know if I'm putting you on the spot, Jeannette, to say, and I've read Jeanette's wonderful book, and this was my question throughout: is the word archives appropriate to represent the documentary residue of intangible or tangible or intangible, relational or transactional, performative or other? Does that word do it for the documentary remains? And the next question for others, and Jeannette, might be, is ICH the right term for the rest? Or do we need to look at that with more subtle interpretation? Jeannette, throw it over to you.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you explained it, because I was going to ask you, I read your question, now explain your question. But, but I think that archives might be the best word we happen to have at the moment. And it's certainly a word that has lasted been around for a long, long time. So it's also a word, I would say it's a word that's positive and negative. I mean, how many of you working as archivists have to explain what you do to somebody over and over again? And of course, no one's terribly interested anyway. So I think that is sort of the curse of the archivist, that you'll always be explaining yourself to somebody who of course is not an archivist. But at the same time, the word has a particular positive aura that means that has to do with preservation, that has to do with keeping something for a long, long time, something that is valued. And of course, the whole idea of value and continuing value is what archives is all about. So I think from that point of view, and particularly in terms of ICH, by joining that with archives, it is really saying, yes, this is something that is permanently valuable. It is something that in some way or other is going to be around for a long time. It is going to be preserved. It is something that society cares about, even if they don't always know what it means. And so I'm on the side of keeping the word. I don't know how other people, be nice to hear what other people have to say.
Let me just jump in and say we have hands going, and I've got questions coming in from the audience. I'll go to the questions, but we got Cody, après ça c'est Antoine, après ça c'est Ian. So Cody, Antoine, Ian, and I'll see what the audience is saying.
Sure, I think that there's a lot of thoughts in this, and I think it's a really important question to ask if archives is the best term, because obviously, you know, archives is very much a Western term and concept. And one thing that stands out to me about Memory of the World as a program, which is sort of the instigating conversation for this discussion, is that Memory of the World and its guiding documentation states how it doesn't serve to recognize archives. It serves to recognize documentary heritage, which is much more broader and ambiguous and makes things a bit difficult. I know that on the International Memory of the World Register, UNESCO has recently recognized petroglyphs, for instance, as being a certain petroglyph collection as being an internationally significant example of documentary heritage. But I also know in Ontario, where I'm based out of, there's a number of petroglyphs from Algonquin nations where those are always reinterpreted by the community. They've always been reinterpreted by the community. The message is embedded with them based on the needs of the community at any given time. So if you were to commemorate the petroglyphs as being internationally significant, it would really be meaningless. The changing interpretations of those is how the community sees them as valuable. So again, that just makes our conversation about what is the documentary heritage, what is the archive, what is the intangible cultural heritage, messy, and shows some of these divisions, even between documentary heritage as a starting point compared to archives, just to add more thoughts. But I'll pass it to Antoine.
Merci. Oui,
Thank
merci.
you.
Je voulais simplement dire,
Thank you. I wanted to and touch on this the terminology in question, and even if we ignore the fact that we may need to translate the term the archive into non-Western languages, and if we assume that people have a sense of what it is, there has been surveys carried out in Quebec to see if people understood the term folklore or tradition, or what their understanding was. And the survey showed that people have a very poor understanding of what heritage means, of what tradition means. And folklore, however, is fairly well understood, or at least has a strong echo among the population. It has the connotation that maybe people are not so interested in that term. So that's what we found out by carrying extensive surveys among the population, and we have not surveyed the term on the term archive. So of course we understand what we're talking about when we're gathered together, but this is those are concepts that the population understands to varying degrees.
I look forward to the survey. I think that would be very interesting to see. I just wanted to quickly note, I've thought a lot about the term archives, mainly because in my own world, we work with web archives, which aren't really archives. So it sort of brings you to think about the term itself. And I think in general, I agree with Jeannette about the power of the term. I think people understand what an archive is. I think this is why a survey would be useful, but I think often they hear about something being in an archive, and some communities are very proud of that, and they know what that means, and it resonates with them. So I guess it would be good to talk to communities. What terms do they want? What does heritage conjure? What does archive conjure? What do communities want? What terminology should we use?
Okay, I am channeling all sorts of inputs from the audience here. Let me ask a question from the audience that I think builds on this discussion. Would combining museum, history, library, archives be an interesting thought? There is a GLAM movement that people have been involved with for many years. I also remember long ago the work of Bob Janes, who was advocating for a very holistic approach to artifacts, archives, bringing everything together. I think his comment was, what if you had a picture of a bridge, a piece of the bridge, an oral history about the bridge, all of that in the same place? So is that a possibility? Oh, the hands are popping. Kristin, Anthea, Genevieve. And Genevieve, I think you had another comment that might just tie in with that as well. So Kristin, Anthea, and Genevieve.
Oh, I really like this question. I think that those kinds of institutions already do exist in some places. And one concept that's, I think, related to this is that of the Eco Museum, which is something that, or Economusée, that combines a lot of different kind of capacities around a community. And sometimes it has an economic side to it as well, and a tourism angle. But I think it makes a lot of sense to have a lot of these things under the same roof so we can actually talk to each other on a day-to-day basis. But on that note, I'm kind of using this question as a springboard for an issue I wanted to raise for the whole symposium, really. Maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself because this is sort of the what could we do next. But I'm going to bring it back to ICH because I feel like that's my job today. Canada has not ratified this convention. I'm not sure even whether Canada should or not, frankly. I really go back and forth on this. I think there's advantages and disadvantages either way. However, I really hope that we don't continue what is going on right now, which is that there's virtually no movement happening at a federal level in Canada. There's no physical place or even virtual place right now for ICH in Canada to come together to talk about, for practitioners, scholars, other than the Folklore Studies Association of Canada, which is a wonderful association. However, it is very scholarly, and this is one of the main problems, is that we don't have an actual place to come together to discuss this. So ratifying the convention would force that issue. It also would bring up a whole host of other problems that I won't get into today, because that is a separate symposium, I think, talking about the convention itself and how it's been applied in other countries and what lessons we could learn here in Canada, and how not ratifying actually frees us to do some other things. But nevertheless, I mean, I'm here to push that kind of question of how do we continue this conversation about ICH in Canada at a federal level? Where does that conversation belong? So today we're tacking ourselves onto archives. Tomorrow we might, kind of show up at a museums conference, or like I'm at the end of the month going to a history conference, because we're kind of knocking on the doors these other established fields and institutions, asking for some shelter to be let in and to be able to have these conversations. So that's just a point I want to make, kind of jumping off that question. Is there a place for ICH in these existing institutions? Is there a place for existing institutions to collaborate more meaningfully and perhaps formally?
So Kristin, could I just ask you a question? Because I'm not really very familiar with the Canadian situation. What are the reasons that Canada has not ratified that protocol?
I can direct you to the report that we produced for the Federal Culture Heritage, Provincial Territorial Culture and Heritage Table, which goes into depth on why. But in short, a large part of it is that Canada is so large, so diverse, that it's very difficult to imagine. I think the UNESCO parameters, especially when the convention first came out, were that you had to list things. For example, like this is an example of Canadian ICH, and to pick out one practice in this country and say this is an example of Canadian ICH would be extremely controversial. So that's one sort of small piece of that puzzle of why not, is just dealing with the cultural complexity and the politics of cultural diversity here in Canada, as well as, of course, just the sheer bureaucracy of how do we make this happen, as well as how can the provinces all be on the same page to want to do this. So that's a short answer to to why not, but certainly that's something that ought to be revisited.
Just to really briefly line skip, sorry, Anthea and Genevieve, but to build on Jeanette's comment, for better or for worse, and this is an answer I've heard about why the convention has never been ratified, and I've never seen anything concretely, but it's perspectives and concerns that some community members have expressed in Canada, is also one of the reasons why the convention was never ratified was because of concerns of French Canadian populations asserting cultural nationalism and saying, these are our national practices, and the implications that might have if that were recognized in an international context. And, I've never seen official documentation that says that this was a concern, and I'm sure Kristin has heard this before and has never, maybe seen concrete. But if some communities are feeling that and concerned about that, I think that builds, again, on some of the broader discussions we've had now about gatekeepers and who decides what is significant and what are the implications of deciding those values of significance. So, that might not be a valid reason or a legitimate reason why it's never been ratified, but that's a thought that some people have had. And it obviously has ripple effects. And I see Kristin has unmuted again.
Yeah, and I know someone jumps the line too, but yes, Cody, thanks for bringing that up, because there's the official party line and then there is that back room, what you hear. And as well as concerns about French Canada, there's also concerns about Indigenous nations also asserting sovereignty, and that this convention could be a powerful tool for that. As well, again, to go back to language and terminology, like what is Canadian even? What is Canada even? We struggle with that as a country, with nation building, history making. And so one thing we even did in this report, which we kind of borrowed from Scotland, was rather than saying Canadian ICH, we say ICH in Canada. And one last note too, Cody, when you talked about the back room, why not? Another thing I have heard is that Built Heritage kind of lobby was concerned about if this were to be ratified and there was funding, that basically there wouldn't be more funding, that what funding existed for heritage would have to be split now between the built heritage and intangible cultural heritage. There's a strong kind of lobby for built heritage in Ottawa at the time that really got in the way of it. Again, these binaries, unfortunately.
Yes, I agree with Cody and Kristin. I heard about Quebec, like issues with Quebec and also Indigenous people, including territories and Inuit, who shall have to be represented. And it has not yet been, I think, well explained to like the territories, Northwest Territories and Nunavut. So I would say there's still work to do.
Absolutely. I'm going to jump in. I think, Anthea, you were going to make a point, and then we had Genevieve, and then après ça, c'est Antoine. Over to you, Anthea.
Alors, le point que j'allais soulever, particulièrement au niveau de l'amalgamation.
Yes, the point I was going to raise had to do with the libraries and the archives and other institutions being merged. This is specifically the case in British Columbia, to take that example. Museums have taken over and archives are almost gone. I don't think I'm over this, against this approach. I think it could be a good thing to facilitate discussion between the various communities. And we've discussed earlier how we can share returns on experience. We're all siloed in our art galleries, museums, and libraries, or Museum of Modern Arts, but that's an issue. Our work is poorly understood, and merging those institutions has compromised, has affected the libraries and mandates, Library and Archives Canada. I hear all the arguments that have been brought up here regarding the ratification of the convention. Let's put politics aside. Of course, we're talking about UNESCO, so politics play a role into decisions that are made. I think that more so than in politics, it's a matter of asking the the committee in Canada to defend us with the Department of Culture. How can those organizations defend ratification? I think we are being too passive if we really want to create relationships, and we need to, if we want to merge, then we really need to work together towards ratification and keeping in mind communities that are affected. I think Genevieve, you're up.
Genevieve.
Oh, hi. Thanks. Sorry, the translation was covering up your voice. Thank you for those comments, Anthea. I'm torn about this question around blending museums, archives, history, and libraries for a couple of reasons. Because I do agree, Anthea, with some of the things you're saying in terms of it can be very problematic merging these institutions that have very different practices and approaches. However, the flip side of that is that a lot of the communities that I've worked with, they don't see a difference. And that is going to be the reality, I think, forever, because in a lot of these different cultural backgrounds or understandings of records, there isn't a difference between an object that's in a museum and a record that's in an archives and something that's held in a gallery or something else. I had the privilege of participating in a documentary film that was produced by the National Film Board called Unarchived. And one of the criticisms that I heard from other archivists that didn't surprise me was that some of the people, almost all of the communities that were interviewed, and it was a diverse array of communities from around BC, and they were talking about their experience with archives and the archives that they were building. There was South Asian communities, Indigenous communities, Chinese, Canadian, etc. They all regularly crossed in their conversation that they were talking about records and information, but they sort of would move back and forth between talking about the museum environment and the archives environment and didn't make a distinction between them ever. So I heard this criticism from some of my archival colleagues who were kind of complaining, saying, oh, it's so frustrating, people don't know what we do. But the point that I tried to make back to them was that it doesn't actually matter because, for example, in the Tahltan community, an Indigenous community that came and was filmed at the Royal BC Museum and BC Archives, which are two distinct places, but that are part of the same organization. They looked at records in the archives, they looked at photograph albums showing cultural practices from their community, and then they went into the galleries and they looked at the physical manifestation of the things that they saw happening. So in particular, there was weaving and there was carving. And to them, that is also a record. It's the same thing. They call it all the archives because there's no distinction. So I think that although I agree with Anthea that from a sort of political and practical standpoint, there are really important reasons why we need to maintain a distinction between the types of work that we do in lots of ways. I think that we have to work much more closely together because in order to truly be of service to the communities that we are here to serve and to help and to provide access to, we have to be able to work with all of these different institutions and provide access broadly across all the different places and formats, because that the distinctions that we make are often invisible outside of our community. I wanted to really, really briefly comment on one thing quickly that Kristin had said earlier. Kristin had mentioned that the intention of, I think it was that the UNESCO definition of intangible cultural heritage was less about focusing on the big ceremonial items. And I think she mentioned that the treaties that I had brought up and that it was more about the daily cultural heritage. I think that when we're talking about intangible cultural heritage captured in archives, which is not entirely what this whole symposium was about, but a good part of it was about that. I think that illustrates exactly one of the issues with institutional archives is that a government archives like the one that I worked at, it collects the big, important, shiny records and objects and the things that capture these sort of big moments, decision-making moments, governance. And there's so much literature out there around community archives, which I think is so interesting and so important, and around how communities are trying to rectify the fact that government funded and supported or university supported sometimes archives don't focus on the daily record, the daily activities of communities, and how can we fix that? And that's something else that's addressed in the documentary that I mentioned. So I think that in some institutions, it's an issue that you get this with, as with anything else, with any format or type of record or community represented, you get this tiny, tiny little sliver of what is captured, and it's often the sort of big things that are captured and not the daily things. So I guess I'm saying that I recognize that that's what the intention is, and I hope that we get there at some point, but I'm not sure if that is happening in the types of institutional archives that I've worked with.
I think we'll go next to Antoine, and after that to Emily, and then we have another couple of questions, quite a few questions coming through.
Oui, très rapidement, je voulais juste rebondir sur la question de pourquoi le Canada n'a pas signé la convention.
So quickly, I wanted to touch on the lack of an official reason for Canada to not ratify the convention. It's the first time that I'm hearing that the French-Canadian community would have blocked ratification of the convention. I think that's more of an assumption than the reality. I think that we should also look at other non-signatory countries as to the reasons why they also haven't signed the convention, and maybe we could find answers there. I think the most accurate positions is to ask groups that are currently practicing ICH or other elements of heritage to position themselves on the convention. And this is something we're constantly working on, and this is our role as researchers, as facilitators and archivists, to engage people in the discussion, but we don't want to speak on their behalf. It's a long process. So I hope that Canada will have actually signed the convention before we finish this work.
Can I jump in now? Yes, I could jump in. I just want to quickly respond to Antoine, because I think my understanding, and Cody, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not that French Canada would block the convention. It was more that politicians in Ottawa were afraid that if we signed the convention, that it would embolden, or it would, that Quebec, for instance, or Indigenous nations would use it to assert sovereignty. I think that was more the fear, not that I don't think it was about French Canada blocking it. It was about the fear that it could, increase assertions of sovereignty. And it was that fear of Ottawa. We don't want to break up Canada, like in very general terms. That's my understanding, but correct me if I'm wrong, Cody.
To Emily. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to double back also to a comment about intangible cultural heritage and sort of capturing the daily, which of course is definitely a big part of it. But I wanted to speak to that in terms of oral history, I guess, specifically, and oral history as a source that then is in an archive, or in the case of a museum, in a collection. I would say within the discipline of history, and within perhaps the practice of public history, there is still a tendency, even though we've gained a lot of ground, there's still a tendency to see oral history in terms of the descriptive and the anecdotal, and in terms of filling in the gaps of the real, the documentary Van Ranke 19th century written record. And part of the challenge for oral historians is to push the envelope and to sort of deconstruct the binaries around that. And so that means that people who are interviewed have authority over historical events because they are interpreting those historical events according to their lived experience. So I've recently been working on interviews with Chilean exiles who lived through, for example, the election of Salvador Allende and the military coup in 1973 of Augusto Pinochet. So if you were there and you were at the university when Salvador Allende gave his first speech, waving your flags and so on, or if you spent time in a concentration camp because you were put there by the military, and so on and so on, your ability to speak in the oral history interview at that extra layer of analysis and reflection about the role of the CIA, for example, in toppling Allende, the role of the Canadian government in supporting the CIA, the role of Canadian mining companies and how they were backed by the Canadian, all that analysis is really, really important. And there is a danger, I think, in some of the sources of seeing that the everyday in a certain kind of way. So I just wanted to kind of add those 2 cents to that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, merci. We've got a lot of inputs from the audience. Thank you very much to everyone who is sharing your thoughts. We know you're out there. I've tried to fold together elements of 3 questions that seem to relate to each other. One talks about the challenge of monetary and resource issues. And this is all very well and good. We have this chat, we have our conversations, but how do we build the energy, as this audience member says, for communal gatherings? Another asks, is there a way to create a resource, a connection tool for thinkers, institutions, researchers, so we can come together and continue this conversation? And a third audience member asks about concrete steps for advocacy and outreach to raise awareness of these issues. And we are now just at, 4 o'clock there for you, 1 o'clock for me. So we have another half hour before we end. If we start shifting into a question around where do we go next, I think the first question would be, do we see a role for coming together? How can we come together? We are not only attempting cross-disciplinary, cross-jurisdiction discussion here. We also have cross-border. We have very different practices in the United States versus Canada. We have a lot of audience members from around the world. I firmly believe that everyone's cultural reality is their own. We can't have a one-size-fits-all approach. So any thoughts, hands up, or who wants to go first, second, third, about what can we do? Who we is a question. Who are we and what do we do to further the momentum of this conversation today? Anyone? Everyone?
So could I ask one more question? And that is, when this non-ratification occurred, how many years ago was that? When it was not ratified?
2005 was the last time that it was officially considered by the federal government in Canada.
Okay, so you're now in 2023, and it seems to me that the climate in terms of intangibility and Indigenous peoples has really changed in the past 12, 14, however, I can't count from 2005 to 2023. But at any rate, I'm wondering, and Laura mentioned that an important question, who is the we? But maybe if all of the different we's from anthropology, from history, from archives, from museums, in other words, all the constituencies made another effort, made another appeal altogether, perhaps that might be, I don't really know. I'm just kind of throwing this out. Because it just seems to me that this decision, the original non-ratification, was really quite a long time ago. And I'm wondering whether all of you think that the situation has changed. and that Indigenous peoples have a much greater voice and are much more being heard than they were in 2005. But I really don't know. I'm just asking.
Cody, do you want to build on that and maybe draw us into the question of where to go next?
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting. I'm sort of going to take a convoluted approach to answer both Jeanette's questions and thoughts, and then narrow it down to what Laura had asked. But one thing I find very fascinating is that when it comes to the Memory of the World program, first, Canada was a very active leader in developing that program. Jean-Pierre Willot, our former national archivist, was one of the drafters of the Memory of the World program. He served as a chairman role for the initial International Memory of the World Committee. He helped establish our own National Advisory Committee to various extents over a period of time. And then we see the conversation regarding intangible cultural heritage, where Canada has sort of actively excluded itself from that conversation. And Kristin and I commented, and others commented, about how there might have been political justifications or implications as to why that was never ratified. But if we look at, let's say, Memory of the World as a program, our committee could say that we think the Quebec referendum votes were nationally significant, and we can designate the ballots where it was 49.5% for separating from Canada compared to 50.5% for staying within Canada. If those archival documents remain and we decide to declare that as being nationally significant, maybe we could be making just as bold a statement that could have political implications and political concerns. And it's not really an answer to your question yet, but it's interesting to see how cultural practices and tangible cultural heritage are kind of seen in some ways as perhaps threatening, because they could impose a narrative of Canada. But we could do the same thing with archival questions. Just luckily, what's been kept in archival institutions, as Genevieve has said, tend to be those government records which kind of abide by this very specific narrative. So there might be less of a concern of that happening. It's a bit messy. As for next steps, I think there's a lot of next steps. And I think one thing that's really important to recognize as well when it comes to either French Canada as a lobbying group or Gaelic communities or Indigenous nations is there's such a disparity of where some communities are at. I always, a lot of my students ask in Canada, well, why aren't these issues dealt with? Some of our Indigenous nations in Canada are still trying to fight to get clean drinking water, because we don't have clean drinking water in our communities. We don't have internet access, all of this stuff. So if we're, fighting tooth and nail to get clean drinking water, we don't have the capacity to deal with, or the interest or the desire to compare or deal with some of these broader issues, right? So it's so hard to develop that unifying front in some issues, because it's such a disparate situation all across the world or all across the country and in international context as well. I also think at the end of the day, some of it is kind of completely arbitrary. And I'm going to use UNESCO as a key example. So for the past 3 days, UNESCO has been designating new World Heritage sites. They just commemorated a new UNESCO World Heritage site in Russia. And for the past 6 months, Russia has been bombing World Heritage sites in Ukraine that have now been permanently destroyed. So even when we have these kind of international orders and frameworks for preserving culture, preserving heritage, there's only so much that they ever actually are able to accomplish at the end of the day, right? So, Laura, I don't know if I answered your question. I think I might have worked around it. I might have worked around Jeanette's, but it's, as I said at my beginning remarks for this roundtable, it's messy, it's complex, and I'm sure that's where we're going to end at the end of the day.
You tried, Cody, my friend. You tried. We're going to give Kristin a kick at the can now.
Is Michael still here? Is Michael still here? Or did he? I wanted to bring him into this conversation about, your question, Jeanette, about hasn't things changed? They have, and very much we recognize that. And there is this, should we push for this? But who is the we, first of all? Because like I said, as of now, there's no strong community. There's the Folklore Studies Association of Canada, and that's really it in terms of folklorists and people working directly with ICH in Canada. So we don't really have that strength. I mean, this new chair that I'm sharing with Agnieszka Popolska-Mainville, we're going to do our best to try to pull people together, but it is difficult in a country as large and diverse as Canada. And I do have questions sometimes about, like I said, I'm not convinced ratification is the answer for Canada. I'm not convinced it's not. Sometimes I wonder, should the federal government be meddling in this? Should, maybe it's better if they're not, and then we don't have the bureaucracy to deal with. However, we then also don't have the funding. And Guha, earlier today, you said something like about resources, and you're like, well, we're well resourced, thank you very much. And I was like, well, lucky for you, Guha, at the Library of Congress in Washington, we don't have something comparable here in Canada. And I wanted to bring Michael into this because I know that back in the 70s, he was teaching folklore courses here in the University of Saskatchewan, trying to establish a folklore department. It never went. There is one English-speaking folklore department that grants PhD in Canada, Memorial University. There's one in French-speaking Canada, Université Laval. There's a couple others, University of Alberta, Keele Centre, Cape Breton, but there's very few academic institutions. And I think that's one of the main drivers of pushing this agenda forward, pushing, of course, scholarship discourse about it. As well, United States has not ratified either, but the United States has tons of this work going on, but historically it was called folklore. There's more academic institutions. So I honestly don't have this answer in Canada. I'm curious. That's why I wanted to ask Michael, why has Canada not embraced the culture of everyday ordinary people the way that, say, the US has, the way much of the rest of the world has? Why not? I don't know. Maybe some of you have answers to that.
And Michael is currently in Vienna, where I suspect it's a ghastly hour of the night. He has left us, but we have Guha here. His hand is up. And then we have Antoine après ça. So Guha and then Antoine. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't answer the cross-border question of what happens in Canada. That's not my bailiwick. I will say, Catherine, that when I said we're well-resourced, I meant that only to point out that not everybody faces the same constraints uniformly across all domains, right? When I say we're well-resourced, it means that we have the capacity of doing some things. We don't always do it. It's just that we have the capacity of working with Indigenous communities in a much more facile way than others might. And so that point was actually referring to the fact that it's not easy. It's easier in some circumstances and in some realms, but the resources are not uniformly distributed. That's the fundamental point here. And I'm not saying that to point out anything other than that there's nothing fair about the system in which we live, right? There's no uniform way to ameliorate all these kinds of difficulties. It's just that those of us who are in a position to work out and to assist with communities as they make their way forward should take every opportunity to do so, simply because we do have the resources. I hope that makes it clear. I wasn't lording it over anybody by any stretch of the imagination. Thank you.
Far from it. Very well. Thank you, Guha. Antoine, and after Antoine, we have Cody.
Oui, je voulais simplement dire qu'à travers.
I just wanted to say that through all the world, all the countries that signed, ratified the UNESCO 2003 agreement, not being far from being the majority of the countries who wanted to invest money in this, ratifying a convention does not equal implementing it in an efficient way. Many countries do not invest anything or hardly enter in ICH, which is not the case of Canada. In spite of the fact of non-ratification, there is an investment in culture and indirectly towards the living heritage. So when we compare ourselves, we can console ourselves to a certain point. But of course, the allocation of resources is directed especially towards things others than the living heritage in Canada. I think I can speak for an average of people in Canada. So let us gather together to get more resources. But I think we're able to work with the federal and even outside of the convention. Like Kristin was saying, there are certain points for pros, and there's eventual also inconveniences in ratifying this agreement about this convention. But we still can continue to work well with the existing resources that we have and that we're going to get.
On a bit,
thank you, Antoine. To Cody.
On a bit of a slightly unrelated point, but also kind of building off Antoine's about the differences between ratifying the convention and actually investing the time and the energy and the financial commitment to doing it in an effective way. One thing I think about with our counterparts in the United States is how they have recently rejoined UNESCO as a country. And prior to this announcement, or shortly after this announcement, I had a conversation with a former high-ranking archivist in the United States, and I had mentioned to them about how perhaps the United States will reconvene a Memory of the World Committee of their own, which could involve relationship building with our Canadian Memory of the World Committee. And interestingly, this archivist, who I will not name, said she doubts that there's a big interest in that ever occurring in the United States, because Memory of the World is actually meaningless. There's no there's nothing associated with it. It's just a title, it's just a label, it's just a commemorative designation. Now in Canada and in other countries, I think we've done a very good job using it to leverage, promote stories that are important, promote themes. Genevieve Weber discussed the Ida Halpern collection, which is on our National Memory of the World Register and which discusses a lot of very important themes. The National Center for Truth and Reconciliation records are on the International Memory of the World Register, and we've used that to really leverage important conversations internationally and nationally. It's just so fascinating, again, to have these conversations because, as Kristin has said repeatedly, maybe ratification means absolutely nothing. It's not the approach. Maybe it won't make any difference. Maybe it's not the inevitable goal. So there is that really big conversation about some international instruments exist that might have leverage, that might be beneficial. And other times, maybe they're all just sort of arbitrary and don't really serve a purpose. It really depends on the audience in question and how they decide to implement them or utilize them. So Jeannette, I'm not sure if you have examples from other countries, perhaps, of Memory of the World, and if it does exist or not, but I know it's just one small category for something that we can do in many different contexts around the world.
Yeah, I mean, I have looked at, of course, the Memory of the World sites, and certainly in the Caribbean, there's quite a number. They have, and I think, especially for smaller countries, the Memory of the World really serves a great function, because it sort of brings up, otherwise, I think it's a source of pride for many smaller countries, particularly, to have something in the Memory of the World. But I also think that there are certain kinds of things in the Memory of the World, for example, slave lists, that are very good to remind the rest of the world what some countries have endured. And so I think that I think that these Memory of the World presentations really serve a number of purposes. And perhaps the major countries like the United States, don't feel that they have to do this as much. But I think it's the smaller countries for whom it's very important. And that's
really, yeah.
It's not supported by research or anything. I'm just telling you what I think.
I think that's a great point. And again, looking at sort of the different national contexts that we're discussing, and Laura made a good point earlier about how these conversations are so different depending on the structure you're looking at, the committee, the government. We often compare ourselves culturally in Canada to a place like New Zealand, where there's Indigenous nations, colonial occupancy, settler colonial nations that exist. And in my conversations with my International Memory of the World colleagues in New Zealand, they have said how they have nominated 3 collections to the International Memory of the World Register: the Treaty of Waitangi, which is a treaty with the Maori, women's suffrage petitions from the 1800s, and the archives of Sir Edmund Hillary, who was the first to climb Mount Everest. And they, as a country, have decided that's all they're ever going to nominate internationally, because that's the 3 internationally significant collections that exist in their country. End of conversation. And I find that a really interesting discussion as well about how, internal politics, that's what the committee might feel, or the current composition, and we might see changes depending on the composition of those committees moving forward. It really is that conversation about who has a seat at the table. and who's making those decisions. Of course, I'm generalizing. My colleagues in New Zealand, they were a bit more articulate than that, but I'll lay that concept on the table and pass it to Patti.
I'll just interject here and say, yes, please, Patti. And then after that, we're going to go to some wrap-up questions because we have 15 minutes left.
Okay, I am going to make this brief. There are so many things that I potentially could weigh in on here, and I will not weigh in on all of them. I'm just having a few thoughts from listening to the very rich dialogue that we've been having, and some of them are resonating around, the notion of cooperation between the disciplines. Does archives work as the word, the name? Are we the place for the partner for intangible cultural heritage work? And I'd say that there are a few things in the column of in our favor with this, around the fact that we are known as a discipline for caring for most of the formats of fixation for intangible cultural heritage. Most of the carriers, many collectors have reached out to archives first and foremost as repositories. There is also the professional overlay of our absence of interpretation and our emphasis on access as opposed to interpretation or exhibition in archives. But into this last conversation that's just started around sort of memory of the world and its use in Canada, I think in the Canadian context, we need to give some thought to how we're feeling about the memory of the world, a recognition option in light of things that have been happening with the cultural property certification process that's been in place and is, of course, tied to tax receipting, and there are monetary implications for that. So just consider throwing that into the conversation for something different.
Thank you, Patti. We have 13 minutes. I'm not saying that with any great joy, but 4 o'clock was an early start for me. And I have thoroughly enjoyed today, and I thank you all very much for all your effort and energy and dedication to having this conversation. As a wrap-up, I would like to ask everyone, anybody who wishes to answer, if you could have one thing, make it difficult for you, what would you ask me to put in the report to suggest we do next to further the conversation, to further the issue, to further whatever you think ought to be furthered? Does anybody want to try that one out? And when we get to 4:30 and it's time to end, we'll just end. Anthea, please.
Alors, si j'ai bien compris un peu la discussion.
If I understand well, the discussion with Kristin is that there's no space to discuss the ICH or living heritage. So there are associations of Canadian folklore that exist, which is good, but should we create a space, or can we assemble all the communities of conservation and use and creation of this heritage in order to create a vision, a more global vision, a holistic vision of what should happen in this space, and to be able to start discussions, a more robust conversation on how to recognize the ICH or living heritage, how to allow the control of the creative communities, if they can who can use, reuse, and all these aspects. So for me, we should create a space and dedicate it to advanced discussions.
Cody, and then Antoine.
Yeah, so Antoine.
One thing that I always think to myself is we have these, in other contexts as well, we have some very important and meaningful conversations, but we talk amongst ourselves. And I think what deciding as a Memory of the World Committee, and then also hearing feedback from people who are on this call, who are listening, if they could message us and say, who would you like us to send this report to? Is there a government official who you know, who you've worked with? Is there an institution who you know, who you've worked with? A policy maker? You know, we have our networks through the Canadian Commission for UNESCO. We'll make sure that people affiliated with us can hear it, but we want this to be meaningful. So my plea and question to those who are listening is send us a message or leave a comment about who you would like us to send this report to, and we will try our best to get that done.
I will just interject before Antoine. We have a section on the project website specifically for comments or questions for this very purpose. Please feel free to use it. Thank you, Merci. Antoine.
Oui, merci. Ben, pour faire suite
Yes, thank you. Well, in order to follow up your comments and the suggestion of Anthea, which is very good, a good idea. We started a discussion with a hub nucleus of NGOs who were officially created, Canadian, who were accredited officially with the 2003 UNESCO agreement, because even though Canada did not ratify it, some organizations can be ratified officially in Canada, which is the case of maybe less than 10 organizations. So we started a discussion which is not finished, and we want to continue and widen with the Canadian Council for UNESCO. So it's not easy to broaden to 500 organizations all of a sudden. This creates a lot of challenges, but I think we need to do it. But it's a lot of work. So the Canadian Council for UNESCO is a wonderful place, and in order to continue this discussion.
Other people, wish lists, suggestions, next steps, Claude?
Oui, comme nous avons toujours les traducteurs, je vais parler en français.
Yes, since we have the interpreter still, so I think it would be a good idea to continue the discussions, continue to talk to each other. Communications is very important, and also there is a lot of awareness at all levels to be made, advocacy, and I would like to continue, first of all, to help to continue the French translations of the reports and finish what should be finished, and to send the report to the ICA and try to have some funds also in order to do a follow-up. And I think the ICA has a role to play in this, and I will talk about this for sure. Abu Dhabi, we will have the meeting in Abu Dhabi. But personally, I want to continue to participate on behalf of the advocacy group and awareness group, but also I would like to continue financial aspect also, and which is part of the ICA. It's the Program Commission of the International Council, and the ICA was founded in Paris with the support of the UNESCO, and so ICA and UNESCO have a lot of tradition working together. I will continue to push this project forward.
Thank you, Claude. Merci. Emily or Genevieve, the two sides of the two oceans. Any comments from either of you? Thoughts, wish lists, Christmas lists?
I guess I would see it in terms of convergences and divergences. Like there's a lot I've heard in terms of commonalities around the ways people want to move forward, especially in terms of that relational aspect, but also divergences in terms of what ethics and best practices mean in different institutional settings and in different disciplinary settings and so on. And so I think it's really important to maintain that. In some ways, I feel slightly like the odd one out because we talk about collections, not archives, and it's a museum, not an archive. And so, you know, users are definitely part of the equation. So it's not good or bad, it's just different. So we don't want to kind of collapse those divergences and those differences in terms of what we capture moving forward. So maybe, you know, there's lots of potential there to create some kind of body in Canada that deals with ICH, but it's not going to capture everything. So it's good to hold on to the differences also. Yeah.
Before I jump to anyone else, I'll just say you're not at all the odd one out, Emily. The intent of this was that the archivists were going to be the listeners. We crafted the program with the view that every session would have people who represented the categories of maker, keeper, user. Unfortunately, the first speaker, one of our first session speakers, couldn't join us. We had people who wore two hats. Antoine is a maker, as a musician. Antoine is also involved with keeping, also involved with using. So we've got three hats on one man. So the intent of this was not to privilege archivists or archives. And so this is where we absolutely want to hear from other constituent groups and get those thoughts into. Now it happens, and we're very grateful that the ICA provided some funding for this, but the ICA knows full well that I am not saying you're the boss of this room. So you are not unwelcome in this, Emily. You are the reason we want you. You are here because we want these voices.
I didn't mean to imply I felt that welcome. Quite the contrary. Just that, yeah. But some areas, yeah.
But the way forward is not just for the archival community. I think that's the follow-up point. The way forward is not just for UNESCO. Well, UNESCO may be a leading role. It's not just for the ICA. It is for a group that reaches beyond those boundaries and tries to work across them, I hope. So we only have a couple of minutes left. I had a suggestion that I end with my wish list. My first wish list is that there is a glass of wine waiting for me in a couple of hours. My second wish list is that we continue this conversation and that we find more people to join us. We had 400 people registered today. Not everybody could join, I know. We've had a lot of interest in the website, hundreds and hundreds of reviews of the website. I think it's been a tremendous success. But I never see success until I see change. So I am hoping, and the change I am hoping for is that we will know who each other is. We will know to talk to each other. We will know to consult and collaborate with each other, even if our particular practices have to be managed one way because this is what our institution requires, or another way because this is what another institution or what another community group requires. I don't have a problem with that. What I want is for us to keep recognizing and sharing those insights so we all learn from each other. Cody, is it fair to start turning it over to you? I think we have 90 seconds before we're supposed to do our official end.
90 seconds early. That's wonderful. As Kristin said, this has been the most punctual of symposiums. We initially conceptualized this symposium in Winnipeg in October. You never know how something like this is going to turn out. We could put as much time and dedication into it as possible and have perhaps 6 or 7 really excited participants. The fact that Laura and Marley were able to develop a program that had over 400 registrants from over 20 countries shows just how much dedication was put into this, just how much thought was put into this. I'm going to say some thank yous before we formally farewell, but I am going to use this platform to advertise some Canadian Commission for UNESCO Memory of the World Advisory Committee upcoming news. We do have a vacancy coming up on our Memory of the World Advisory Committee here in Canada with a specific interest in the Prairie Provinces. If anybody would like to consider applying or has somebody in mind, please visit the Canadian Commission for UNESCO website. Also, we are formally launching next week our new call for nominations to be commemorated through the Canadian Memory of the World Advisory Committee. If you have a collection, a piece of documentary heritage, define it however you would like to, please feel free to visit the Canadian Commission for UNESCO website and send us those nominations for us to review in January. With those two announcements out of the way, I would like to take the time to thank some people. I'm going to start with Anthea, Ian, and Kristin, our wonderful moderators for today's presentation. They have dedicated not only just multiple hours today, but several hours throughout the past few weeks to really make this such an incredible program. So thank you to the three of you. I would also like to thank other members of our Memory of the World Advisory Committee who were on the call throughout the day. Alban, Genevieve, Charmaine, some of our other very dedicated members who are joining us in various capacities. I would also like to thank Elaine Young and David Chimke and Yves Sherrard from the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, who not only provided financial resources, but assistance to assure that this was a wonderful program. I would like to thank the team at America Interpretation. I would also like to thank specifically Samuel, the Zoom technician who manages everything today and has made this operate. Without Samuel, we would have all been locked in a dark screen, I'm sure. So thank you very much. I would like to thank Leslie Weir, librarian and archivist from our Library and Archives Canada, who offered some incredible remarks, Claude Roberto for translation services, and for rallying the International Council on Archives Communities for coming today. I would like to thank Laura, again, as I said, the heart and soul and brains of this. She said the blood, sweat, and tears of this, and perhaps that's a better reflection. But Laura undoubtedly deserves her glass of wine. Before I move on, I would like to see virtual applause from everyone for Laura Miller from below. Thank you, everyone. And as well, as much as Laura's put in so much attention, Marley really was, I think, the one who brought this all together. Before I get to you, Marley, Emily and Rebecca, note takers, thank you so much for everything you've done. Now it's back to Marley. Marley has been our program assistant throughout this entire process, who has made this symposium a raving success for not just our national community, but the international community. Marley will continue with helping to author this report. And again, starting doctoral studies in England in the coming weeks. So big round of applause from everyone, from Marley as well. Thank you so much to the speakers. And thank you for letting me have the last word, which is always kind of nerve-wracking, but always fun as well. So Laura, if you want to do anything else, it's back to you. But thank you from our committee. I really do appreciate everything.
I will just say thank you, Cody, for all the support. And you and Kristin gave a lot of support as the project team. I'm very grateful. Thank you, Leslie, for joining us again and for the ongoing support of Library and Archives Canada for not just the archival record of Canada, but the broader documentary and non-documentary heritage of the country of Canada. It's nice to see you back again. We know you were here the whole time. We know you were here the whole time. Thank you to everyone who stuck it out such a long day. And I encourage all the attendees, please look for the resources on the project website, look for the comments section on the project website. We will be taking the website down in December because we are organized people who don't believe in orphaned websites. All the information in there will be converted into our report, which will be publicly available, and the YouTube recording of today, which will also be available very soon. It's a watch this space story. Thank you, merci à tous, and I think we're done.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you, merci, au revoir tout le monde.
Thank you for coming back, Leslie.